Grand opening of Club JAQK. Everything before was just a soft opening. This is the real deal Holyfield. And as you can see, we are 1 minute from the action. Who didn't know? Might do a little microphone check. One,
check,
two.
Check, 1, 2.
I don't know if you are.
Check, check, 1, 2.
Yellow out there. One minute. Doom. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. And we're off. Grand opening. Club JAQK 5-5. No limit. Hold 'em.
Yeah, thank you to everybody joining us tonight. This is the grand opening of Club JAQK. We're here at 165 Outer Loop. We have been a past week had a soft opening for anybody that had any questions about how this is the grand opening or not. Thank you for joining us tonight. Mitch said we're going to be offering a 5-5 no limit hold'em live stream. We're here for the rest of the night. We're here to commentate the action. Again, thanks to everybody for joining.
We have a packed house tonight.
Unbelievably packed house. This place, the grand opening was actually, the ribbon cutting was at 3 p.m. today, and they were packed in. They offered a $2,000 guarantee free roll at 4 p.m. and it was a full house by the time that started. We finally got the cash game open to offer the 5-5 tonight. Mitch, how'd you do in the free roll? I knew we both played.
No comment. I'm here next to you, if that tells you anything.
Well, as you can tell, we're over here in the commentating booth, and the free roll is still going on, so we will not be partaking in any of those winnings. But again, thanks for joining us tonight. We're going to be on live stream with Facebook, YouTube. Find us on Twitch. Visit us on Instagram.
See what everybody buys in for here.
Yeah, I believe the minimum buy-in was $500 for today's events. But it looks like you could be able to buy in for a lot more, which a lot of people took that option.
Got the ace queen here for Mike versus Starr 7-8 of spades. Both get a little bit of connectivity here, and that's.
Yeah, unfortunately, that 10 is just going to kill any kind of action.
Ace queen feels a lot better when that third king comes out there.
Yeah, I mean, unless Starr just tries to make a play here with her eights, I just see this going showing it and taking it down. Yeah, everybody, if you are interested in coming down, we're going to be open all night. They are actually giving away all sorts of cool stuff. I saw that they're giving away electric scooters, televisions.
Flat screens, electric scooters.
All sorts of promos going on for the grand opening tonight. Again, we have a packed house. Couldn't be more excited to be here. It was actually quite great to see the turnout. The community really came out today to be able to support Club JAQK in its grand opening. So here we got a little bit of action. We got the tops middle set. Looks like we got a gutter. And now looks like we've got top two. So we're going to get some action here. We're going to see the gutter go ahead and check. Mike, very solid player. Going to go ahead and make sure he protects that two pair. Meanwhile, Aaron.
Oh, versus set. Hello, here we go.
Yeah,
and
looks like
open-ended.
Aaron's going to raise it up to 75. Probably get a good amount of action. I could see Mike here raise. I don't know if he will. Meanwhile, Rylan with those two blockers can't feel too good with that 8 coming out, because now even with the two blockers, he's still losing to 9-10, which is very possible. So this could be a situation where he thinks about it. It's very tough to call when there's been a bet and a raise, because again, with the two 5s, it's a very difficult spot to be in.
Could be drawn dead already. If you hit the 9, someone could have the 10 in their hand. It's not the best. You don't want to be drawing at that dummy end of the straight.
It's a terrible spot to be in. He makes a great fold here. Of course, Mike calls. And
action killer. Mike could steal it.
See what happens here. Mike most of the time is going to check, and I think Aaron probably is going to bet a little bit small just to try to squeeze in some value. Hopefully just trying to represent maybe, it's hard to represent with that 10 getting there, because even like ace-9 of clubs gets there.
Yeah, both of them have too much hand for any shenanigans.
Yeah. So we're just going to see a bet and a call, and Mike's going to release his hand.
Both of them had a lot of hand there. So no need to turn your hand into a bluff.
Absolutely not. This is actually a relatively tough lineup tonight. A lot of solid players. A couple players I'm not too familiar with, but I've known a lot of these players for many, many years. All very solid poker players. Should be in line for a very good lineup tonight. See Starr there with the Club JAQK hat. I need to get one of those in blue.
Oh, I think you should get you a pink one.
I'm good.
Just like her.
Yeah. I'll wear it in February, but overall, too biased towards UK, so most of the things that I wear are going to be blue. See Mike here spicing it up with the 3-bet to 60 with the ace-jack off. I do like the raise. It's a very strong play anytime that you're in the small blind or the big blind and there's been a raise and then you come over the top. It's just always going to look incredibly strong.
And Rylan takes the king 8 and out flops him there.
Yeah, it looks like Rylan's going to play his position. I do expect Mike here to fire out a bet and maintain that story, draw into the 4-outer. But he can easily rep a king here. Ace-king is a hand that's going to raise a lot. Ace-queen's going to be raising a lot. Kings, queens, all these hands are in his range.
Yeah,
and that's the absolute perfect card for him, even if he didn't have it. Perfect card to represent. I could definitely see Mike here coming out and firing. It would probably be a bad check in my eyes.
I mean, he does.
Check, check.
Oh, my God.
And that's what you are trying to prevent against. Mike's going to be in a difficult spot here, because I could see Mike possibly firing out a little bit of a value bet. But no, he's going to go with the check call here. He's going to insta-call this. Yeah, see, he's upset with himself.
He knows it.
Yeah, he knows that he let him get there with the king 8 suited.
Mike said nice hand, but deep down I think he meant you fish stick. No, good. Unfortunate river for Mike. Even if he bets the turn, he's probably going to get called one time. And
Yeah. It just depends on the size of the bet on the turn.
Yeah.
I still like the bet there because he's just telling that story. And, if he comes out with like a check raise or just a call there, either way, I mean, it's not terrible. Just unfortunate that that king came, because pretty much any other card, it's most likely he's just going to get a little bit of value there, but unfortunately he just tripped up.
Where's our Chad at now? We need to hear it. Chad, I see you watching. Don't be scared to talk.
Come on, guys. I'm stuck in here in a room with Mitch all night long. It'd be great to have a little bit of
welcome.
Conversation going. For those unaware, my name's Tom.
And sorry, he was going to introduce me, but I'm Mitch.
No,
I'll introduce myself. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we are the official club commentators, and we're going to be here with you all night, calling this action for you.
Open-ended here for Mike, and nothing anywhere else.
That's about it. Yeah. Looked like Curly had maybe wants to make a play, but I just don't think he can with the Jack-8. I think he was trying to set himself up, but didn't see the flop he wants. It's going to be an easy win.
Curly won him a huge session on one of these streams last week.
I didn't actually get to watch it. I watched a little bit of it, and I saw that he was stack macking, so I assume that either A, he is a good player and played well, or B, got pretty lucky in a couple spots, but can't really comment on it.
I heard he flopped a lot of sets and got paid off. That helps.
Very helpful when you're playing poker to get paid off when you have those hands. It's just so hard to not get paid when you don't. It's anytime you got those hands, you want to make sure you get maximum value. See Aaron getting in there, limping in with the ace-5. I'm not a fan of ever open limping. I think it's just opening up too many spots. You're letting the big blind see the hand for free. I would at least min raise there. I like the min raise.
7 o'clock here right now. We also have a 7:30 tournament about to go off.
That's right.
If
you're the 125 bounty?
Yep. $125 bounties.
They've actually been getting a very nice turnout for those.
It'll be a big one tonight.
With the grand opening tonight, I do believe that it's going to be quite nice.
It'll be a big one tonight, I believe. Definitely worth coming.
Looks like Aaron gets saved by the 4 here. They're going to go ahead and chop that with the aces and 4s with the queen.
Oh, bad beat, Curly.
Unfortunately.
And Curly folds his hands in disgust. I can't. Do you know why they call him Curly?
Why is that?
I don't know. Look, I'm guessing it's his hair.
No.
Yeah, he's got big old curly hair.
Maybe it's just his preferred type of fry.
I'm a curly fry fan myself, so I'm with him.
Is it weird, though, that I only enjoy Arby's curly fries?
That is weird. Hardee's used to have good curly fries. Arby's are phenomenal.
I haven't actually had Hardee's in quite some time.
I'm pretty sure they all closed down in Louisville.
Yeah, the last one I remember was right next to J-Town High School.
Yeah, oh yeah.
That place was a dump.
That place was phenomenal, is the word you meant to say.
When I was living out in Vegas, they didn't have Hardee's. They had the Carl's Juniors.
Oh, yes.
And believe it or not, that place is actually pretty good.
Did you ever have out in Vegas, it's a burger, it's a fast food, the Habit?
Oh, my goodness. Actually,
I've always wanted to try the Habit.
An old coworker of mine, Bradford, at the boat, was when I originally moved out to Las Vegas, told me to go to the Habit, and it was the first restaurant that I went to.
There's the curly man.
It was absolutely world class. Yeah, it got me a the old standard combo burger, shake.
Yeah, I heard it's pretty good. Is it it's charbroil, isn't it?
Yes. It was fantastic. It was reasonably priced, and it's a shame that they don't have one out here. But then again, here out in Louisville, we don't really have many food options other than McDonald's or Burger King.
Yeah. Fair fight here. Deuces versus 7-8 suited.
Yep, not going to be an interesting flop for either, so it's going to be probably whoever has the most hearts going to take this down. Mike's going to just go ahead and throw out his standard continuation bet. Aaron's probably going to float one.
Oops.
It's a good position, because generally what's going to happen most likely here is we're going to go check, probably check, but Mike's got a lot of heart. Mike's a very solid player. And he's going to go ahead and try to just maintain that story. Doesn't look like Aaron's going to believe him, though. Aaron does not believe him. Yeah, it's possible Aaron could be putting him on a queen 10, maybe open-ended, and that's going to be a terrible card. Mike's got a fire here. It's going to be tough for him, too. But with a pot about 175.
Well, if Mike's betting here, I believe he's trying to get a jack to fold.
Yes, absolutely.
I don't believe he thinks his 8's good.
He's going to go with the 8. I think it's good.
He doesn't think he's good, as you can see his face. But, I am good. You called me Medusa's. Surprise win. He did not think he was good there, though.
Yeah, I've dealt to Mike for many, many years. I've known him for quite some time. Mike is definitely going to be one of the more solid players that's at the game tonight. Mike is a former World Series of Poker bracelet winner.
Oh, that's right. He did get him a bracelet.
Mike did win a bracelet. Very impressive. Mike is a great, great no-limit hold'em Texas player. Very solid. As are a lot of these other players here. Even though they don't have bracelets, that's not going to be the defining factor of anybody's poker success. But definitely is great to look on the resume. Hell, I brag about just making a final table, so couldn't imagine actually being able to win one. Would you flaunt it though? Would you if you wore it? Would you wear it if you won one?
No shot in hell.
I don't think I would ever wear it. I think it just always kind of comes off as silly to me.
Tacky. Very tacky.
Yeah, when I was
probably
dealing,
give it away, or I just put it in like a trophy room.
Yeah, when I was dealing out at the World Series, there was this guy that had a World Series of Poker circuit ring and would always hold his cards in a way to where his ring was kind of flaunted out. I don't know, it just seems kind of silly to me.
I know so many people. I was on a trip in Cherokee one time. I got a buddy who got heads up for the ring, and the guy said, he pulled him aside, they were going to make a little deal. The guy said, man, I really just want the ring. And my buddy was like, okay. And he goes, and the guy had the chip lead, and he offered my buddy like first place money and maybe a little bit more, but basically to dump the tournament so he could win the ring, and that's what they ended up doing. And well, he came to me, my buddy came to me, he's like, do you think I should do it? I said, what the hell with that ring? Did you better take that money?
I want the money. I mean, the ring is cool. I do like trophies.
I think he had already had a ring, or
yeah, if that's the case, I just give me the money. Trophies are cool. I've only ever received one trophy from an old poker league back in the day, and I accidentally broke it, so currently without any trophies.
Give me the money. I could care less about I wouldn't do nothing with them anyways.
Well, it'd be cool to get like a trophy case going, but when you have no trophies to put in it, you do got to start somewhere. Here we're going to see a little bump up to 70 with the
pretty ace king. Aaron's catching some hands.
Yeah, Aaron's not going to fold those 5s.
An 8's prefer over Rylon, Snowman.
So that, the king 8-5 flop is going to be preferred.
Oh, my lord. Does anyone have a hand they can fold?
And, honestly, I can see Mike Rayz here. I really could.
It's a good spot.
It's a really good spot, thin down the field. He's got to know that somebody's probably got a good hand.
He's not. He's just
No, he's going to go set mining.
Well, you still got the original Razor to worry about.
Yeah, absolutely.
Curly could have it.
Worst thing he wants to do is put
this could be a fun one with the right
there.
flop. Everybody is qualified. And there's a set.
And that is
Mikey Poo, and he gets 2 kings in there as well. King Queen was going to not see the flop. If he raised it, Ace King might have ripped him.
Yeah, so we're going to see Starr here fire.
Oh yeah, poor Starr. She's going to lose the pot here.
Is almost putting the money in, like she's kind of upset about it, but she's got the top pair, top kicker, backdoor nut flush draw. But she's
a smooth call here from Mike would be the
Yes.
Granted, we can see the cards,
Yes.
but and he just had, luckily, you know, he's got another king behind him.
Mike is going to know that most likely the king is going to hit Starr's range here. So Mike's likely going to consider just calling here for the fact that he wants to keep...
Yeah, there's not many draws Mike should have.
Yes, he wants to keep Curly in as well, but he's going to mainly be putting Starr on that king with a continuation bet.
Yeah, this is it. And now Curly's going to raise it up.
Yeah, so this is going to be a very, very tough spot here for Starr. She's let out, she got called, and now she's been raised.
Yeah, so
it's
she
like
can find the fold. He
bump
was
to
the
the
original
top
raiser,
filter. Yes.
so that comes into play in Starr's mind.
But at the same time, when you raise and then just call that 3-bet, it kind of lowers down that range. So Starr is most likely not going to be putting them on aces, never probably going to put them on kings just for the fact that she's blocking that.
Oh,
But she's going to be very concerned that he might have had 6s, pocket 9s, king 9, something in that range.
Oh, he ain't got no
This is-
king 9, but...
It's possible though, because with the small raise and then she 3-bets to, I believe it was 75. It's possible, but it's not likely, but it's possible. She's probably more concerned with a set at this point, and
she's right, but it's not who she thinks who has
it's going to be incredibly tough for her to just call here. I think that the correct play would be to take your losses and fold it, or to go all in. Calling would be pretty difficult here. It looks like she might be able to make this hero fold, but this is so tough. It's so easy for us because we're sitting here in the booth, but when you're sitting there with ace-king, you've essentially got one of the best hands in Hold'em. You flop top pair, top kicker.
Nice.
Makes a
fold,
world-class
Starr.
fold, and that's why she's incredible. Now, Mike here, great spot. I love the call. If he can just call this here, he knows he's going to get it all in on the turn. But at the same time, he's essentially committed most of his money with this raise to 450 here. Mike could easily ship it and know he's probably going to get a call. Because what bluffs here? What bluffs and doesn't call? Maybe 7-8. 7-8 will call you. So I think Mike's just going to sit here for a second and go all in. Yeah, and get snap called, and he is going to get the bad moves.
Well, I know Halloween just said it, but I guess we're going to skip Thanksgiving because Merry Christmas, Mike.
Yes.
As Curly is in dire straits.
Yeah, very
He's
much
running
so.
Jack 10 or running King Queen.
Yep, and they're only going to run it
Or
once.
King 6. And that's
and
it.
that's going to be it.
Good. Fold Starr.
Yeah, it's
Starr
unfortunate.
avoided disaster there as well.
It's unfortunate that Curly put so much money in and was committed to that pot, but you can't blame him
No.
at all. No.
He
It's
very
just,
well could
it-
have had the best hand right
Yeah,
there.
absolutely. That's just one of those hands that's just going to play itself. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. That's part of the game. You got to be able to handle those losses, and essentially all you can do is just rebuy and try to get back in there and avoid that spot. But not played poorly by anybody there. I'm more impressed by the Starr fold. It's just so tough as a poker player to catch a hand like that and then fold it. And then to fold it correctly.
Yeah, great fold.
Yeah,
Great
it's-
fold. Sorry, and she gets to see it, so
Yeah.
now she knows.
She knows
black
that
screen.
she was correct.
And we're back.
So again, if you're here with us, thanks for joining us. This is the grand opening stream for Club Jack here in Louisville, Kentucky. We are playing 5-5, no limit hold'em.
My man Jay Money in the game.
If we can get some chat going, I notice here that we've
We have 53 viewers
it
at
looks
the
like we got
moment.
53 viewers. Get some chat going. Make sure y'all can hear us. Make sure we're not actually sitting in this room talking to ourselves. So did we get a new player? Did Curly not rebuy?
I don't think Curly rebought. I think Curly.
Just the one buy-in and got out? I don't blame him. That's generally my style. Take my one shot. If I don't hit it, I'm out. See you next week. That's actually why I became a dealer, because it seemed that I did that a lot. And I tried to figure out a way to make money every time I went to the casino, and I figured that the absolute best way for me personally was to just be a dealer.
Ever heard of Keno?
Actually, yeah, I've lost a lot of money on Keno.
You are a fish. Although I will say, my first time in Vegas when I was 21, just learning the ropes of the gambling world and casino world, I went to Vegas and I was like, what's Keno? And someone said, oh, what is it? I don't remember. You got to get so many numbers out of so many numbers.
It's bingo, essentially, yeah.
And they said it to me, and I was like, really? That's it? That's so easy.
It is easy, right?
That's what I thought.
Yeah. So is the lottery.
Lottery's easy. You go in to a gas station, you say, give me a Powerball or whatever, and then you just sit back and collect millions, you know?
Yeah, see, growing up, Vegas Vacation was one of my favorite movies, and the end scene where they're playing Keno has always stuck with me. So every time I've went to Vegas, I've always went to a Keno room, and it's actually great because you can just spend $1 or $2 or whatnot, and sit there, for a little bit. And as far as gambling is concerned, it's one of the cheapest ways that you can gamble. You're never going to win. Well, I don't want to say never. 1% of the time you're going to win. But overall, it's a nice, cheap way to kind of hang out, and you get comps for drinks. So if you want to sit there and have a cocktail, you can.
Troy Deaver says, watching live videos, about to get off work. That a boy, Troy. Come on over. It is popping in here tonight. MC Cornell, Vegas Vacation Rules.
Oh, Troy's in the chat. Yeah, actually, that tournament that I was talking about, the tournament series that I was in, the only trophy I ever won was what was called Louisville Poker League. This was back when Poker Stars was still around, and Troy was the, I guess you would say, the commissioner of that league. And it was on Poker Stars. It was a weekly $20 buy-in, I believe, and it was a point system. So, we played for 15 games or whatever it was, and then whoever at the end was the points leader was the champion. And he had purchased an incredible crystal trophy. It looked like it was, made out of diamond essentially, but it was crystal. It was huge. It was like 2-3 feet tall, and I was moving, and I shattered it. So there goes my
awesome trophy. He said,
"Oh,
if you missed that point, he shattered it. He shattered. He showed it no respect."
I actually thought about remaking it, but then it was going to cost me money to do that, so I decided not to. So I've been since trying to earn additional trophies, and have yet to win any.
New player sits down. Not familiar with him. Never seen him.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with this player myself either. But he's ready to gamble.
Welcome to the game.
So it looks like he was trying to sneak his phone in. The game, for those unfamiliar with some of the rules that we have set up for the stream, we've taken extra precautions to maintain the integrity of the game. So what you'll notice here is he's holding his cell phone there. All players are required to place their cell phone in a side box to prevent any type of collusion. We just want to make sure that the game is totally legit. Don't want to have anybody, sending text messages or whatnot. Not that that's likely to happen anyways, but just whatever we can to take a precaution to maintain it. And ourselves here in the back booth, Mitch and I, we are on a 15-minute delay. So everything that we're seeing actually occurred 15 minutes ago. Club JAQK, again, has taken every step necessary to maintain the integrity of this place, and just world class. Again, for anybody just joining us, this is the grand opening.
Pretty hand here for J Money. Justin.
You can actually see that TV there. So if y'all are in town and want to come play,
it's interesting.
Come visit us at 165 Outer Loop. They are having all sorts of giveaways today. So I don't want to interrupt the action any further. Where are we at?
It's like an interesting flop. We've got a open-ended, and then we have the king-queen, 2 overs and a gunner for J Money, who spikes the king.
So J Money is going to like the king, but he's also not going to love it. But he should feel a lot more comfortable with this 9.
I'm checking if I'm J Money in that scenario to just check call.
I do like the check call, but I don't mind the lead out. You always want to kind of mix up your play, but you got to think about what's calling you there.
A jack.
Yeah, I mean, it's really it.
So you got to leave the bluffs in, and you got to, and the 9 beats you a lot too.
Yes,
so you're going to protect yourself from the Rayz and just save yourself a bet by check calling. That's just me though. I play a more trappy style sometimes.
Yeah, nevertheless, it's not like it's a bad play. It's just you want to be able to mix that up. But most of the time, you want to try to allow your opponent to bluff at you because that's how you're going to make a lot of your money in poker. Because if you're always firing out, they're just going to fold, right, if they have nothing. But if he knows, hey, if I don't bet here, I'm just going to automatically lose. You want to give people that option.
MC Cornell, looks like an amazing poker club. Can't wait to visit. Well done. It is.
Thank you.
Can't wait to see you. Jessica Garrett Skaggs. Let's go, J Money. Let's go.
Yes, J Money, another local legend here. I've been dealing to J Money for many, many, many years. Great dude.
He cheers for a bad team, but
well, you know, being from Louisville, Kentucky, I mean, it's 50-50 whether you're a fan of either team.
Well, you know, it's either Kentucky or Kentucky Westland, apparently. The two best teams.
Hey, Kentucky Westland's it's up and coming. So we see Zach here getting a little splashy with his chips. Can't control his excitement.
Zach is phenomenal action, by the way.
Yeah, he can't control his excitement with the 6 high there with the backdoor straight flush draw.
Flop 60% of a straight flush. What do you want the man to do?
Yeah, I'm not too familiar with Zach. I've dealt to him many times.
Buckle up.
I've dealt to him many, many times. Never actually played with him myself, but he is a guy that will press the action. And honestly, it's not like it's a bad thing. Sometimes you want to play that way. You want to be more aggressive than your opponents.
I will tell you, one other thing that was going on here at Club Jack today. They did give free food for everybody. They had the barbecue food truck outside, and I was waiting in line, and Zach was next to me. He said, "Hey, you doing the commentary tonight, Mitch?" And I said, "Yeah." He goes, "You gonna commentate on me torching it off?" I said, "If that's what you choose to do, man." And
yes,
Ace King.
Club Jack provided a food truck for every member that was here today. Unbelievable gesture for their grand opening. Again, they went all out.
Oh, we'll turn up the mic level. I see you there. Only idiots drink the Kool-Aid.
So it looks
like. What about now? Can you hear better now? Check your mic.
Check.
It's it says it's the background noise. It's
so we'll have to work on
Full House again.
Background noise checked out. Actually, I didn't even hear it last time when we did the commentating.
Better.
I guess I had
better.
Muted.
Check.
Mic.
Yeah, it's a packed house out there right now. That's why it's so loud in the background. I'm talking about every table full. There was alternates for the tournaments. They had a $2,000 free roll today. Now the 7:30 is about to start. A lot of cash games going.
So is there a way that we are able to turn down the audio of the screen? Like, so what we're actually watching? Don't know. Yeah, guys, we're not very technical savvy over here. We just know how to look at people's cards and read them to you. But if it becomes too distracting, you can't hear us very well.
We can ask. We'll ask.
We can ask somebody. Just be sure to let us know how our commentating is compared to the sound. If it's too overwhelming, then what we could do is have the sound of the game turned down so that way you can hear us a little bit better, because we all know that the most important thing is for you all to be able to hear us.
1,000% true.
We got a couple pretty hands here.
Yeah, 9-10 suited, Jack 8
9-10 suited. Everybody flops nothing, so we're going to see who has heart.
Who wants it more? And Zach does.
Zach is a guy that is going to go ahead and fire that out with the back door and the 2 overs. But I just don't see anybody getting some action, so he's going to win that pot pretty easily.
And that's what the aggression will do for you.
Yeah.
You win the pots.
Absolutely, because they cannot see your cards. So.
We both, okay, thank you, hello. We both sound good, just a loud crowd.
Yeah, so it looks like what we're going to have to do is maybe turn down the audio input from the game itself, which I do not have the slightest clue on how
We'll
to
have
do.
to ask our supervisors.
Once we can get a moment to get somebody in here, we'll see if we can turn down the chat a little bit. Because honestly, it's a little bit hard to decipher it anyways. But I don't want it to be silent either. So, and here we go. Looks like Curly's getting in there.
Oh, he's back. He's back with
the
Club Jack with Jacks.
With Jacks, and hopefully, if this hand holds up, he'll actually get the promo, right?
He will.
We have a
no. He's got to see the flop.
Well, yeah. So if it holds up here after the flop, or does it matter? Does he have to win the hand?
Yes.
Okay, so he has to win the hand here. So we'll be rooting for Curly.
He's got no action. He can't.
Wins the hand. Club Jack here has a promo. Unfortunately, he's not going to be able to partake in it. But if you win a hand at any point with pocket jacks,
post flop,
post flop, you get to spin a wheel, and that wheel has all sorts of varying prizes in it, varying from cash to time, memberships. Just a cool little added bonus. So it looks like Mike's going to open up 4X under the gun. I don't mind it. I think it's a little heavy. But everybody's splashing around. Nobody really cares. Everybody's going to see everything. So 4X isn't too bad. And honestly, I can see Zach here coming out and firing with the double gutter here. But he doesn't. He checks it.
Yeah.
And that's a weird spot, honestly. If you're aggressive as you are, and you decide to get in there with the 5-7 offsuit, and you flop about as good as you can flop without any pair, I like the fire.
Double gutter here for Zach.
Yep. But instead, what he decides to do is to go with the check raise, which I do like. Most of the times, when it goes bet and call and then it gets back to you, you're probably just going to be up against the lone ace. Best case scenario, I'd say you're probably up against like ace deuce, ace five.
Big. Now Rylan is not folding.
Yeah, so what's going to happen here is he's probably going to go for a check raise himself. At least I would. Because most likely Zach's going to be in a situation where he's got, ace 3, ace 4, ace 2, ace 5, 3, 4. It is likely that he could have 2-5. Because if he has 5-7 offsuit, it's not unlikely that he would have 5 deuce offsuit.
Same hand.
But I like the raise here. It goes ahead and protects yourself, even if he's against the 5 ace.
There it is.
Deuce ace.
Nice time.
Yes, very good raise here. What's that? About 350?
John, the action runs, I believe, until the players want to quit. The place will stay open as long as there's enough players, and it looks like it's going to be all night tonight. Donovan Copley. Club hasn't had this many players in there yet during the stream. It's a good problem to have. Absolutely great problem to have.
So, unless he gets a little crazy here, and it's just unfortunate that he's going to run into that top 2 pair there. Zach did have the heart to go at him, but just couldn't hit it. But Ryland was never going to fold that, so if he hits the deuce or the 6, I think the exact same thing happens. It goes check, all in, call. So Ryland with a huge pot up front. If anybody was unaware about the poor dealer not making any money, you'll notice that there's no whites on the table. What they've decided to do with these live streams is, in order to maintain the same chip stacks throughout consistently, so we can provide you with up-to-date chip stacks, they have set aside a way to tip the dealer afterwards. So don't worry about Jordan. He's making his money. So we're going to have an open from Rayz here with the king, queen off and get immediately 3-bet by Zach with the jacks. And Aaron's going to stick in there. We're going to get a fold from Rayz. Ryland's in there as well. We're going to go 3 ways to the flop. And Zach is hoping that his jacks hold up. He avoids the ace.
Oh,
and
sure
ouch,
all diamonds.
ouch,
Oh, baby.
Yes,
oh, my
yes.
Lord.
Yes, so he's going to fire out, and now Aaron is just going to call. Just going to call. It's going to go fold, and we're going to see this turn. And hopefully it doesn't pair the board or put a diamond out there. That's a little bit of a scare card, but at the same time, I mean, he's not too worried about it. See, Aaron's going to check back. And I don't know if I like a raise here. I think I like a call. Let him keep firing at it. He's going to go with, looks like 500.
And off we go.
Yep.
Once or twice. Zach could spin the wheel if the board pairs.
He needs the board to pair to get that wheel spin.
I don't know if they're doing once or twice here.
Yeah, it hasn't been announced. Looks like they're going to go twice.
And they do.
And
nuts, hold up.
Yeah,
what a
scoops it twice.
sick
Poor
flop
jacks.
there is.
That's just...
Yucky flop.
It just is what it is. That's going to be your standard bad beat there. Flopping top set, going against the nut flush. Unfortunate, running it twice. Just wasn't able to get it. Looks like we might be having a little bit of technical difficulties. We'll get this back up and running for you here in a moment.
And we're back. That was not technical difficulty. Zach just blacked out after those set of jacks went down. Very, very rough.
Yeah, it's just that's going to be your standard confrontation and hold 'em. Just one of those hands that you're just never going to fold. You're just going to get it all in. Try to run it as many times as possible.
Or Zach right back in the mix with ace queen. And he is no quitter.
No, what you're going to see from Zach is a lot of firing. Again, from dealing to Zach for several years at the casino, Zach has a lot of heart. He is going to fire. He's not going to go on tilt. He's going to stay as aggressive as he's always been. And, again, that's not a bad thing, but sometimes you find yourself in positions where
you have to endure the consequences.
It's going to happen. But
Dustin laughs. Where's Tag? I don't know.
Tag is probably not here. He's probably at another poker game folding hands. I don't know if he's in the building. I haven't seen him since we got here, but maybe he'll be making a stop. I don't want to get on Tag too hard. He when I did the commentating last time, he found himself in a lot of spots where he just had to fold, and it's just unfortunate that you have to fold sometimes. But us degenerates, we don't enjoy people folding. We're just here to watch people get it all in. And that's why some of these players are great for the game. Aaron, very aggressive. Zach, very aggressive. Mike, very aggressive. Starr, solid and aggressive.
Curly already showed aggression.
Curly is going to show aggression as well. And if you're in a situation where you have your whole stack in front of you and top pair is good enough to get it all in, it's going to be a great game. So here we got the sevens. Should always be firing here, but decides to check it.
Zach picked up the ace king and didn't notice that right back after the ace queen.
Yep.
Surprised that pot's not a little bigger. But he raised it pre-flop and sevens just called.
Yep. It's surprising to see Joseph with the sevens there because not only do you have the over pair, but you also have the open-ended as well. He's trying to tip, so that's what I was talking about earlier.
Jordan said, I really want to take this tip, but
Jordan said, please, I'd love it, but unfortunately, I can't take it. But again, they have something.
Hey, is there any way to turn the audio out there down?
So Jordan's making his. Don't worry about him. But when you have those sevens there, you're kind of finding yourself in a position where Zach has the ace king, and if we're just going to check, you're just trying to avoid ace or a king. But if you bet, you know, you have to charge him. So you want to get value, and you also want to protect your holdings. And when you're sitting there with open-ended, you've got the 2 blockers to the nut straight. I feel that's a perfect opportunity to go ahead and get some value and defend your hand as well. And even if you get raised or whatnot, you still got outs to win. So
whole lot of nothing here. Donovan says Rylan reminds him of Ryan Knight. Well, a young Ryan Knight. They have the same mannerisms. All right. Well, Ryan Knight, I ain't seen him in a long time.
yeah, actually, I haven't seen Ryan in a long time. Ryan, for anybody familiar, is also another local player here.
We got that audio lower for you guys. Okay, yeah.
Are you guys keeping track with what happened?
Lynn Lowry, go get it, Curly. Well, he tried to go get it earlier. He just ran into a set.
Yeah.
But he's back. He's back to get it, Lynn. He's back. Lynn Lowry, Curly. Curly's the best online host ever. Play with him basically. So that's good to know. Good to know.
So I guess Curly hosts
An app?
an app or something? Yeah, I was never really a fan of the app games. You know, if PokerStars, Full Tilt, anything like that was still around, but the app games, just to be honest, never trusted them.
Get him, Ray. From Jason Ray.
I joined one of those poker clubs one time, and it was a Omaha type game, and there was some very questionable calls there. Of course, I don't want to challenge any the validity of any group.
Poker 2, yep. I played on Poker 2
It
a
was
lot.
just a little questionable for my taste, and I'm sure there's quite a few good, honest clubs out there, but nothing beats playing live, especially when Club Jack has a location open now. I mean, I'd just much rather come here.
Nobody has much of anything here.
No. We're going to just see again one of those situations, who has the most heart.
No, now we got some spades lingering.
Yeah, we got Jay Money here with the nut flush draw, but that's going to be a situation even when it checks around to him on the button. He's probably going to want to take that free card. Now that the king comes out, he's going to go ahead and lock up that win. He's going to check it and just flip over his winner.
5-card PLO every day, says Lynn. All right. We hear you.
I do love some 5-card PLO, but I'm honestly more of a Big O player myself. Five-card PLO is just straight action. I will say, as a dealer,
standing right now,
as a dealer, it's one of my favorite games to deal.
What's that?
5-card PLO.
You like to sling more cards?
Well, as a dealer, not only are you slinging more cards, but you got to think about I deal less hands in a half-hour period dealing 5-card PLO because it takes that much longer to deal every hand. But with the amount of combination of cards that are in each hand, the pots are just always massive. So even though I deal out less hands, the pots are always much bigger. So as a dealer, you love PLOs, you love 5-card PLOs. Just more action, more combinations, more chances to make hands.
Zach is the big ace master tonight.
And Aaron with a quick fold of the King 10 of Hearts. It's a good fold, but I would have seen Aaron maybe floating that one.
Yeah, me too. He must have popped it pretty big.
Yeah, it looks like Zach bumped it up to about $100 there, and about another $80 to call. It's just a little out of the price point for King 10 suited. But with position against a player that's already showed willingness to get it all in with essentially nothing, probably wouldn't be such a bad call, but at the same time, it's not terrible.
So they're raising it to 20. I don't think there's the straddle
No,
on
it doesn't look like
yet.
they're doing a straddle here. It looks like Mike's standard open is to 4x, regardless of position. And again, that's not a terrible play. I usually like to keep my raises about the same. Looks like he's going to keep his same. So 3x, 4x, within that range is always a good range. Fortunately for Aaron, he's just going to go check, get betted, and then fold. Mike's going to take down an easy win. You know, that might actually be a good spot for Mike to check there with the ace of clubs in his hand with flopping the top pair. It's very easy for him to have the best hand right there. And even if the club comes on the turn, he's not drawing dead, so it's not a bad play to go ahead and raise there, but a check there might have kept Aaron in there and maybe fired out a little bluff bet, get a little extra value, otherwise he's not going to get any money. And it does look like we have a straddle hand, so it looks like it's just going to vary who does the straddling. But it looks like Zach's going to go ahead and take the straddle on the button there for 20, if I saw that correctly.
Hi, Mom. Mom in the chat.
Mom's in the chat. Hey, Mom. Thanks for joining us.
Digital Whiz Kid, let's go. Beast in seat 1. Who's in seat 1? Is that Rayz? Yep.
Ray is in seat 1. Ray is, again, another local legend here. Been playing the game. Has one of the largest poker forums. I believe 2+2. Oldest and largest. Jacks are going around.
A raise and a call here.
Yeah, so we got Jacks again. Unfortunately, Jacks lost a big one earlier. They didn't get any action pre-flop, but they're going to get some action this time. Mike's going to stick around with the pocket tens.
If we keep this flop all low, we're going to see some fireworks.
Although last week somebody did fold the Jacks
and
as an
Zach's
overpair.
is stuck, so this could get pumped up. Or what did Zach rebuy for now? He's at 1,500 there.
Yeah, so it looks like Zach's going to take the option of being the straddler and then just calling the raise. But look at these hands here. Rylan has went all in.
He got the aces and gets called by
Jacks.
Holy Lord, we had 10s, 9s, aces, and Jacks in the same hand, and everyone folded the 10s and 9s. Rylan was the straddler. He wakes up with the aces on the straddle. Sweet spot. And there's the 10 for would have been Mike. Oh, Mike is sick to his stomach.
I'm going to run it twice, so we'll see what happens here. He's going to need one of the two outs. Needs a jack or a 10 for some extra equity, and does not get it, so aces are going to hold up there. Oh, Rylan was in the big one, yeah, so it was the straddle.
Thank you, Kendall. Thank you, sir. Dustin, was folding hands, facts. I'm talking about, I think, Tag. Tag.
Yeah, Tag. It's again, Tag found himself in some interesting spots. He made some great folds that night. By no means are we trying to call him tight, but the one questionable play that Tag did make last week was with the Jacks when he folded the overpair. Yeah. But at the same time, it's hard to blame him in that exact spot because there was a bet and there was a 3-bet, and he just calls. So a lot of the times, the ranges that Tag is going to be going against is going to consist of aces, kings, queens. But at the same time, when you're in a situation like that and you get all the unders on the flop, you basically have a pot-sized bet left in your stack. I think it's just unfortunately one of those situations where you just put all your money in and you keep your fingers crossed that they don't have aces, kings, or queens. Because most likely, if they have ace-king, they're still going to call you anyways. But again, I can't really blame him. It was a little bit tight of a fold, but he knows what he's doing. He plays plenty. He is a winning player, so I don't want to judge his play too much. But just stop folding jacks.
Listen here, I'm not calling 100 pre-flop and getting the 10 high flop and folding them.
Yeah.
When you only got 400 left.
Maybe in the main event of the World Series of Poker, but here at Club Jack, especially when we have a promo, if you win the hand with pocket jacks, it's extra incentive for you to win that hand. And as we discussed the last time, when you have those kind of pairs, unless you flop a set, you might as well just not even play anything.
He just didn't have he just didn't have the stack size to be calling a flop a set.
That is what our main concern with that hand was.
He had 500 to start, called 100 of it, gets a 10 high flop, and then just folds.
The last thing you want to do as a poker player is start putting anywhere between 15, 20, 25% of your stack and then being reliant on the flop. You need to have a preset mindset of what you're going to be doing in that spot.
Yeah, exactly. I can understand calling and not seeing ace, king, or queen flop. But
Absolutely.
what else you hoping for?
Because if you know you're going to get called multi-ways, then there is some incentive there to protect your hand and to double check that flop. Because if you're going to get called anyways, you might as well just see the flop, because you might want to just protect yourself. But nevertheless, just something to look at in the future.
And set of sevens for Mike.
Continues
and
hitting his set here.
yeah, this would, if he would played the tens, he'd have flopped a set. He flopped a set of nines, set of sevens. I think Mike took Curly's seat. The set
This is why Mike
seat.
is so good, yeah, because when you flop sets consistently, now the last thing Ryland's going to want to see here is an 8.
Brizik, turn.
Now, if I'm sitting here, Mike, out of position, I like the fire here for bouts, maybe about over half pot, so I could see Mike maybe about 150. He's going to go a little bit stout. So he's probably putting Ryland on exactly where he's at, an ace. Knows he just won a big hand, but it looks like Ryland kind of knows where he's at, and he's going to make an excellent fold. Excellent fold.
I played a little bit with Ryland here in the club. He's young and he's curious.
Okay.
So I like the bet.
Yeah,
Mike doesn't know
Ryland.
that, but
yeah.
I thought Ryland was getting a little sticky icky with that ace.
I think the bet is a little too stout from Mike. 200 is incredibly strong there. Most likely, again, you have a set. Your opponent never has a set of aces, set of kings. So you want to try to keep that weak ace in there. 200 with a weak ace just can never call. But if you go more of the 100, 150 range, he might basically kind of consider you all being at the same spot with the hand ranges. So I like a little bit smaller of a bet, but I'm also not going to tell Mike how to play, because Mike is a excellent player.
Yeah, he's got a bracelet you don't, pal.
Mike knows what he's doing. Hey, I almost won a bracelet, by the way.
Yeah, almost doesn't count.
Although it was a closed event, so.
Almost doesn't count.
I have had some deep runs in the World Series, but never deep enough to where I was the last one left. Still working on that.
Pretty hand from Rayz.
Yeah, it's about one of the prettiest you can find. Looks like he's just called. It looks like we might be a little bit behind on our action here.
Jason Ray says Ryland's only been playing for a couple months also, so definitely good. Yeah, I agree. He's not he's kind of figuring it out as he goes.
Yeah.
So that's what I mean. I would expect him to call with an ace right there.
Absolutely.
Maybe he's made that call enough.
And that's kind of the problem is with the $200 bet. I feel it's just a little too stout. You're allowing him to make a good fold there. I think if you go with a little bit smaller, it still keeps him curious. But for 200, that's a pretty stout bet.
Hello, Rayz.
My Rayz flops about as pretty as you can flop.
I mean, that feels like flopping a set.
It really does.
I mean, good Lord.
Rayz is.
We got Aaron here. He might as well be dead.
Yeah, Aaron's just going to take his stab at it. Rayz, I love just the call here.
But here comes Starr with the king right behind.
What is Starr going to do here? With the king
Thank
jack,
you, Tim.
Yeah, you got to bet and a call. I could see a call here. Never see a raise, but Starr is also good enough just to open fold this. But I don't see her folding here. I see her maybe floating one, hoping to hit that jack, but.
Oh, Rayz
there it
just
is.
Rayz
With the gutter, yeah. So I see. It looks like he was trying to set up a check there, but he's deciding what's his best move.
Yeah.
He's got to know that when there's a bet and he calls and Starr calls, what's Starr's range there? Probably hearts, probably a king. I think Rayz knows that it's best for him to go ahead and get his value now instead of trying to slow play it, because the worst thing that he could see is, for example, he checks, Starr checks, Aaron checks, because we all know Aaron's going to check out.
Fold again by Starr.
Yeah, Starr is an excellent player. King Jack there, it's got to be tough for her to continue. Because she still has to worry about Aaron, right? Like, even with the top pair there, you only have the Jack as the kicker. You're probably already drawing dead or drawing to chop outs. Excellent fold. And we're probably going to be saying that a lot tonight about Starr. Starr knows exactly what she's doing. and she's in between an aggressive player and a solid player, so in line for some good action. So again, thanks for joining us. This is the grand opening of Club JAQK here in Louisville, Kentucky. We are streaming a 5-5 no-limit hold'em cash game. If you have any kind of questions about us or concerns or comments or want to get a hold of us, you can visit us at clubjackpoker.net. We're also on Facebook, Instagram, Twitch, YouTube. Today we offered a $2,000 guarantee free roll for the grand opening. Had a huge turnout, had food trucks here, all sorts of giveaways. If you're in the Louisville area and you want to play, again, come visit us at 165 Outer Loop. We'll be here all night until everybody wants to play. So it looks like we're doing the
go home and go
now.
to sleep and wake up and gamble again.
So I see a straight with the 10. Any 10 jacks? No 10 jacks. So I see 110, 210. Looks like we're going to chop this little
Bomb
bomb pot two ways. And again, what we were talking about earlier with the tipping, this is one way that they do their tips for the night for the dealer. For anybody having concerns for poor Jordan, the dealer, not making any money, rest assured he's making a good amount. They just take they have all agreed to take a set amount out of the bomb pot to tip the dealers collectively. So don't worry, Jordan's going to be able to get something to eat when he leaves here. He'll have some money.
He needs it.
And if not, there is a free barbecue food truck from 4 to 7, which actually ended an hour ago. So hopefully Jordan got something to eat. But yes, if you like what you all see so far, be sure to visit us on pokeratlas.com. They also have their app. You can leave a review for us. Any kind of questions, comments, concerns. Best way for us to improve what we're offering here is to hear it from you all, the poker players. We always love feedback, so if you have any, just be sure to hop on there, let us know.
Queens for Ryan.
Yeah, Ryland's continuing his run good. He's already had 2 of the best 3 hands you can possibly have, and we've only been playing for just a little while. So, see what happens here. See
Carly
if he can
looks
hold up.
interested. Mike's in the pot. Carly's got the 7-5 suited. Sorry, we can't see the flop here. We're gonna get there. There it is. Holy. Oh, I thought that was it's aces and deuces for
Yes, we
Mike.
got aces and deuces and a couple of 7s, queens with Ryland.
Queens,
So
yeah, just a stupid ace when you.
yeah, I think we're just not going to see too much action here, but it looks like Curly's going to try to pull something off here against Mike, but it's going to be very difficult.
Shelby Fowler here to watch Mike McCauley.
And
he is
is
flopping
this
sets
a
left
bet?
and right.
And an all-in with the 7. Oh, this has got to be 7-5, right? We didn't misread this hand.
We're going to find out right now, as Mike looks like he's happy.
Yeah. Yeah, looking to avoid the 5 or the 7 only.
The 5 does nothing, but the 7 beats him.
Oh, yes, I misspoke. Yeah, that was not a very good spot to get it all in with.
No, maybe I do want to. What's that code again? Maybe I do want to play on old Curly's app.
Looks like a good game.
Yes, I understand now.
Are we watching a stream from 2007? What's going on here? So Mike basically only been playing for a little while, and he's already destroyed the table. So
he is a set flopping master, 2-pair flop.
I'll tell you what, when
guy
you
makes a play on him.
flop these kind of hands, poker becomes really easy.
Yeah, it's pretty easy. As Mike's up about 1,800 at the moment. Rylan right behind him though.
Yeah.
With the picking up those aces, that was a sweet spot.
So it looks like here Zach's going to open it up to 25.
Oh,
and immediately Aaron's going to go ahead and 3-bet that with the ace-king suited.
And Mike
now.
and Zach stuck. And Georgie Porgy's entered the game. He was over there playing PLO.
So J Money here is in an interesting spot.
What's
It
he
looks
got?
like
He's got the jacks too.
It looks like he's going to go with the 4-bet. I do love the play from the small blind. Don't just call.
good
Find
4-bet.
yourself out of position. Go ahead and find out where you're here now.
He
Very
just-
good play. So he's gonna get Zach out of there. He's gonna get Aaron with the call. We're gonna go 2 ways.
Yeah, gets rid of one overcard.
Yes.
Gets that queen out of there, which would have beat him, but the
Yes.
ace beats him anyways.
Yeah. So
But now you know.
This is why I like the Rayz. So even though he's found himself in a bad spot here, did I misread that? Is he on the button? It's saying that J Money's on the button.
Wow, he's getting the lead out from Aaron. Is
It's. I guess I'm kind of confused on this because it looks like George is on the button.
well, George went at the table.
No, I know he wasn't, but that's where the dead button would be, and it would be J Money that's in the small blind.
Yeah, it's but it's showing Aaron leading into him, and Justin's not checking.
Unless he quickly checked.
Yeah, he could be checking quick. The action is like that every hand in this club.
Yeah,
and
little quick. Looks like Aaron's going to probably be putting him right where he is, and it's going to be very hard for J Money to continue here. He's just going to go ahead and fold.
He got a little bit. He got one bet out of him on the flop with the
Yeah.
jacks. I'm not even calling with one bet on the flop with jacks.
It's very hard to call there just for the fact that, I mean, somebody raised, he 3-bets, and then calls the
4-bet,
re-raise.
yeah.
So we've got to at least put him on a somewhat strong range. Jacks are very hard to hold up in that spot. But again, I do like the raise there. Yeah, so he was in the small blind there. Now he's on the button. Again, even though he did get out flopped there, you're maintaining your strength of image, and you're also protecting your equity. So, of course, the ace-king suited is never going to fold, but king-queen does. And anytime that you see 2 overs fold, it's always going to be a good bet. So it's unfortunately to win it, but I do love the raise. So good old Georgie's going to take Curly's place. Try to run a little bit better than Curly did.
I don't think Georgie's going to put it in with the 7-5.
No, George
But
is not going to gamble, but he is going to find
Well,
himself in favorable
I don't
positions.
know. I talked to my buddy Georgie earlier, and he was in poor Stuckville from PLO. So he
PLO
could just-
Stuckville, so he could come out firing.
He could come. This could be a different George.
George is pretty solid, though. I see George
Yeah,
playing
he's
pretty
a-
straightforward.
He's 100%.
So if this is accurate, it looks like we had a $5 limp and then raised to 20x. Is that correct? He raised it to $100. So food for thought. Raising it to 20x is very difficult because nobody can ever call unless they have a good hand. So
Digital Whiz Kid. Who here knows what the NBA tournament is? I do, and who cares?
yeah, it's
It's
just
the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
It's just a little small tournament that they've set up in the middle of the season.
Means nothing.
It literally
Nobody's
means
going to take it
nothing.
seriously. It's
Yeah.
retarded. Or stupid. Sorry, that's a bad word.
It's okay. Yeah,
Listen, Digital Whiz Kid, I'm used to be the biggest NBA fan of all time. Huge regular season fan as well. I know everybody bitches and complains about the regular season, but I was a huge Kobe Bryant fan, and Kobe Bryant played every game hard.
Yeah.
So now I watch, and I'm a big Steph Curry fan. The Warriors are fun to watch, but nobody plays hard anymore in the regular season. Every time I turn the game on, somebody's sitting out. It's
Yeah.
getting really bad. This tournament is supposed to prevent that, but it's not. The players don't care.
so not to cut you off, but
Oh, sorry. we got
no,
six
you're
is
no, you're
full.
totally fine.
6 is full here. Sorry.
Yeah,
I got on an NBA.
We
kick.
had talked about how George was going to come in and probably play tight, but you thought he was going to come in splashy because he was in Stuckville due to PLO.
And what'd he
He
do?
immediately comes out and opens the pot for $30 with the King 6 suited.
And drawing stone dead is
Yeah.
Georgie.
Yeah, he's going to get the bad news that he turned a very bad card, but it's not going to cost him too much.
Stuckville can be a very expensive place if you're not careful, Georgie.
Yeah, and that's the thing that separates good players from the bad. Not saying that he is bad, but a lot of players, what they'll end up doing is just trying to chase their losses, and that's the worst thing you could possibly do. I've done it myself. I know you probably have.
Oh, yeah.
Every player has done it at some point or another. Where
I was horrible at it when I was younger.
yeah, when you lose a couple of hands and now you're just trying to figure out a way to get some money back, and then you start kind of opening up your ranges and just playing poorly, and at this point you're just firing at a lost cause, and Best thing to do is just tighten up, play your game, and
Yep, it's all one big session.
Yeah.
That's what you got to remember.
just one big
Poker's
session.
one big
Sometimes
session.
you don't win every day, but as long as you're winning on a weekly basis, monthly basis, yearly basis, who cares if you lose one day?
Yeah, I've actually completely eliminated the playing on tilt. I might verbally go on tilt and be angry and that something happened or I took a bad beat or something, but I don't actually, my play doesn't really change. Top two here and bottom pair and a gut shot, so we could see some action here.
Yeah, he doesn't.
Yeah,
look
sometimes
like he
I
wants
do tilt, run off to a video poker machine and try and make a royal flush to make my night go
Yeah.
a little better. And sometimes that leads to a bad place too.
to. Yeah.
But
Yeah,
tilt is part
we've
of the
all
game.
been there. But tilt can destroy you.
It really can. I mean,
It-
we're joking, but it's a really, if you're
as
going to play
a-
poker seriously.
As a dealer, I've seen it happen to multiple people. And the best players that I've noticed that can handle it are ones that just accept that, hey, sometimes, I lose. Because you got to understand that unless you flop a royal flush, you're probably not going to always be at 100%. Most people, when they get really upset over losing, it's generally situations where it'll be like 80-20, 70-30. And, even though it's 80-20, you still have a chance to lose 1 out of every 5. So nothing's locked in. Just want to take your hits on the chin. And
Cody,
just
I don't know.
move
I haven't
forward.
seen too many limps, so I don't know what you're talking about.
There's been a couple limps there.
Oh, you mean just to start?
Start, yeah, there's been a couple of open limps, which I was advocating against earlier. The open
I
limp
stand
is
corrected.
is the official worst thing that you can do, because essentially you're just giving the big blind a free check. And when I play, like how Mike's doing, he's just, if he's the first into the pot, he's always raising. Doesn't matter what his range is, it's always going to be generally the same. It's going to be about 4x. And I'm kind of under that same style where if I'm going to be the first into the pot, I just always found it best to just 2x, 2.5, 3x. 4x is a little bit too much for me personally, but like 2.5, 3 is where I like, and it's just, again, you're maintaining that aggression, and then you're putting pressure on the big blind. Especially in tournaments. In cash games, it's a little bit different because there's not an ante. So you're just looking at the actual blinds, but you still want to maintain that aggression. Tournaments totally different because now we're talking about the big blind actually has 2 big blinds out there in a way. And you just never want to give them a
Josh
free
Brent,
card.
no need to ask Gary Sims Jr. He's already in the building.
Oh, Josh Brent in the action over here?
No, he's just chirping. Josh
Chirping?
Brent. Chirp, chirp, chirp.
Come on
on
up,
in and
Josh.
play, Joshua.
Yeah, we got a seat open for you. Right here on this lap.
It's between you two. The chat is very lively tonight. Lurkers. Is that? Oh, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Digital Whiz Kid. Exactly. I thought you were trying to say Lakers at first, going back to the NBA talk. Let's see where everybody's standing about. See the.
See Joseph's up there?
Yeah,
Joseph and Mike. Yeah.
a little bit of.
And it's not even like Mike, he's second on the VPIP list, but it's not even like he's playing crazy. It's just he's got pairs almost every hand, and he's flopping a set almost every hand. So don't blame him with that high VPIP.
I'm gonna.
It's working out for him.
During the break, I'm gonna go ask Mike where he sold his soul and how much he got for it.
I'll tell you what, he sold it to somebody.
It's a big flaw. Is George at the 10-7? Yeah, 2 9s for Rayz, 8-5. We got some
Ryland's flopped the
connectivity.
nut straight.
I thought I saw 7-8 out there. Okay. I thought
Yeah,
that's what I
so
saw.
it gets a little confusing because it puts, once we get too many hands, it puts the ones on the right.
Thank you, Brucey. Said we sound good.
So it looks like here that he is going to go for the slow play option.
I like it.
On-
4-5-6
on
rainbow.
the button.
I like it. What are you scared of?
He's not going to like the turn, but that's not going to derail him from firing and protecting just in case.
I think the 9s will continue.
Yes,
yeah.
9s will continue. Zach is going to make a good fold there with the gutter and the pair.
Oh
And the
my
9
God.
hits.
Because
The
this is
9
going to be.
hits.
This is going to be.
Yeah, so.
It's hard to put him on.
I like.
Oh, Rayz.
Yeah, I like it. It looks like it's going to be a race here, and this is going to be very, very interesting because
Rayz stands
Ray
up.
is
Do
going
I have
straight
nines
into
full?
act mode.
Do I have none? Or yeah, he's just double checking. And this is what a 9. 9-ball corner pocket, Ray.
You know, it's going to be incredibly tough for Ryland to fold here.
I'm not folding 7-8 here. I don't think.
No,
I mean,
I don't think it's going to be folding, but it depends on what kind of money Rayz puts into the pot here.
He might not get raised back, but he's going to get called at the very least.
He's going to get called. He looks like he got
snap
called, and he is going to get the bad news that he just lost a runner.
That's the dangers of that slow play.
Yeah.
But I like the slow play myself.
Yeah, I don't mind it, but when the board pairs,
sick hands.
it just makes it that much more deadly. It's just unfortunate. That's poker. You can just see the frustration on Ryland's face now.
George is just smirking.
Mike's laughing away because he knows he never gets that unlucky.
Oh, Mike would have had quad 6s right
Mike
there.
always has the quad 6s there.
And he scoops all the money.
Yep. So good hand by Rayz there. Miracle 9 on the river.
Yeah, he has to pair the board, then hit the
6
9.
or the 9. Now the 6 obviously would have been a worse card because then Ryland can automatically know, okay, if this dude has pocket deuces, he beats me here. But when the 9 comes, you're only losing to a certain combination of cards, and incredibly difficult to fold there. But unfortunately, you just can't, and I don't blame him.
Diamonds. Ray does not want them.
So we got some quality hands here.
Diamonds are aplenty. If we get a 2-diamond flop here, we're going to see some action.
Well, I believe there's only 7 diamonds left in the deck, so that would be incredibly difficult. I have seen a 3-way flush flop before, though.
I have too. I've been in a hand 3-way and flopped.
I've dealt it a couple of times.
I was in Biloxi, Mississippi, and I did not have the best of the 3. Worst of the 3, as a matter of fact. And I did not find the fold.
So after slow playing his flop top 2 pair, Rayz is going to go ahead and fire it out.
I need you guys to maximize this.
Okay.
Now, does Aaron have the heart to raise here and represent something? It's going to be tough. I don't know if
He looks like he wants to.
Yeah, I think he wants to call. He's cut out calling chip. He's trying to figure out a hand that he could beat, and he's going to figure it out that there is not any that he can beat.
Here's $60, Ray. Go get yourself
in a situation there. He's trying to put Rayz on a bluff, and you have to think about the type of bluffs that Rayz would have there. Most likely, maybe like a king, jack or whatever it was for the open-ended, and now the king hits. Very tough to obviously you can't beat that bluff. Maybe like a jack 9, but also still gets there. It's possible he might have just put him on a weaker 10. Very difficult spot to bluff catch there. So it looks like we got the straddle on the button. I believe it's to 15.
What are you at? 10. Yeah, 15, I believe is right. $15 straddle on the button for Mike. Queen Jack for Joseph, and the King 7 suited for Mikey. Mitchell Huff, you need to set up a Rocket Man game there. Oh, that'd be lovely if Rocket would like to do it.
For those unaware, Rocket is solid action.
Georgie with the ace-9, and then Mikey floated him with the king-7. That's going to be...
Most likely Mike's going to fire it here. He's just going to represent.
George ain't going to go for
George
that.
George isn't going to go anywhere unless he sees an incredibly dangerous card on the river.
That's one.
That's one of the dangerous cards. I still don't see him folding here. Mike's going to have to represent incredibly hard if he wants to fire out.
He gives
he'd
up.
have to fire
Mike
big,
George thinks he's beat.
Yeah.
You can tell the way George is chewing his gum. He is in Stuckville.
No, George is not going to fold there.
No. You get George when he's, 2,000 winner, you can win that pot.
Yep.
Kobe was a beast. Kobe was a beast. Number 2 all time in my book. Digital Whiz Kid.
I might go 4. I'm sorry. I might go 4 all time.
Okay, and who's your top 3 in order?
In order, it's difficult, but I'm going to go LeBron.
Oh God!
Number
Never
1.
mind. You're
I'm one of those
automatically
guys.
disqualified.
I'm
Never
sorry,
mind.
but when you're in year 21, putting up 35
Never mind.
points,
It's not a longevity award. You still gotta. Yeah, he's definitely had the longest
this is the way I look at it.
tenure of. Hold on now. He's had the longest. He's been good longer than everybody, but he's not been dominant and great longer than everybody. I don't care that you scored 30. I mean, Jordan retired after three-peating when he was still averaging 35 in the finals. He could have kept going and done that 2 or 3 more times if he wanted to.
It's possible.
And I'm not saying it's not.
LeBron's
phenomenal. But
LeBron being almost a top 10 player from the moment he came into the league.
But okay, but that doesn't make you the best ever.
No,
it makes you
but
one of the best.
When you are still top 10, year 21, like we just watched Udonis Haslem retire after 18, 20 years or whatever it is, and you're essentially just a bench player, which is most likely always going to be the case.
Yeah, but my point is, if he was that great and that dominant in these 21 years, he'd have more than 4 rings.
I get you.
He would have like 8, 7, 8, 9 by now. He's got 4, and he's also...
Titles aren't something that I believe make you the greatest player, because then it would be unquestioned who the best player would be. It would be Bill Russell.
Correct. If that was the only marker.
Yes, I don't agree anybody thinks that Bill Russell is the greatest all time. Nevertheless, it's always basically going to be LeBron's always going to be considered top 3, top 4
sure.
without a question.
He's top 3.
However you want to choose that, you can. It's just me personally. The longevity, the stats you've placed,
that's irrelevant.
Either way,
longevity. It's not a longevity award. When you play long, you're going to have stats.
I agree.
If you want to say he's had the best longevity career, I'll go for that.
When
but
I
I'm
think
not
about
the best player of all time. That's
when I
too,
think about a guy,
who do you think's the best running back of all time in the
best
NFL?
Running back of all time?
Yeah.
Honestly, I might go Adrian Peterson.
Okay, who would be your number 2? Who's or let me rephrase it like this. Who does a lot of people say is the best running back of all time?
Man, there's a lot of them.
Yeah,
Gale Sayers, Emmitt Smith, Walter Payton.
Who's someone else that everyone always mentions? But he retired way too early.
I mean, that could be a lot of people. I mean, honestly.
Barry Sanders.
Barry Sanders could be listed there.
Yeah, he's always in the conversation, and he retired way earlier. If he would have played another 5-6 years, he would have put up unbelievable stats.
Oh, absolutely.
But that doesn't stop how dominant he was in his time that he actually played.
No, for sure. It's just unfortunately being part of the Lions organization, and it's tough. But either way, but back to the basketball, I think that you can really list LeBron anywhere inside the top 5, and you're not going to be wrong. Personally, the way I look at rankings isn't necessarily a number 1 overall. I look at a number 1 team overall, because we're not playing solos. I look at it as who is the best starting lineup you can come up with. And me personally, it essentially fits that narrative to where my top 5 all time basically is going to consist of Jordan, Kobe, LeBron, Shaq, and probably Tim Duncan. And Steph Curry would probably be number 6, my first bench player.
I guess.
But I mean, as far as the team is concerned,
I understand. But you have to also understand, like, you're talking to a guy who played college basketball.
Hey, I played Optimus, man.
I know where you played. One single player and the best player on a basketball team has more impact on a team than in on probably any other sport, maybe besides a pitcher or a quarterback. They probably that's why quarterbacks get all the glory.
Well, also with that, there's only 5 people on the field at one given time.
On the court.
Yes, with baseball, football.
No, but that's what I'm saying. You have, but that's my point, right?
Yeah, no,
like my point is
I'm not disagreeing at all.
In basketball, you dictate the game on offense and defense. You play both sides of the game. You don't just play quarterbacks. Just play offense.
100%. Yeah.
So you have, you can have way more of an impact on the game as being the best basketball player on the court than any other sport. I believe that's a team sport, but where one person can have the individual thing. And like I said, LeBron 100% is phenomenal. I've got him at 3, and I'm being honest. I don't really knock anybody that puts him above Kobe at number 2. I don't even consider him in the same conversation as Jordan. It's between.
Well, Jordan was the best offensive and defensive player.
Exactly. That's the name of the game is offense and defense. So how is he not the best ever? I agree with you 100%. But I'm saying, so to me, the argument is and I've watched Kobe's entire career, I've watched LeBron's entire career, and I watched Jordan from like the little bit. I was kind of young in his first run, but his three-peat, watched all that, then went back and watched all his tapes when I was like 12.
Wow. So not to interrupt the basketball conversation here,
I'm getting steamed up.
Yeah, we'll get back onto it, but here we see a raise from the Ace-5 all in after a raise and a 3-bet from Zach. Starr, incredibly difficult for her to call this with the 7s. She knows Zach is a little loose. She knows Joe has kind of made some loose plays as well. Folding. But Zach is probably not going to fold here.
Oh, he is folding. Wow, Zach, for 290 more?
Yeah, putting out 110, I just don't see him folding. I think he's just showing it.
Oh, he's showing it.
Yeah, I think he's showing it here. It's hard to fold here from 110, but he's going to make an incredible laydown.
Zach in Stuckville, too, but he won't be deterred.
Yeah.
But he folds the best hand. Show the 5,
Yeah,
Joseph.
He should show the 5.
Oh, he did, I think, as Zach laughs. Okay, you got me.
But, yeah, back to the basketball, I feel that you can argue it so many different ways, but I think it's more of just a size thing, me personally. So, like Wemby Wemby, I mean, you're talking about a player that could potentially end up being the best just for the fact being 7'4", shooting threes, rebounding. It's going to be interesting to see what happens with his career. He just put up an unbelievable game the other night.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see.
Still a long ways to go with him.
Oh, he's a phenomenal talent, but there's way more to it than just having talent.
Oh, absolutely.
Everybody in the NBA is talented.
So here we go again. We got J Money limping in with 5 with the Ace-10 offsuit, open limping. Again, just not a huge fan of the open limp. This is what's going to generally happen is now he's going to find somebody in position on him raising with a King-Jack offsuit. Not that she wouldn't have raised that either way, but he could have maybe controlled it a little bit better, opened it up to 15. Maybe Starr just calls, but we'll see this flop. Really, the only person that's really loving this flop is probably Zach or Starr. J Money's really not going to be a fan of it with just the top pair with the flush draw out there, but
2 9s now for Zach starting to.
Yeah, Zach with the open-ended with the second pair. Not going to hate it. J Money is going to try to take this down if he can. Looks like a bet of 35. See what kind of action he gets. See if Starr calls him here with the gutter and the flush draw. Looks like she's going to.
Yeah, she's in pretty good shape. 2 overs, gutter, flush draw. Zach.
Yeah, Zach's getting a little bit cavalier here with the pocket 9s. It's kind of tough for him to have it.
Money. Now he likes his hand.
Yeah.
Now he's comfy. And actually not having the ace of spades is pretty sweet here.
Yes.
Something you can bet hoping someone was chasing that ace. They don't have it, but
it's going to be hard for him to get value here because most likely the hands that are going to be floating him with are going to be exactly what he's against here.
But that's what I'm saying. If I had his hand with the ace of spades, obviously I'd probably bet more.
Yes.
But I would have checked the river. Because it's much less likely that ace hit water. Nice hand, J Money.
Absolutely.
Stack them chips. I think it's So who's the best football player of all time then? Or let's just say quarterback, because you got to go positions in football.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even arguable who's the best quarterback of all time. It's going to be Tom Brady.
Who's second?
Steve McNair.
Steve who?
Steve McNair was a quarterback for the...
never mind. You can't get anywhere with this guy. He's too biased.
Went to college at Akron, played for the Tennessee Titans.
No, seriously, who would you say is second?
Second overall best quarterback, probably in my eyes, is going to be Peyton Manning.
Over Joe Montana.
Over Joe. Now,
This guy.
so this is the
That's
thing.
why. That's exactly
thing.
right.
But I'm
Peyton Manning is LeBron James.
I didn't grow up in the era of Joe Montana, Steve Young, all these other quarterbacks. The era that I grew up in was, the 90s, the 2000s, and when I think of just overall quarterback, obviously a lot of people can argue about Tom Brady, whether it was Bill Belichick, Tom Brady, whatever.
Well, we're seeing it wasn't Belichick.
Peyton Manning was just unbelievable. So I'm obviously biased. I'm a Titans fan, but we've been in the same division as the Indianapolis Colts for many, many years now. After we left the AFC Central, I believe is what it was. Went to the AFC South when they reorganized it. And I've watched many upon many of Peyton Manning games, and as far as being a field general is concerned, being completely accurate, running the offense, I mean, I just don't think anybody was more accurate and more of really just a better quarterback other than Tom Brady.
Let's listen to the chat here. Brady for sure, then possibly Montana. Anything other than Tom Brady is the wrong answer. Go Starr. Yeah, we'll throw that in there. No,
Tom
I agree.
Brady, it's just not even going to be arguable.
Exactly. He's Jordan. He's Jordan,
he's basically
and
gonna be,
LeBron is Peyton. That's exactly what it is. LeBron. I mean, Peyton played a long time too, right? Like 18 seasons or something.
18 seasons, I believe.
And he got 2 titles. And now if
one
Peyton,
with Indianapolis and one with Denver.
And if Peyton would have got 2 more and Tom still had 6, then I can understand more of a conversation. But they're not even in the same breath. And we don't get to see. We'll never see Jordan versus LeBron. They actually played all the time, and Brady dominated them. Which, I mean, you did say he was the GOAT, but I'm just saying that's exactly what I was going to say.
It's a little bit different, though, when you start talking about team defenses, team offenses. You're never even on the field together at the same time if you're Tom Brady and
I
Peyton
agree.
Manning.
But
it'd be different watching LeBron and Jordan play because,
they
as
can
you
guard
said
each
earlier,
other.
you have to guard each other.
Exactly right.
Although they would not guard each other.
Your ass if you think Michael Jordan, knowing everything
would
not hike up his
different.
shorts and guard LeBron James.
But you're talking about a situation where the Bulls put Jordan on their best player, but the team that like LeBron would play on typically probably wouldn't have done that. It's possible.
Say that one more time. Hold on. Start that over. Hold on. Say that again.
I would check Jordan against LeBron more than I would check LeBron against Jordan.
You think that?
I think Jordan would have. They're just different players. Jordan, 6'6", LeBron 6'9". I just 2 different positions. You know more about basketball than I do.
It'd be different if LeBron actually was a post-up banging type player.
That's
he
what I'm
doesn't,
talking
but he
about,
doesn't.
yeah.
So that's not even that wouldn't even come into play. LeBron is a downhill attacker of the rim and a great passer. Jordan is just an assassin scoring machine.
I played many video games where I played with Jordan, and all I did was jack up threes.
Well, that wasn't his strong suit, but he probably still made them.
Oh, he was
the
99.
games.
I mean, if he's 99 threes, I'm going to shoot every time with him.
I don't know if you played with Jordan then, because Jordan wasn't that great of a three. Well, they say he wasn't. He actually wasn't that bad. They just didn't shoot threes.
The last game I played was NBA 2K17 or 18. It was like a couple years ago, and they had like the Jordan edition, and you could play with the different versions of Jordan.
And he was just the best.
He was just unstoppable.
Yeah.
It didn't matter what the era was. You could have the 85 Jordan, 93 Jordan, 96 Jordan.
Gary Sims says, Josh Brent, you can't bring those quads with you. I don't know what that means, but probably funny.
Matter
Nice
of fact,
FTX investment, Tom. I don't
know
what
what's
that means.
funny is, speaking of Jordan, We used to. This is back in the early 2000s. We used to play the NBA games on PlayStation all the time, and Jordan was with the Wizards. I remember I played with the Wizards every time and could never beat my buddy. And then finally one game, basically it was one of those situations, down by 2, Jordan has the ball, and 45-year-old Jordan hits a 3 to win the game. It was the only time I ever beat my buddy in that basketball game, and it was with old washed-up Jordan on the Wizards.
Back to the game. Nice turn here for Aaron. He already had the king. Now he turns the jack high flush draw.
And that's the worst thing that he just did right there, was the old double check back, looking for the heart. Yeah. It's almost never going to be a flush. You have the hearts if you have it. Just a note.
Love some JAQK, also my favorite big man of
JAQK's
all time.
my favorite player of all time.
Yeah, JAQK, I agree. JAQK's dominant.
JAQK
JAQK was ridiculously dominant.
Never will I take JAQK out of my top 5, because the way I do the ratings is based on position, essentially. I don't like to just rate players overall. I mean, everybody has their own preference, but JAQK is always going to be in my starting lineup.
He was definitely he was a beast, but and that's what I'm saying.
You remember my old dog Toto? His original name was actually Shaq when we first got him, because we got him on Christmas, and my mom had bought me some wrapping paper that had the Orlando Magic Shaquille O'Neal dunk on the wrapping paper, and we couldn't think of a name, so we named him Shaq, and then eventually my mom was like, this name is terrible. And because he was a Yorkie, we just went with the generic Toto. Rest in peace, Toto. We miss you.
Shaq in the pizza game now.
Yeah, he got involved into Papa John's many years ago, and after the ordeal with John Schneider, Shaq basically became like the face of Papa John's. It's super weird seeing Papa John's Cardinal Stadium no longer be Papa John's Cardinal Stadium.
I went last. I'm going tomorrow actually. And
what is it now? L&N something?
L&N. Yeah, it's like trains and.
Yeah, L&N is the train company, right?
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, it's so weird. I saw that and I was just like...
They actually sell Domino's now.
Do they sell Domino's? You know what's funny? That would be funny. I actually ordered Domino's last night and I wasn't a fan.
But you have to get the deep dish from Domino's or the thin.
Okay.
Regular crust.
Unbelievable. I had the regular. It's because I've been going through a streak of getting Papa John's. And,
Papa John's, I love it, but it's hit or miss.
I don't know, man.
JAQK's for Georgie. I used to love. I mean, I think Papa John's has fallen off terribly. I used to think it was phenomenal.
Oh yeah, it's still good.
Let me rank. I'm the pizza connoisseur here. Let me rank the chains for you guys. And since we did the the basketball players, now let's do the pizzas. Number 1, without a shadow of a doubt, is Jets. And
Jets is amazing.
Jets of the delivery variety. Yes.
Quick note here, JAQKs don't make it to the flop.
No spin the wheel for Georgie. Number 2 would be probably Papa John's when it's right, but I've had some bad experiences with Papa John's. Number 3 would be your Domino's. Number 4 would be Little Caesars, and number 5 at the very, very bottom would be Pizza Hut. Pizza Hut is
what's
garbage.
Crazy is I would actually probably agree with that list. Pizza Hut has become terrible.
Awful, and it was amazing. Like when I was in high school,
it was number 1.
Great
pizza. Honestly, it started feeling like I was eating cardboard.
I know.
It feels like Little Caesars has much higher quality than Pizza Hut.
It does, and cheaper.
Here's one. Whatever happened to old Chicago? They had a couple of locations here in Louisville, and so I guess they just went back to...
They went back to Chicago. COVID shut them down.
Yeah, okay. I remember they had one there in J-Town. They had one out on, I want to say, Westport Road.
Ron Howard, let me tell you something, buddy. The Sicilian pizza, I am on a quest to find the best pizza in Louisville, even though our options are not that great. But the Sicilian right now for me is currently number 1 in Louisville. They have one out in Glen Mary as well. Bonnie and Clyde's, everyone told me to go there, Jason, and I'll be honest, I've went 3 times. I like it, but it's not all it's cracked up to be.
Bonnie and Clyde's, I've never had that.
It's off Dixie.
Oh, I've seen it, yeah.
It is good, and they do have like a deep dish upside down pizza I really want to try. I think their pizza's very good. Ace is here for Zach, by the
yes.
way. Sicilian is number one, no
Ooh,
doubt.
we're gonna
So
get some action here.
I'm a big fan of the Sicilians. Danny Max is pretty good. A new place that opened a couple of years ago. Clifton's used to be my number
Joseph
one,
with
by
the
the way.
king jack off. Looks like we're going to go 3
But
ways.
Sicilian is fire. Fire emojis in the chat for the Sicilian. Let's see if the aces get cracked. Not the flop you really want to see with you, and you have aces,
No,
but they are
even-
still good.
Even the king jack is probably going to check. He's going to fire out.
And
Aaron,
he's a non-believer.
he is a non-believer. He's going to float 1, hope to hit the miracle 4, which then is going to allow Joseph to peel in there. So we're going to go to the turn here.
Oh
It
my
hits
God!
The 4.
Oh my God!
My goodness. Aaron, what a...
A miracle
Man.
on 4th Street. That's what we're going to
Miracle
call
on
that.
4th
The
Street.
Miracle 4 on 4th Street. Hello,
Wow.
sweet God. And that is
so
poor
we're-
Aaron.
Yeah, we're going to see a bet here.
I mean, not Aaron. Poor
What
Zach.
is the 500 that he's throwing out here?
He
Because I
bet
see he's got blacks, he's got
175 is what he called.
greens. Is it 175 is
Yeah,
what's been
maybe
said?
he just wants to look intimidating.
Okay.
And here
Aaron's
comes
going to
the
for sure
raise.
100% come out with a massive raise. Looks like
And watch, let's see
475
Zach's
here.
face. Let's see Zach's face.
Yeah, see, Joseph is going to instant fold.
It's not the best flop when you have aces, but
It's really not. It's just right now what you're trying to figure out is did Aaron flop a straight on me, or does he have some kind of queen 8,
Queen
you know,
jack.
queen jack, jack 8 suited, 8-4 suited.
he's not putting them on 2 4s. I can tell you that.
What's a really good spot here to be bluffing is if he is bluffing is maybe a hand like ace 10,
Oh, look
and
at
he
that.
just calls and flips over his hand.
No, he folds.
Did he fold?
Yeah,
Okay.
he took his change.
Oh, okay. He took his chance.
Very
Let's let
good
the dealer
fold,
do
Zach.
that. But
Yeah, very good fold, though, Zach.
one hand that he could have probably been beating there is maybe a hand something along the lines of, and it kind of sucks because he has the ace of spades, so that kind of takes out a little bit of
Yeah,
those
ace 10 of spades.
those bluff hands, ace 10 of spades, you know, something of that nature.
Very disciplined fold. though.
Very excellent fold. That's a very tough spot to get away from.
Especially when you're losing.
Oh, 100%. when you're already down big and
Yeah.
you've seen big hands that just lose, and then you catch aces and you flop the overpair.
My king jack of spades here. I look for him to flop a royal. Man, that was miracle on 4th.
Oh, he's not going to flop it. He's going to flop the queen 10 of spades and be drawing extremely.
And someone will
Heavy.
have 3 queens, and then he'll.
At this point, Mike just doesn't even need to catch cards. I mean, he's going to win the pot whether he has it or not.
Daniel Palmer, Sicilian is number 1. No doubt. Sicilian's very good. You ever had Sicilian?
Is that the frozen pizza
No.
brand?
We're talking real pizza joints, Thomas.
Oh, that's the screaming.
Yeah, there is one of
Sicilian,
those. That's
isn't
not
it?
even on
That's
the-
the same thing.
Good. Mike flops the best hand here. King Jack. Yeah, no. What side of town you live on again?
Like East End, where's this at?
There's one in Glen Mary, like
Is that
like right off of
right down the road
Barstown
from here?
Road.
Yeah.
Yeah, really. Definitely worth it. Definitely worth it.
Sicilian. I'll make a note of that. I'm always down to go get some good pizza.
And if you guys would be so kind as to have one
Is it
delivered here
weird?
to us on via.
Is it weird that I've thought about sneaking into our old high school and getting one of those rectangular pizzas that they used to have there?
It's a little weird, but if you decide to do it, call me and I'll join you.
You do remember these pizzas, right?
Do I remember
World
them?
class.
Yeah.
The best pizzas I've ever had in my life, and they're only allowed for children.
In elementary school one time, because you know how kids would get lunch and then I don't want to eat it, and they'd just give it to other people.
Uh-huh.
I one day proudly consumed 5 of those squares in the 3rd grade and then walked home as I lived in the neighborhood. And I sadly did puke all over the sidewalk.
Yeah.
But worth it. Aaron aces.
Here we go. Yeah, so Aaron got in there. I believe it was just a limp, and now he's limp raising here.
I love it.
Ryland's got the beautiful king-queen here, but he's going to
He's gonna
probably
fold
fold.
it. He said, first good hand I get. He's got the folding fingers
Yeah,
going.
once you see those fingers start dancing, doing
He's
a
not
little
gonna
bit
get
of
any
finger
action.
dancing. And George, old gas
Limp
tray,
raise.
tried to make a play.
Savannah Lee in the chat, love it. I don't know what she loves. The pizza you're
You
talking
love the
about?
pizza
The
or
commentary?
what's
The
the
guy
vote?
sitting next to me? Which one?
She loves it all. She loves the Sicilian. Matter of fact, you should bring that
Oh, she said
Sicilian.
this is. Yeah, you should. You definitely should.
I've missed my opportunity for the food truck, so
Feed your man,
All I got
Savannah.
is soda. I got soda to eat.
Word on the street is he would like a large meat lovers.
Meat lovers does sound pretty good.
That's just what I've been,
So that was actually, now that I started thinking about that rectangle pizza, man, that's all I could think about.
5 was my, that was my high.
That was what was upsetting when I was in high school, being such a large fellow, is they would always give me these little small portions. And I remember just pocketing chocolate milks and cookies. And I ate I swear, on Papa John's Day, I would eat a slice of pizza while I was in the line. And then by the time I got to the end of it, I never got a pizza.
We all had our own little, hacks for our school lunches. And middle school, where, oddly enough, me and Tom used to sit together for lunch. My mom would give me, I think, $2 for lunch every day. The actual lunch was $1.35 or something like that.
$1 and change.
And that would get you the lunch and a pack of Oreos. That was, I think, it made it like a perfect $2. But here was the kicker: they only gave you 1 chocolate milk. Well, if you're going to do the Oreos, you need 2 chocolate milk. So I am going to confess right here on the live stream, I used to put a chocolate milk in my pocket every single day.
Oh, hands down, I've probably stole about easy 200 to 300 little cartons of milk. Because really, those little cartons of milk were only about...
Yeah, it wasn't enough.
What, 8 ounces, 10 ounces?
Probably 6.
Of milk? Yeah, it was very small, and it was just like, dude...
And
I'm over here I'm 6'3", I weigh 250. Like, what do you think? This is like one drink.
Yeah,
and
my poor mom, you're trying to nickel and dime her to death. But when there's a will, there's a way.
Yeah, I never understood how such a large fellow could get the same amount of food as a little person. No offense to the little people out there, but big boys got to eat, especially growing.
Top pair for Georgie Porgy, and no one's got anything 7. Gut shot for Jay Money.
Rayz is going to take his little $15 stab, get called 2 ways, going to get called by the gutter. Top pair. This is most likely going to go check.
Checkity check.
Unless
and
somebody
take it
can get
down,
some
Georgie.
part here. This would be a great spot for him to bluff, though. Because it's an easy spot for him to have the ace, but George is going to get sticky here. George isn't going to fold.
I don't know. The ace, the clubs, the 7. Yeah, there's the George we all know
He's
and
going to
love.
make a good fold here. It's tough to fold here. I'd be most likely putting Ray on some kind of diamonds. Maybe a jack as well. But
Leslie
nevertheless,
Hopper,
good
big
bet by
boys
Rayz.
make some noise. Everyone's VPIP is... I won't say their VPIP. Rick Roll. He said everyone's below 20%. You are completely the opposite.
It was close.
Everyone's above 20%. Maybe you said greater than 20.
Honestly, I didn't pass that portion of the math class when we learned the greater than, less than. I knew it had something to do with an alligator eating. I think they said that the alligator eating was greater than, and the alligator getting eaten.
Correct. Rick Roll says 6'3", 250 is obese, not a growing boy who quote unquote needs his milk. Yeah, you could probably be a little accurate there.
Wow, I mean, yeah, I was a little heavy set. I mean, I wouldn't have said I was obese. Maybe if I was like 5'5", but I don't know if you've ever seen a grown man before. Those are pretty rare. You might not be familiar with that looks like, but that's what I was. And you know what? Some of us just like to eat cheeseburgers, dude. Yeah. So, it is what it is.
Nut flush straw and a pair for George here. If he plays this aggressive, he could win this pot with just the 5 because no one has anything.
100%, yeah. I do like the bet out.
Mm-hmm. It's a big flop. Everyone checks to him. He just bets and takes it.
Yeah, when you're sitting there with a pair and the flush draw, I think it's good to just go ahead and get that value because you're going to be ahead of a lot of hands that would normally continue, such as like king, queen, open-endeds, gutters. You just want to protect that equity. So it looks like this hand's going to get over a little bit quickly unless, yep, J Money decides to come out here. Go ahead and steal the pot. Looks like there was a straddle on.
No,
so
that's not going to work.
Star's caught in between the straddle and the button raise. This is going to be a spot that Starr could normally 3-bet here, feel comfortably. And it looks like that might be the route that she is going to go. Looks like she's going to bump it up to about 85.
In the previous stream, she doesn't 3-bet to a big number.
No. Really, there's no reason for her to bet crazy, right? Because she's in the big blind right now. So when there's a straddle under the gun, and then it folds all the way around to the button, and the button raises, that's just going to be a standard raise most of the times. Usually going to be in about the range that he's at now. Very rarely would it be an incredibly strong hand, but with Starr's purpose of raising here, it's basically just to show strength and to take away the betting lead. Now, Starr's going to generally down bet here a little bit. I would assume that she would probably bet right about the same amount, maybe less than she bet, which she does. She goes from 85 to 80. And J Money is going to continue there with the middle pair. And immediately
dippies.
turn the trip. So this is going to be an interesting spot here for Starr. I could see Starr checking and then just checking out. I would really, really, really like the check here from J Money. This should essentially signal to J Money that he's probably against 2 overs that try to take a stab at it. So
worst case scenario, bet small.
Yeah. And it looks like he's just going to size up a little too heavy for Starr, and it's probably just going to be an insta-fold. Yeah.
Not a horrible
Not a
size,
bad, yeah.
When they have absolutely nothing.
Not a bad bet, J Money there, but when we start to piece together the story, yeah, she raised, but would she, if she has a hand like aces, kings, queens, whatever the overpair may be, would she not continue on the turn there? I think that would be a perfect spot for her to continue. So when she checks, to me, kind of signals more of an ace-king, ace-queen, king-queen, king-jack, queen-jack, something like that. 2 overs, took her a little stab, maybe a small pair, and you have her absolutely crushed. So that would be a really good spot there to check, and then hopefully she just decides that she knows the only way she can win on the river is to fire out and steal it, or she might have hit that pair.
Yeah, and the thing is, too, like when you check back, sometimes she went from shutting completely down on the turn to going, she might now go, well, he doesn't have nothing either. Yeah. Now I'm going to bluff the river.
Because, in her eyes, maybe he's just calling me with
overs, exactly
over
right.
cards and maybe a flush draw and maybe doesn't have anything. And you always want to keep that option in there. Not a bad bet, but I would have liked to seen the check there with her drawing as thin as she was.
Yeah, especially since you hit so hard.
Yeah, I mean, if you hit the 2 pair, that's different. But when you hit the set there, you hit the 3 of a kind. And speaking of 3 of a kind, J Money comes right back and flops the trips.
Wow, he likes these 5s,
yes.
huh?
It's going to be a good spot here because
Georgie's
going to fire out
top
here.
Pair.
And J Money
another spot
most likely just going to call here, although this board is a lot more wet. I could see a raise here.
Tyler McNance, what's up, Michael Hunt? Yeah, what's up, Michael Hunt? I don't know who that is, but what's up?
I thought he goes by Mike.
Who?
Mike Hunt.
Is this thing on?
Yeah, so looks like we're going to come out with a little bit of raise, and I don't mind it as much because the board is so wet. So many potentials out there, gutters, flush draws.
It too.
Yeah, George is just going to assume I'm a believe that he may be just on a flush draw, maybe something of that nature. But it's going to be hard for Gastray, aka George, to continue beyond this, even though he still has the top pair.
They're going to splash the pot with the beard kit here. They do that quite a bit. If you have a beard, you should come play here. You have a good chance of
I do
winning
actually.
a beard kit.
I did win the beard kit a couple of weeks ago, but unfortunately I just shaved off my beard, so don't really have much use for it at this moment.
What all cash games are going? Devin Miller. A lot of 1-2 no limits. This is a 5-5 no limit.
The PLO is still going.
There's a 1-2-5 PLO going in that game right behind you. You can see on screen. That's it.
There it is. Actually, you can see it.
So there might be multiple PLOs going. Friday night, baby. You know it.
Yeah.
A lot of action.
So it's going to be a very, very busy night. Again, for those unaware, tonight is the official grand opening of Club JAQK. We have had a soft opening this past week or two, but tonight is the official grand opening. Again, if you're interested in visiting us, we are at 165 Outer Loop. It's going to be Suite 134. It's going to be directly next to the Walmart. We're going to be here all night. As long as there's people that are willing to play poker, we are going to be here. So be sure to come out and visit us. Again, they have all sorts of giveaways every 2 hours. Already been going. They've given away some electric scooters, and they've got televisions, cash giveaways, membership giveaways. They had a food truck early. Unfortunately, the food truck got raided by all the hungry folks.
So
and,
either eat
they
before
left.
you come,
Yep.
or
all we have
stop
here is,
and bring food. And me and Tom are hungry, as you can tell.
Yes, very hungry. All they have here is healthy stuff like bananas and
No,
some
they
other
have
fruit.
snacks, potato chips, but and let me tell you something. It's not out of the possibility that Club Jack gets food later. They've done that quite a
They
few
have.
times. So
Actually, the last time was the Texas Roadhouse.
Yeah,
Man.
they take care of their players here. But still stop and bring me and Tom some food in.
Yes, I'll take whatever.
No flushes out here, just
No, just
tens and threes here for
tens and
Aaron.
threes.
Oh, that's an ugly river for tens and threes.
Yeah, I think it's just going to go check around.
Yeah, take it
We're just
down.
going to get the beard kit with the guy with literally no facial hair.
Yeah, well, Aaron, give it to someone you know with a beard.
The
'cause
only
you
guy
do
with
not have
facial
it.
hair didn't win. He's upset about it. Look, you can see how upset he was.
Well, Rylan definitely can't grow facial hair, so.
No, Rylan looks like he is still working on those first few chin hairs.
Justin looks like he could use the facial hair kit
Yes.
there. God love him.
Yeah,
Starr, obviously no need for it.
Starr, no need for it.
Jordan, the dealer, just needs a haircut.
Yep. He actually got a haircut. He's been a little bit more raggedy with his hair. He's got the long hair, but he trimmed it up quite nicely actually.
Yeah, to each their own.
That beer kit's actually quite nice. Like I said, I won one myself. Didn't really have much use for it.
She knows it. She knows. Come to daddy.
So it looks like we have a visitor here in the booth.
Mishu, I believe is his name. This is a little service pup. Okay, sorry. It's the massage girl service pup. She trusts me with him.
I got next on holding the
Oh, go
dog.
ahead.
Yeah, let me hold the dog.
He's a little scared right now, but it's okay. He is rocking a Club Jack shirt, though.
I haven't held a dog in a long time, and I will say as a service dog and a dog that relieves stress and tension that a lot of my stress and tension has now went away. This might be one of the most adorable dogs I've ever seen. It's wearing a little Club Jack t-shirt.
Aaron.
I don't even have a Club Jack t-shirt. Hello, puppy.
Oh, what's going on here? We got top pair in the gutter for Zach. And we've got middle pair and a flush draw for Aaron. Zach did call him one time on the flop.
Yeah, this, I don't know what happened here, but...
The pot has ballooned up on us.
She is not going to get this dog back.
Yes, yeah.
I'll be honest, this is the cutest little
Aaron is
fluff ball I've
suspicious.
ever seen.
Zach is a little suspicious here, and he's right. Oh, yeah. And he gets his own change again.
He loves getting that change.
He's going to wish he could change that river as the flush does come in. And the disgusting look on Zach's face is he knows that
he's going to...
He put him correctly on a flush draw.
Yeah, he made the great call on the turn. It's just unfortunately he knew where he was at. Look at this little dog. Seriously, dude.
It's like a little miniature husky.
You are so cute.
So yeah, it was a good call there by Zach. He knew as soon as the club hit. If he was ahead, that was no longer the case.
We need to get a little headset for the dog. You want a little headset, little puppy?
Wesley said that dog is adorable. It is a cute dog.
Oh man, I tell you what, this dog it's just a little fur ball. It's just one little ball of fur. And it's cute, too, because it's got a little Club Jack t-shirt. It's probably like, where is my mom at?
She's out there rubbing on strangers.
What are you doing? Huh? What are you doing, puppy? I wonder if it's had any water. I don't know if it has thumbs to get a drink on its own.
Sure, there's a bowl out there we can get it.
Yeah, I'm sure she's probably got something set up for it. See, I'd worry about a little dog this size just for the fact that I feel like if I laid with it when I went to sleep, if I rolled on it, it would die.
We got a little wiener dog at our house.
A little Dotson?
Uh-huh.
Is it short-haired or long-haired?
Short hair.
These are cute.
Curly.
I was actually looking at some long-haired Dotsons the other day. So are we back at the bomb pot? Is that what we're doing?
Bomb pot action, and let's see who's got what. Wow, Queen Jack of Diamonds for Joseph. Take it, buddy.
Ooh, and poor Mike too. Mike had the flush as well.
Flush over flush in the bomb pot.
He had.
Yeah,
to
we also.
good.
I just also last year got a. I've had him for a year now. I got a Labrador too.
Oh yeah, Labs are great dogs.
Black Lab. Kobe is his name.
Yeah.
Not LeBron. No.
Too slippery. Too slippery for you, buddy. You said you named him LeBron?
Never. Maybe if he was a Shih Tzu. Rick Roll says it's insane to rationalize 6'2", 250 as not obese. Well, Rick Roll, maybe for a high schooler, if that's, or we were talking about being in middle school, if that's what you're talking to. But I'm 6'1", 240, 250 right now, and I promise you, no one has ever called me obese.
So is this dude trying to go at me right now? Because I can go at
It's
you, Rick Roll.
objectively, it is on. I know what you're saying. It is on a lot of what's it called? Those little charts and what you're supposed to be.
Yeah,
I agree with.
I
but
think we
it's
just
not,
have a different definition of obese.
Yeah, I mean,
Like
I'm
obese
6'1",
is
probably
like
240.
extremely overweight. Like I had a few extra pounds. Like I don't know how large you are, Rick, but you know, like if I was you and I was 5'5", like a little small child, and I was 250, I'd probably say that yeah, I was obese. But when you're as tall as I am, and you look as good as I do, nobody's ever called me obese. If they said I look husky, yeah, I've been called husky before, but I've never been called obese. And I wouldn't mind if I was obese, because you know I would have been extremely happy getting to obesity by eating lots of really good meals. You know, obese people back in the day used to be referred to as the rich folk.
Former OVW heavyweight champion Mitch, do not forget to add that in with the rundown. That's right, baby. I want to toot my own horn, but beep beep.
And just so we know, as 250, that was not all burrito weight. At the time, I did play high school football, did have plans to play high school football at Morehead State University. I just, unfortunately, went down a path of gambling and drugs. That seemed way more exciting. And it turns out it wasn't, except for the poker part. Poker part was great. I wasn't a crackhead, by the way. I just smoked a lot of weed. Apparently, they frowned on that in high school. So definitely lifted a lot of weights. Definitely had a lot more muscle mass back then. I will say I have lost almost all that muscle weight since then. This is the level that I'm at now is burrito status, right? Like this is a burrito body. Back then I was a little bit more athletic. Matter of fact, that was, like I said, that was the most athletic I ever was, because that was when I ran the 7:15 mile.
Yeah.
Yeah, we talked about that last week. Yeah, I ran a 7-minute mile, but I wasn't able to make basketball, which would have been tough anyways, because basketball came directly after football, and I was too lazy for all that. But I couldn't make the 6-minute mile, so I was never even remotely an option to play basketball. I did get to one point in my life where I dunked the ball once, and that was it. And then I went right back to the burrito weight.
Line it up. Mitch first time in the front parking lot. Who you got?
Yeah,
Line us up in what way? Like football, bang shoulders? Is that what you mean?
I'm not doing any of that.
Tom's
The
out.
only kind of lineup I'm going to get is I'm going to go get a haircut. Yeah, my days of athleticism are over. Now I just root. J Money says he misses the diamond draw. Rayz is absolutely ecstatic that he did because he would have got the bad news that the nut flush was in J Money's hand.
Second nut would have been second nut flush versus nut flush.
Yeah. So J Money with a nice little hand, teasy money. But again, everybody that's just now joining us, this is the grand opening of Club JAQK. This is our 5-5 No Limit Hold'em live stream. My name's Tom, here with Mitch. I'm the obese one, apparently, and Mitch is the former OVW heavyweight champion. But of course, he's listed as a heavyweight, but nobody says anything. You know what I mean? Like
I'm the obese champion.
So I'm the obese champion.
I mean, I'm 6'1", 240, 6'2", 250, right?
I probably shrunk a little bit, but my original weight was like 6'3" and an eighth. 250 was the most I got up to. Or no, I wasn't. I got up to 276. My heaviest I've ever been was 276.
I got in the 260s when my wife was pregnant. Not the good 260s either. I was, and I knew it was time to jump back on the old Stairmaster when I took a laundry basket upstairs and was out of breath. I was like, what is going on here? That was like 10 steps. Huh.
It looks like Gas Tray here. Got the backdoor draws. Ace high could still be good. I do like a call here from Starr, but she's going to lay it down.
Takes down a pot there or nothing.
Bottom pair.
It is read a BMI chart. No, I know for a fact, Rick. I know on a BMI chart it is considered. But I come down to Club JAQK right now and look at me, and I promise you won't call me obese.
Is this guy seriously being a doctor in the chat?
It's medically obese. No, I know exactly. I mean, I've been to the doctors. I know what they say. I also one time went and got blood work, at the doctor, and the doctor, they were like, when I first walked in, I was a new patient. They were like, "Oh my God, are you a trainer? Do you do something? You're in really good shape." And I said, they were like making over me as I was in the waiting room. And I said, "No, just work out all the time. I'm a wrestler, yada yada yada." And they were like, "Okay, cool." And I got my blood work done. The lady called me back 4 days later with my results or whatever it was. She goes, "Yeah, cholesterol reading came back a little high. The doctor says he wants you to start working out a couple days a week." I just started laughing, and she said, "What?" And I said, do you not remember who I am?" She goes, "Oh, are you the guy that was in really good shape?" I said, "Yeah, I work out 6 days a week as is."
I'm not working out anymore.
Yeah, she started laughing. She said, "Okay, well, maybe just watch your red meat consumption."
Yeah.
I said, "I hear you. Head to the gym. I'll talk to you later." I'm 6'2", former college athlete, rugby and hockey player, and I'm overweight at 220. Well, it just depends on what your weight is. If your weight's fat, yeah. If it's muscle, no.
Yeah. Yeah, there is two different differences, It's,
I'm with you. You're 100. I know you're right on the BMI chart. I'm not debating. You're 100%. That's what a BMI chart says. But it is how you carry that weight. If you're carrying it as body fat, then yes, you're obese. But if it's muscle, you're not obese.
Here goes a question for you, doctor. What weighs more, 20 pounds of fat or 20 pounds of steel?
You're out of your mind if you think you're not obese. Well, okay. I'm out of my mind then.
Yeah, we'll be out of our mind, and you're going to, meanwhile, be stuck in the chat not playing poker. So it is what it is, man. You know? You're watching us. So you can watch us obese folks sitting here get paid to call the action, and you're going to be stuck there listening to us.
Rylan has a pretty hand right here, by the way, and he gets there. He gets there with the flush draw.
Yeah, it's going to most likely just going to be a bet, and he's going to take that down.
Yeah, no one really has anything.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for anybody to stick around. Although, you know, Aaron, he's going to lead out. He's going to try to take a stab. Unfortunately, not going to get it. Muck that.
Ace King is the devil, by the way, Wesley Hopper says. Yep, Ace King.
Ace King is definitely a strong hand.
It's a seductive son of a bitch.
Strong
is what
and dangerous, because you are going to generally always play it like it's aces most of the time. And most of the time it's going to end up feeling like 6-7 offsuit. Just part of the game. Definitely feels a lot better when you flop that pair. But as we saw earlier, even with the Ace King, a lot of the times that you flop that top pair, top kicker, you're going to find yourself in a situation where you've just run into a set and you just have to pay it off. But sometimes you can make that good fold.
Like Starr earlier.
Yeah.
Rick Roll says he does. I don't care that you're fat.
What
I'm
is this dude
not
talking
trying to
about?
fat shame you. Just don't pretend like you need more milk. You've engaged in a lifestyle that's led to obesity. You're not a milk victim. Okay, well, we were
What is
just
this
joking
guy
about
talking
middle
about?
school lunch, Rick Roll.
Yeah,
about,
we were thirsty.
we actually needed the milk for the
Yeah.
Oreos.
I'm sorry, but bro, like when you have a little miniature carton of milk that's good for 4 sips, like it is what it is, dude. Like we want more milk, and I don't care if you fat shame me or not. You're nobody that's on the chat. Like we're just here to call the action, man. But I mean, if you want to start calling people obese, it is what it is. It's not going to change my lifestyle. You're a nobody. Your name is Rick Roll. You can Rick roll on out of here, bro, because I'm going to still eat my cheeseburgers. I'm going to overindulge in vitamin D milk. Usually have a glass or 2 every day, and it's delicious.
Ace King, yeah. It's a good flop, but flush draw from Mikey.
But some guy that's reading information off the internet's just not going to change my lifestyle at all.
Oh, yeah, we got you, Ray. Let this hand conclude, and I will get you these graphics. His plus minus might go up once he turns open-ended with his flush draw. He can really play this hand strong if he chooses to. Oh, no, that's Mike, not yeah.
No,
so
yeah,
but
Mike
Mike
here.
is against the Ace King. Well, Mike just checks it back. He gets away really cheap.
Yeah, he's playing conservatively there. I don't mind it being multi-way. But it's going to be hard for him to represent here and then to get away with it.
Why? All right, let me get that plus and minus win up for you.
So where are we sitting at right now with the VPIPs?
Well, this is what that is where we're sitting right there. Ray, Mike plus 17, Rylan, young Ryan, as you like to call him, right behind him. Aaron winning, Rayz winning, small amount. Everybody else in that red.
Poor Zach, already down
Stuckville.
2 bands.
Starr, Joseph, and Zach in Stuckville. Not a fun place. All right,
Well, we've had our time with the dog, but apparently
doggy's leaving
somebody
us.
has come to collect the dog.
Is this live on November 3rd? What's today? Yeah, this is live November 3rd. I don't see the game on Poker Atlas. Chris
That's weird.
Castleman,
Not
yeah.
sure what's up with that.
100%. This is going on as we speak.
Yeah, we are
But
on a
15
15-minute
minutes
delay.
ago.
Did I ever? I did download the Poker Atlas
Stuckville is
app,
no
I believe.
Stuckville is no fun at all. I have driven through Stuckville many times.
I was pretty sure I downloaded the Poker Atlas app. I don't have it.
I like Value Town. Hello. Appreciate it, fellas. You guys are carrying the stream. Thank you, Ray. We're doing our best. We're having lifestyle conversations about...
Yeah, being called obese multiple times.
We had a basketball conversation where Tom was way out of touch. And we were talking about the best pizza in Louisville as well. We are covering a lot of bases here tonight.
All right, so let me go ahead and pull up this Poker Atlas app real quick, see what we can find here, see if we can pull up the poker rooms. So I've got Club JAQK here. It says waitlist registration, cash. So I don't know what we're looking at here, but I've got the...
We hear you, buddy.
I've got the waitlist pulled up now.
Well, I'll make a deal with you, Rickroll. You can come down to Club JAQK right now, and I will bet you any amount of money, and all I will do is stand there, shirt on or shirt off, in front of the entire club, and they let them vote on if they would call me obese or not.
Are we entertaining Rick Ross right now, the guy that's on the stream just watching
any amount of money
being here on grand opening night? And
Tom as well.
Poker? Oh, I mean, I would love to see a dude come down here and say something, but, it is what it is. He wants to be a troll on the internet. You can go ahead.
That's how you carry it. Oh, Rickroll, you're hilarious. Oh, my God. You guys are worse than I'm not going to say that, on the cover of Sports Illustrated. Oh, so you're calling us like snowflakes. I got you. You're cute. I got your snowflake, Rickroll.
Rickroll, again, you can say whatever you want. It is what it is, but, you're on the sidelines, my man. We've got a bunch of...
Thanks, Wesley. He knows we're not obese. Wesley sees us all the time. Set of sixes here for Aaron. Oh, Georgie's in a world of hurt here with his two queens. These set of sixes are quite obese. They have fattened up quite a bit.
The fat ladies have spoken.
But it's not over to the fat lady sings. The queens are still
Aaron's
there.
Going to go ahead and take the slow play option. I do like it.
That's a brick. So if he's got
he's not going to worry about 3-5 here. So it's going to go check, bet. Aaron's going to come out here and most likely just go all in here.
I don't know. They're pretty deep. There's only 600 in the pot. Yeah, they're not going to get all in.
How much did George have left?
He's at 1,300. Now it's an all-in or fold for George. And he goes all in.
Unfortunately,
George says you got it.
The bad news.
Yeah, he does got it. He does got it, Georgie. Throw down, choke slam him off the top rope match. Hey, no, I'm not here for violence. I'm just here to...
First of all, that dude would never even pop into the ring. He'd probably just be on the live chat of the OVW stream. And unfortunately, George is not going to get the Miracle Queen.
George in need of a lucky lady. No, not there. 6 is full on the second run out for...
Yeah, Aaron's going to win a nice little pot here.
Yes, I can understand that hand. I mean, not a lot beats queens there. Just sets. Poor Georgie. Stuckville. And now he's going to run for mayor in Stuckville, it looks like.
Yep.
But...
that's a hand that's just going to play itself, though. It's going to be incredibly hard for him to ever get away from the queens there. Although we have seen people before fold over pairs.
Yeah, it's a tough...
it's very tough.
And Aaron's been a lot of action. So
especially with the diamonds out there, because it's easy in those kind of situations with the diamonds out there to have a gutter with the flush draw. So there's a lot of hands that can continue betting there, and definitely going to be difficult to get away from. Do you even have any body fat percentage? What is your body fat percentage, like 4%?
No, not that low.
Jeez Louise.
I like pizza too much for that. But I am probably sub right now because I've been eating too much Halloween candy. I'm probably 15-ish. But when I'm locked in, I'm probably a little bit lower, 12 sometimes. Galen Wilcox, bet he can't take a chop. That's right.
No.
Don't fold around to me and him in the blinds. We're not. I'm chopping.
I think he meant a chop to the chest.
Oh, I know what he meant.
Okay. I was going to say, yeah, there's no way he can. But who knows? He is a doctor. He seems to know all the medical statistics, so.
He just stayed at a Holiday Inn last night.
But yeah,
Georgie
but the medical
Benson,
journals say this.
AKA Google.
And we got a pre-med student in here, guys. Everybody take note. If you have any kind of ailments or afflictions, be sure to talk to Rick. He'll Google.
Rick.
Yeah, Dr. Rick.
Don't
he will
discredit him.
pull all the information that you need and get it to you read directly from Wikipedia.
Yeah, WebMD. George has the nothing here. He's just going to get this. He gets to take it down.
Yeah, just going to take it down. Nice little pot, too.
Yeah,
240.
Get you. Welcome
Easy
back,
money.
George. Limping is pimping, says Wesley.
Absolutely not. Limping
Tommy
is
says
the
no.
worst thing that you could ever do.
I like limping sometimes. No, I don't, but yeah, I see. It's more of a 1-2 player thing.
Yeah.
So maybe, and when I play in the 1-2 streets, it's a little. You see it way more. 2-5,
Yes,
you don't see
absolutely.
limping as
No,
much.
in 2-5 you rarely see it. 1-2 it's going to happen a lot more frequently.
Yeah.
But as far as my experience has taken me, I would say that the only time that limping is really ever appropriate is in the small blind, and it folds around, or maybe there were some calls, but then you limp in to complete the bet. Otherwise, limping, again, you're just giving your opponents too much free space to just hit cards, and there's zero reason to.
Yeah.
You're better off just taking that small line of aggression.
Pretty hand here for Jay Money. King, Queen of Hearts.
Yeah, so it looks like we have a straddle from George to 10. Jay Money takes the king, queen suited.
Zach, who is he is usually aggressive, but he's kept his temper in check even though he's gone bust.
Yeah, unfortunately for Zach, he's
the ace was cracked.
Yeah, he's found himself already in the hole. He's lost a couple of big hands. Now he just wants to try to flop that miracle set, try to get paid.
We got George in there with the 9-4 clubs. What are we, 6 ways here?
Ryland sticks in there with the Doyle on the button with position.
So as we can tell, we've seen Ryland take the. He likes the button.
Yes.
Well, it's usually very valuable. Don't get me wrong, but we've seen him play it pretty liberal.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong. Position does mean anything, but when you're just finding yourself
Mike's
calling
got
on the button with hands like 10 deuce offsuit, you're just gonna, in the long run, lose money. I would love this play if he would have raised the button with 10-2, because then it thins out the field and you're representing strength. Otherwise, you're just trying to flop hands, and when you don't flop hands, you miss. You just end up folding, and 1 or 2 times it's might not going to cost you too much, but if you start developing that into your game style, over the long run, you're just going to lose way too much money. So we're just going to see Mike rake in another pot, as he's done most of the day so far. And he's going to stack it up. Again, thanks for joining us on the live stream. This is our 5-5 No Limit Hold'em live stream for our grand opening here at Club JAQK in Louisville, Kentucky. I'm Tom, here with Mitch, here to commentate the action. If you want to find any information about us, be sure to visit us on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitch. We're also online at clubjackpoker.net, and we also have information on Poker Atlas as well. So be sure to get on there. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, be sure to leave those for us. Leave a review of the place if you've been here. If you want to come, just let us know how you feel.
If you're in the mood to play some poker tonight, come on out. It is packed house.
Yes, very packed house. Huge turnout.
Lots of action.
Huge turnout. Their free roll was massive today. They had a $2,000 guarantee free roll. where they, I believe it was first place was $1,000, and it was free to get into.
Free, absolutely
Free to get
free.
into.
Free.
Now, when we say free, you do have to be a member here. We have different kind of membership options that you can find out about on our websites and our platforms. But all members got to eat today for free. They got to play poker today for free. They have these giveaways that we're having. Unbelievable day here at Club JAQK. So glad that all of you have joined us for the live stream.
You know, I would have won that free roll, you know, but I decided to punt off my chips so I could come do the live stream.
Hey,
I did last
me
longer
too.
than Tom. We were at the same table all
Yes, you
day.
did. But I also played bad. I was just trying to kill time. So Mitch was playing.
I did
as hard
raise
as
your
he
all
could.
in. You gave me
At
shot me a
7-3.
look. I had 8 out.
7-3 offsuit. I was going to call you just to do it.
I had ace queen of spades.
I didn't
buddy.
want to.
Ace queen of spades. Nothing but premiums for me.
I had 2 live ones. So here we're going to see an interesting hand. We've got 2 flushes, and they both hit it. Aaron and Ryland both hit it.
Flush
So,
over, flush over.
Gastray is going to hate that turn card because the straights and the flushes get there, but Ryland is
big.
going to throw out a huge bet, and this is going to put Aaron in just a terrible spot.
Great bet, Ryland. It's like he just knows the other
Yeah.
diamonds are out there. He's going to get action here.
Now, I will say, this is an incredibly stout bet, and if there is somebody that could fold this, I could see Aaron it. But Aaron is a very aggressive player. Ryland's pretty straightforward. I see just a call here, but I wouldn't blame him if he folds because this is such a stout bet. It could look like
my
what
God.
a great fold.
Great fold,
Yeah,
Aaron.
and that is the downside of betting pretty
Look
big.
at George's face.
I think what happened here, and this is just my opinion, but I think Aaron's very aware of the game. He noticed earlier when Ryland had the pocket aces,
He
he
overbet
bet
it big.
over
Very
way
true.
too large, and
Good
maybe he
point.
kind of picked up a
Good
tell on
point.
him that a very, very large bet signals the nuts.
Strength.
I'll tell you
just
what,
massive
we've
strength.
watched a lot of Aaron
Great
play,
fold. Great
and that
fold.
is incredibly difficult to fold there.
Yeah, I mean, you have to.
Just
I mean,
great play by Aaron.
Great fold. Flush over flush. He said, not today. Not today. You ain't getting my money. Wow. Consider me $450 broker.
Yeah, I mean, that's an incredibly difficult fold to get away from, but I think it might have had something to do with just him being cognitive of the game and of Ryland's play
And
style.
Yeah. I mean, you're right. I mean, like I said, I've played a little bit with Ryland, so
Okay.
I
See, I don't know him personally, never played with him, never dealt to him, but when you're betting that much, it's either, hey, I got the flush, I'm protecting, or I've got the straight and I'm protecting. Aaron, I guess, just deciphered that just to be a flush that just had him out pipped by 1. Either way, I mean, that's an impressive fold.
Yes, it is. Very well done, Aaron.
That's why I'm in the
Well
booth, because
done.
I cannot make those folds.
It's not gonna be easy.
Sad that we have to go from such an action hand to this hand where we're just not going to see anything.
What are you
Aaron's
talking
probably
about?
going to continue. Aaron just gets very sticky. Unfortunately, he gets turned here.
He had the best hand, but no longer.
Nah, it's going to go.
He forgot who he was in
check
there
bet
with.
Fold.
Don't let your bracelet fall off in the pot when you bet it,
Yeah.
Mike.
And Mike just continues his run good. That's just what Mike does. Mike just always
Run
seems to
good,
find
play
himself
good.
with the absolute best hand, and that's a very difficult player to play against when
Hard to
somebody
beat.
just always catches cards.
No, he's plays. He knows what he's doing.
No, Mike is definitely going to
He
be one
makes
of the.
moves. He plays. He's not sitting there just waiting for
No,
it.
absolutely not. Mike is definitely one of the tougher players that's in this lineup right now.
You know, and that's one thing. You know, like there's a lot of different style of players out there. There's some guys that just sit there and kind of wait for spots to make hands.
Mm-hmm.
There's other guys that wait for situations to arise where it doesn't matter if they actually have the hand. And then you got guys who just get there and just mix it up, and they're just all of them. They're very hard to play against.
So again, here we go with
And there, George.
the limp
That's
party.
the
So
button.
it just limp.
Rayzy
and then we have
daisy.
a raise and a re-raise. So
Gets the threes out. Star's racking up. She must be tired. Going home early tonight.
yeah, looks like she might be calling it a night. We've seen
Bruce Turner, Mitch, and I rarely comment on anything, but you and Thomas work very good and relevant hand analysis. I'm getting off my ass and driving over. Atta baby, Brucey. Atta baby.
Good to see you, Bruce. Yeah.
Don't speed.
Yeah, be sure to bring some cheeseburgers because our obese asses over here ready to get something to eat. Yeah.
You know, we'll whittle away if we don't get our.
And I'll tell you what.
What happened there? Georgie just take it?
Yeah, we had a. It looked like Mike tried to pull a squeeze play, and
Ace King
Gas Tray with the button decided to raise it up, which we've seen him mix it up. Last week he was doing some calling on the button with Ace King. Now he's raising on the button with Ace King offsuits, and that's what you want to do. You want to mix up that game. You want to be a little bit more difficult to play against. You just don't want people to be able to put you on hands. And he mixes it up very well. That's why George is one of the more tougher players that plays in this lineup.
This kid ships it again.
Yeah.
He did it with Ace 5 of diamonds earlier, now the King 9 of diamonds. He bumped it 100 with the Queen, so this guy's all over the place.
Yeah, it's so
like
this is I don't like it at all.
Well, I'm saying it's random.
It's super random, but we're going from a raise from Aaron to what looks to be 30 to all in for 465.
Well, listen, he obviously knows the blinds are going to increase, and he's got to up his stack. It's like a tournament play. I don't know what he's thinking, to be honest.
Yeah, because the blinds.
That's very odd. You don't see that in cash games very often.
That's. It's just. You might as well just say, "Hey, please fold," because I just desperately want to win this pot. Because you gotta just think about it logically. What hands just go all in right there, and what can call you? Like if you get opened to 30 and now a player is open all in for 450 plus, like what can call you there? The only thing that's going to call you is aces, kings, queens, ace, king, ace, queen, all of which beat you. So at this point, you're
risking a lot to win very little with not a good hand.
Just not worth it.
I mean, you can see a flop with that hand.
Yeah, and you could still make a play with the raise. I would like to see a raise right there with the position and being able to, if it's open to 30, just make it 75, 85. You might get some action. You might not. Outplay him after the flop.
Well, when I said I like it, I don't mean I like the play. I like the action is what I mean.
Yeah.
We're not talking about what's going to make. Well, we are talking about we're talking about what's going to make you money in the long run. Do not try at home, kids.
No.
But if you want to mix it up and say, "Hey, I got the King 9 suited and I want to go to war," all in we go.
It's just you're just going to win the pot right there, or you're going to go bust, or you're going to have to get lucky.
Or you're going to pocket $30. That could happen.
Yeah, but
no, I don't.
$30 in a 5-5 game. I mean, it's just there's no money there. You're going to win a $40 pot.
Hey, $30 nowadays. Gas prices are going back down.
And it was about 8.5-9% of his overall stack. So it's,
$30 might get you 2 combo meals at McDonald's nowadays.
But you can go get some free bananas over in the snack area.
Does that guy look like he wants McDonald's or a banana?
We got granola bars too.
That was more of a shot at McDonald's of how insanely expensive they are now.
Oh man.
I worked at McDonald's in high school, and I've been getting the same order since middle school. A double quarter pounder cheeseburger meal with a big chicken on side with cheese. And no, he's all in open this time.
Yeah, I guess he's just done playing.
He's ready to spin it up or spin those tires.
Spin it out. And as an obese person, medically speaking, I do eat a lot of McDonald's, and I've had to cut it down, not for the fact that I wanted to remain obese, but my wallet was the one that was actually decreasing in size because of the sheer prices that McDonald's was. I think it was, I used to be able to go there, get a double cheeseburger and a large Coke for $2.50 basically, and now it was like almost $5.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. My go-to meal for years. Double quarter pounder meal and a McChicken with cheese on the side. It was always like $7-8, and now it's like 16.
A fresh double quarter pounder meal is unbelievable.
I don't eat McDonald's at all anymore.
My goodness!
I couldn't tell you last. I had my mom and my daughter in my car yesterday. My mom's like, "You want to go to McDonald's?" I said, "No." Why would I ever want to go to McDonald's?
Because you're obese.
I'd rather go to Five. If I'm going to eat a burger for $20, I'm going to Five Guys.
Oh, my goodness. Five Guys is hands down the best burger joint in Louisville. I don't even think it's arguable.
Oh, wait. Oh, Cody Hazel. Well, we know we got deals. You know he knows all the deals. Thomas Yunwan, the McDonald's app is a lifesaver. Bubba, free fries every day.
Oh, yeah.
We know Cody knows. We know Cody knows his.
Believe it or
he thinks
not, Cody,
Taco Bell is a fine Mexican cuisine.
Just to bring up my obesity, Cody, while we're on the topic, I have a food folder on my phone where it has all of the apps from the different locations. So let me go ahead and run down, just for our obese fans that are out there as well, all the different apps that I have for food. I have the Chick-fil-A, Burger King, McDonald's, McAllister's, Domino's, Papa John's, IHOP, Subway, Freddy's, Fazoli's, Steak and Shake, TGI Fridays, and Popeyes apps. Now, of course, there are different apps out there that I probably don't have, but as an obese person, I have to make sure that I have as many as possible. And also, for anybody that was unaware, while we're speaking of apps, the Freddy's app. Freddy's is a little hamburger joint. It's kind of like a fancier Steak and Shake in my eyes, but they offer a deal where you get a free milkshake with your first time you use your app at the location. So make sure that you can take advantage of that. Go get your free milkshake, slide, or whatever it is. And nobody's disrespecting Taco Bell. Everybody loves steak quesadillas. Everybody loves the beefy 5-layer burritos. It's a lot more interesting than what's going on in this hand right now, because Ryland's going to go ahead and get that bet done. Take down J Money. Easy money. Looks like we got a new player joining in the table. Starr has tapped out for the night. Not sure if she was just tired or just wanted to call it a night, but it has been a long day here at Club JAQK. Again, this is our grand opening. This is our 5-5 No Limit Hold'em cash game stream that we're running right now. If you're interested in coming down, we're going to be here all night until anybody wants to play poker, basically. We're at 165 Outer Loop, Suite 134. It's going to be right off of New Cut and... is that Outer Loop? Yep. And we are right next to the Walmart. We're going to be here all night as long as there's games wanting to be played. Come on down and visit us. If you want any kind of information, you can find us on all of our different platforms: Facebook, Instagram, Twitch, YouTube, clubjackpoker.net, Poker Atlas. Be sure to visit us on there.
Cody Hayes, yeah, I'm seeing it here. Mitchell Huff, shut your mouth, disrespecting Taco Bell. One more word and I will give you the skull crushing finale right there on the final table.
I did defend the steak quesadilla in the beefy 5-layer.
Listen, Taco Bell's fine. I'm not against Taco Bell.
You like the Baja Blast?
I used to really love the volcano tacos.
What are those?
They're not there anymore. They were probably the best thing Taco Bell ever did. Lava sauce, but. As far as you skull crushing finale, yeah, okay. Good luck, bud.
Just for anybody that's unaware, our obese friend Mitch here, my compadre in the booth, you don't want to wrestle against him. He will probably destroy you.
Maybe.
It's a maybe.
I'll give you some
but
odds.
A highly likely maybe. I'm going to
give
you
odds.
Mitch,
have you ever had Laha's burger? No, I have not.
So I've never heard of Laha's.
What's a Laha burger?
Yeah, I've never heard of that. Is that a local burger joint here?
And those lava
That's the one
tacos.
downside about Louisville, man. It's just our food options. You know, it seems like we've just got a lot of generic food options, but you go to some of these major cities, like we were talking about the Habit burger joint, just another option that we just don't have. And I'd like to see a lot more franchises come to town, like we just saw Jack in the Box, and Freddy's has come and has exploded. We just got another restaurant, the Capitol Bar and Grill, which opened up right off of Shelbyville next to the malls. They actually have one of those in Vegas. So we're starting to get our food options up, but just a little slow. So again, we have
Hodgenville, Kentucky.
we
they've
do have a
been
new
voted
player
number
at
one
the
burger
table.
town.
Looks like Keith has joined
I'm
us.
never in Hodgenville, but if I want to go there now.
Number one burger in KY.
10 times.
How far is Hodgenville from us? Or can
Hodgenville's not that far.
Is it
I
not
don't
that
think.
far?
Paducah? Isn't that like
Is it
towards
near Paducah? Because that's about, what, 2 hours?
Or not Paducah. What is it? I can't.
I'm always going to be willing, because of my obesity, to travel to get a good cheeseburger. Huh. Let's check it out. So it looks like Keith is going to sit down, play one hand, and immediately win. It's just how easy it is. He's going to go ahead and rack up and get out of here, lock himself up a winner. Hopefully not.
Borders E-Town. That's what I thought. I think.
Oh, okay, so that's not that far.
I think I used to have to drive through there to get to my college that I.
E-Town's only
Lindsey
like
Wilson.
a little over an hour, or no, probably a little under an hour. If I had to guess, maybe like 40 minutes.
I don't know why I said Paducah. Not Paducah. That's not what I was.
Paducah's when
the way
you keep
south.
going.
Yeah.
Keep going past.
Aces for Zach.
Yeah, going to be a good
And he
spot
reloaded.
for him.
Good for
with
him.
how aggressive he is. Of course, Aaron sees the 8-7 offsuit.
And then.
It's good enough for his position.
And now Joseph just calls with the ace queen.
Yeah, it's weird.
My man.
It's weird that you're
He just
willing
must got to feel it.
to go all in with king 9 suited, but then you catch the ace queen offsuit and want to just call in position. Great flop for him though. He does flop the 2 overs with the nut flush draw. Zach's gonna hate it. And Aaron is gonna go with the float option.
All
here.
in is my guess.
Yeah.
Any takers? Or close to. He's just gonna raise it. He just
No, it
called
looks
it.
like it's just going to be a call here. So I can see Zach here checking, but he might want to still think that his aces are good. But Aaron's no longer going to take the float option. And the dog has come back into the booth.
And now he folds the ace. That I would have known.
Yeah, I'm kind of confused by Joseph's game style here.
He's just random.
Yeah, you've got a clear-cut spot to do certain things, and you're not doing them. But maybe he's got some information.
Oh, we just heard that an ATM is getting installed tonight.
Oh, yeah?
That's what I just heard, I believe. Which is, for all you guys that go busto.
All right,
Reloads
yeah.
are available via the new ATM going to be installed.
So Laha's Burger, I'm going to make a mental note of that, and I'm going to try to give it a try. I'm always going to be a fan of the cheeseburgers. They're just my favorite food. Now, I will say, I'm holding this little dog here in the booth. It is adorable. It is cute.
Oh, the dog's back.
But I believe that I can smell the dog's breath. And
Jacks
I
for
will
Zach.
say it is kicking. Oh, my goodness. This dog's breath is so bad. I don't know how I feel. I don't know what's worse, his breath or my obesity. But yeah, Zach's going to try to get in there, finally hit with these jacks. Hopefully holds up. Jacks have not run very good today. Ryland's going to look him up with the ace-queen offsuit. We're going to go 2 ways to the flop.
Jack.
And we
Finally.
have action.
Yes,
and
sir.
Look at his face. Look at Zach's face. You could tell that he loved that flop. He was smiling.
Oh, that's a bad turn.
Yeah,
Now
it's
the
gonna-
ace king when Ryland just calls the flop. You're not folding when you're Zach, but you don't love it. Check. Oh my God.
Yeah, that's Zach.
Poor Zach
So
is just
here's something to
running
note.
like-
Look at Zach's demeanor now. Notice how he's very intent on the chips going into the pot, and he's probably going to make a good fold. He's going to do a standard. Yeah,
Calls.
he's
He flips
just never
it
going
over,
to get away
shows
from
him,
it.
calls. Oh my God, it could have been worse. A lot more chips could have went on that flop,
Yes.
and he could have took a bad run out. But man, Zach is running really bad.
Yeah, unfortunately for Zach, that's unfortunate.
He's taking it well.
He is taking it well because, he's here to play. He knows that sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. He's not going to be a player that really lets his emotions get the best of him. It's difficult spots when you're, flopping sets and getting hit runner.
Your aces are being
Yeah.
flushes, or flush over
Yeah,
flop, and
you
it's just...
just fold, you just had to get rid of aces. You just flopped a set. No matter what kind of hands you catch, you just can't seem to win. We all have those days, but
Zach looks like Jesse from Breaking Bad. Well, he's running bad, that's for sure. But yes, he does.
yeah, he looks like early
Season 1.
Season 1 Jesse, because Jesse got, I don't want to say obese, but Jesse looked to get a little obese in the, what was that movie? Did you ever watch Breaking Bad? The El Camino is what that little sideshow was. Oh my goodness, this dog's breath. He just looked at me. He smiled. He's very cute. I don't know if I can do it, bro. Like, you're lucky.
You reached out to hold it, and
Well, the dog is adorable. Of course I want to hold it. I mean, look at him. He's wearing a little shirt. It says Club JAQK. It's got a little sparkly gold on it. I haven't had a dog in years. I mean, this is great for me.
That's JAQK? Just opening it for Aaron. Gutter for Keith.
Yeah, we got the gutter and the open-ended.
Yeah, I thought it was the nuts at first. I thought it was Queen 9 Jack. I thought he flopped the nuts with Jack 8, but it's not.
Yeah, Keith is going to go ahead, fire out the 40.
Brick here. Nice Queen high's good.
I'd like to see a fire out from Keith, but
He does. No.
No, Aaron had let out.
Keith folds it.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then he folded.
Well done, Aaron. Just win you a little pot there.
Here's your puppy. So if anybody in the chat has any doggy breath mints, if you could go ahead and bring those up here to Club JAQK in Louisville, Kentucky. This dog keeps breathing in my face, and it's adorable, so I'm allowing it to happen, but I just don't know what this dog ate. It feels like it ate death. So we have Gastray here now limping.
George limp at the queens.
With
He's
queens.
going to get the.
It's going to allow J Money to get in there with the ace 5. It's going to allow Keith to get in there
on
with the
he's
aces.
on the limp Rayz
And
train.
Zach on the button is going to raise it up to 60, so he's going to get some bad news here in a moment. Because what we're going to see here is maybe Aaron with just a call. It's going to go fold, and then Gastray is like, oh, gee, what do I got? Yeah, I'm going to make it 215, whatever it is. Maybe even more. Is that 315?
215.
215?
Aaron, Zach, yeah, they're probably both just done with it.
I don't know. You never know with these guys.
Nah, Aaron respects George.
Yeah. You could see him getting sticky, but nah. I mean, the limp Rayz.
Yeah. Well, it's like we were talking about
That's pretty
earlier,
strong.
right? Like, with the limp at his Pippin thing, like, you don't see a lot of limp shows. You can almost guarantee there's going to be a Rayz coming in behind when you limp it, but the problem with it is your hand becomes pretty face up.
Yes.
So it's actually better for you if you would do it a couple times. I mean, you got to have the balls to do it, but almost with garbage and show it, and then you get plant that seed in people's mind, and they go, okay, just because he limps and then raises doesn't necessarily mean he's got big hand. But other than that, you're just going to get you're going to pick up some 120s pre-flop.
Mm-hmm. It's just, again, with the downside of limping, it's just we got a little lucky there that he decides to raise that button, because otherwise George is going to find himself in an incredibly difficult spot where, if everybody just limps and checks, then all of a sudden he's 5-6 ways going to the flop.
Like I said, I used to have a poker mentor back in the day, and especially in the 1-2, because 1-2 back in the day, they didn't know the limp Rayz play.
And here we go again with Joe.
Did he ship it again?
If this is accurate with the King Deuce, at this point,
he is.
I just can't
He's
put
all
a
over the
finger on
map.
his gameplay.
Everybody's looking at him like, man, what's going on?
Yeah, like, do you not
Why do you
want to
keep
play?
going all in? When they watch this stream back, they're going to see they missed a lot of opportunities to scoop $500 and put it in their pocket.
Well, just think about it logically. I mean, if you have pocket aces, do you do that? If you have pocket kings, do you do that?
I mean, I don't know.
We're
going to find out when he actually gets us. He did it with queens. Or he made it 100 to go when the blinds were 5-5. So we're going to see if he does it when he gets a real hand. He had ace queen earlier. He did not do it with ace queen.
No, in fact,
And think about that. That's
he played that rather conservatively.
Yeah, very conservative. Flopped a nut flush draw, didn't even go all in. Very bizarre. But, hey, Everyone plays their own style. Everyone's got their own thought process. We just can't figure his out. If I was at the table, I'd be raising and folding to him, too.
Yeah,
but I would be putting him on way different hands than he's doing it with.
It's tough. It's easy for us right now. Cause we
Ray, that's got to be his favorite hand. No, Ray, he's done it with like 4 or 5 different hands.
This is his 4th or 5th hand that he is just...
So maybe he has a lot of favorite hands.
Yeah, I mean, for you to just... There being open to 35 and then just ship for 400 or 500, I think you're just... trying to take down the pot.
It could be, and we talk about it all the time. It could be the stream effect too, where you're just kind of trying to get cued on stream.
Yeah, seen a lot of players do that, and I just don't understand it. It's just one of those plays where you should just be playing this like this is a regular cash game.
Yeah, sure.
The cameras aren't. We don't have cameramen walking around. We have a couple of cameras that are up that aren't even almost visible, so you shouldn't change your game too drastically to play in this game.
No, absolutely not.
It looks like we got another.
But I'll play on this stream eventually. I hope I don't try and get too cute.
Honestly, man, it's just you played the game long enough. You wouldn't actually do that. And, it looks like we got a nice little flop here. Open-ended straight flush for Mo.
Just welcome to the table.
Yeah. Immediately flopping the open-ended straight flush.
And he looks like he's.
Zach is going to float him with the gutter and position.
The queen would be just brutal.
Yeah.
Zach that's a queen 10.
Might be
is
bad
Wesley's
to root
favorite hand.
For a queen here, but this would be disgusting. But I don't see Zach continuing here because even with a paired board, and you got to see that there's 2 flush draws, right? So the queen of diamonds you hate, the queen of spades you hate.
No, that's not it. Look at this. Zach picking his spot kind of well.
Is going to raise here.
Unfortunately, though, he's got the hand. I don't think he's going to fold the straight flush draw.
Yeah, with
board pair, most people ain't going to fold it. And this is a good read by Zach, but it's also now what is it you do when you get get called?
And this is going to be a difficult spot for Mo as well, because what happens when you miss on the river? Do you just check?
Yeah,
King High could very well just take this.
Yeah.
Oh, he did not miss.
So he's got the
God
spade.
almighty, poor Zach.
Yeah. Zach is just going to say,
he knows it again.
I'm just not running good tonight. I do like the Rayz, but man, it's just you've run really bad tonight, my man. You might want to ask for a seat change, to be honest.
I don't believe in that myself.
I would pay Mike $100 to sit where he's at right now.
Unless you sold your soul where Mike did, doesn't matter.
I've never requested a seat change in my life.
I do not believe in the seat change.
Never once have I asked for a seat change.
Yeah, I don't believe in that. As far as like the
what's funny is being a dealer for as many years as I have, there is people that you would have thought they were playing musical chairs.
Oh yeah,
because they're trying to figure out a way.
Don't talk about rags like that. Okay.
You get a seat change, but it's like, bro, I've literally told people before that's not going to help you, my dude.
No,
it's going to help you that you stop.
I don't have favorite seats. I like
calling 4 bets with ace.
I like to sit in the 1 and the 9. I like to sit next to the dealer.
That's my favorite seats. But I'm also, being a former dealer, I enjoy talking to the dealers. I enjoy being able to conversate with them. We've got a lot in common. So
yeah, but I don't ever move because I think the seat is hot or not hot.
Yeah, it's
not my thing.
It's just a superstitious thing. I understand people being superstitious, but
yeah, it's not about the seat. Okay, listen, if I frickin', it's either my lucky shirt's working or it's not.
Yeah, it's all about the shirt. And then, the way the poker goes, you're either going to win or you're going to lose. And don't let little small things determine your game style, your gameplay, especially insignificant things here. So let's take a look at these cumulative winnings here. Looks like Aaron is now officially on top here with the 2,400, and poor Zach already down about 3 bands.
Yeah, he's had a rough,
He's just
rough day.
Had a really rough day, just really running unlucky. He hasn't played bad. He's had a couple of questionable plays, had a couple of great plays. It's just sometimes in poker, man, you just run. You got the case of the second best, and that's just unfortunately what he's had here tonight. But still a lot of time to turn that around. I might go offer him to have the little stress dog here. Maybe the stress dog will help him out.
Me and Rags have switched sheets 5 to 6 times a session before. Rags paid me $25 to trade.
I swear to you, I swear to you, Ray.
I told you.
I have seen Rags pay people to move into their seat, and I'm not lying.
Go bust
In one hand, and then ask for a seat change again. I've seen it.
It's a good investment on that $25.
It's very funny. It's always got me a nice little laugh. Of course, I laughed under my breath because most of these people paid my salary for so many years. So I don't want to show out on anybody. You know, I don't want to make them feel bad. Usually, I'll just be like, "Yeah, I don't blame you, man. That seat's really unlucky. Really unlucky seat. It wasn't that you played bad. Absolutely not." So here we go again. It looks like we have a straddle from Zach and just a call from Aaron.
Diamonds.
And this is kind of what I was getting to.
Mike sensing weakness.
Yeah, you're going to get Mike, who's a great player. He's going to sense weakness, could definitely come up and raise, which he does. And you're allowing Ryland in there with the 7-8 suited.
George stuck, calls 9-7 suited. Mo, we've seen him flop one. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're going to go the flop a lot of ways here, I think. Aaron folded it. No, he didn't.
No, Aaron's in there. Zach folded. Zach was in the straddle.
What did Zach have? Nothing. Garbage.
Didn't see it.
Garbage.
Didn't see it. Aaron was just...
Queen, 9. That's
J Money there.
Oh,
He's on the right. Yeah, it's a little
There
confusing.
it is. I knew I saw a queen somewhere.
And it's a great spot for J Money, too, because he's on the button right. So this is a good spot where J Money could actually be better off firing out and making it look weak. Because what's going to be weird is when Mike fires here and you just call, what's that going to signal for your range? 10
it's kind
jack,
of bad news here
queens,
for George,
nines.
though. George could think his 9's the best hand right here.
Yeah, but for $150,
you got a lot of players behind you, George.
I can see him calling, but a lot of people behind.
Yeah,
he's not going to get away.
I'm telling you.
This is a spot where I don't like the call from J Money. I just don't.
Ryan Vitito clowning. We're not clowning Rags. We were just pointing out the absolute absurdity of the seat change.
Yeah.
Wesley Hopper, Thomas, you know what, much of you guys are doing a great job on the commentary. Thank you, brother.
Thank you, Wes. We appreciate that.
We appreciate you. Appreciate you all interacting with us. That makes this so much more fun.
And see, this is kind of where I was getting to, was what's going to happen here is it's going to go check, and then J Money is going to bet.
Yeah,
right?
kind of turns his hand up. But he just called on the flop, right?
Yeah, so it goes a lead out, a call, and then a call. And if you're just coming out and firing now, it looks like you slow played the queen. It really does. Look at Mike. Instantly folds, gas train. Instantly folds.
And,
I think that's why you want to mix up your play a little bit, and I like the raise on the flop because it could still signal a lot of different hands. You know, it could signal... Oh. You got to come over here, little dog. I'm sorry. I know.
The dog wants me, no doubt about it.
Yeah, the dog wants to hang out.
Ryland looks like McLovin. That's the second time I've heard that today. Brendan Pizer.
Yeah.
Only got to be 18 to play here at Club Jack. So
I did verify his ID. It was from Hawaii.
Yes. He actually got kicked out trying to buy liquor at the liquor store across the... No, we're just kidding.
What a great movie.
Well, McLovin knows how to play some poker. We'll give him that. He's
ran
very well. Yeah,
played solid.
He missed some value with the nut flush, but I actually really liked his overbet. That was just an amazing phone by Aaron. I think they're bomb potting it up. We got a flush here by Keith, and Aaron has a nut flush.
Poor Keith is always feeling good on a bomb pot when you hit a flush.
Yeah, sure is.
Multiple people out there with 10s thinking their straight might be good.
I was playing in St. Louis. It's one of the first time I'd ever done a bomb pot, and it was just a single board bomb pot, but we played after the flop. I forget, we all put in like $10, $15, whatever it was. And flop comes 9, 6, deuce, rainbow. And I sweated one card in, it was a 9. And the guy to my right leads out and bets 75. I look down, I got another 9. And I was like, okay. But, I mean, he bet so strong, I thought he had something, too, like 6s and deuces. I mean, you can have anything in a bomb pot. I mid-raised him, and then everyone just folded. It's very sad. I mean, he just was stealing.
Yeah.
Had to be stealing. But I won. Can't complain. Also on that St. Louis trip, you ever had this happen before? I'm playing in 2, 5, 10, no limit. I get it all in pre-flop with aces versus aces. We run it twice and I lose a board.
You actually, believe it or not, when I was out in Vegas,
quartered.
I lost aces to aces online. I got 4 flushed.
Yeah, that's what happened.
It was brutal.
Yeah, it was very brutal.
But luckily, I wasn't playing high stakes. I was playing in like a $50 tournament online. And
yeah,
it is what it is.
Mine was for a cool 1,000. So
no, we were in
sad.
the money though. We were in the money. It's just. This dog really wants to get a good view of the camera.
Brendan, yeah, they do a bomb pot on the dealer change, and then they tip the dealer out of that pot.
Yeah, they're not doing double.
They're not playing it as a
boards.
bomb pot
No,
either.
no.
It's kind of a rundown. It's not really a bomb pot.
So that's how they've worked out how to tip the dealers and also to pay the time for the table is to do a bomb pot every dealer change, and then to take that allotted money out of the pot and then award the rest of it to the winner. It's just real quick, real simple. It's a way to tip the dealers without, and again, we mentioned earlier, for anybody that's new to the stream that wasn't aware, the dealers are in fact making money. It's just the way they've set it up because they don't want to have all this money come out of the where it's listed. So like when we have chip updates, they're completely accurate, and they've removed the tip option that way just to maintain that. So they'll make their money just a little bit differently.
But Brendan, I believe soon, or it might already be allowed here. I think bomb pots are at Club Jack are going to be a thing.
Yes.
Actual bomb pots,
Yes.
not runouts. If bomb pots are your thing, I like them myself.
They're fun.
Rayz, good stream, fellows. Great day for Club Jack. Sorry I had to cut out early. Haven't seen my kiddos all day. Try to see them before they go to bed. Yeah, I don't blame you, Ray.
Well, thanks for playing, Ray. We definitely enjoyed watching you play.
Go tuck those babies in and get back home. Come back over. What the hell? Get them to sleep, and the game will be going.
Tuck them away and say, good night, I'll see you in the morning, and then come back on over and show these fools how to play some poker. Or you can be the responsible parent. It's either, you can do whatever you want, my man. Normally I would choose the responsible route, but I will say they've allowed us to hang out with the little therapy dog, so there is extra incentive for you to come over and smell this dog's breath, because it is kicking. And he's like all up on me right now.
I didn't even notice Ray left on the table.
Yeah, he was in seat,
and Starr left?
Seat 1. Yeah,
both of them left?
Starr was in 2, so they've both been replaced, and I think those are the only 2 new ones. No, we had one more.
Momo's in the game. Keith, Mo and Keith, that's their spots.
Yeah.
And
Curly. We had Curly originally.
Yeah, Curly.
Curly's gone now.
Gut shot for Aaron. Ace 4. No backdoor clubs.
Mo's got the king.
Mo with the king. Not the greatest kicker, but
No. He still won't mind it, though. I can definitely see him peeling one here for only 30.
Keith
Or is that
decides to
55?
just
55.
bet with what we like to call an air ball. But he might have been the pre-flop raiser. We were too busy talking to Ray and trying to talk him back.
Yeah, that's what I do. Yeah,
Which that's a reasonable bet if you're the pre-flop raiser.
Take that down. No drama. I wish we had a camera in here so I could show you all this dog and how adorable it is. Whose dog is this? Do we know whose dog is this?
Yeah, the massage girls.
Well, she's not getting her dog back.
I think it is for therapy for her, so I'm going to say she probably is going to get it back.
Well, I don't see no
She might
vest.
need it. The old Niners for J Money.
We got to bump up to 35. Keith with Queen Jack off. Keith's a little sticky, so I could see him staying around with this hand. Mo looks like he's got some intentions. No, he thought better of it. Zach didn't think
And
better
there's
of it.
those jacks.
And the jacks have come back up. It looks like Aaron's going to lay down the hammer.
Yeah, he's got the
It's-
button, so it makes it look
Yeah.
extra squeezy.
Yeah, it looks a little extra squeezy, so I don't mind the upsize and bet.
And
But it's gonna be
Raylon
difficult for anybody.
McLovin is having a hard time to decide. He must have a little decent hand here, too. But even if he doesn't, even if he's mediocre, that's what the button,
Yeah,
that's what it looks like. It looks kind of like, man, you just stealing on the button.
looks like he could have a.
Marcella is her name. The dog's name or the massage girl's name?
We'll just say the dog.
No, the dog is a boy.
Oh.
I forget.
Maybe it's pronounced Mar.
I forget. It's a M. It's a M.
Marcella.
It's an M too. That's why. Mishu or something like that. I don't know. Where are we at here? Did nines go in the muck? Oh yeah, he 3-bet 225. He just takes it down. No, don't, Aaron. Let him think you're stealing.
Yeah, it was a pretty stout bet. It's going to be hard to get any kind of action with the 225, 235, whatever.
Metaverse news. Mike's gonna win. Just watch. He is winning as of now.
Yeah, bro. We've been watching for a couple hours now, and I've actually been watching Mike for many, many years. I've dealt to him.
Ron
At the
Howard
boat.
says, I went to high school with Keith years ago. Butler. Go, what were the Butlers?
Bulldogs, I believe.
Yeah, the Butler Bulldogs.
Butler Bulldogs, I believe.
Go Bulldogs. Class of, let me guess, 99.
No way. No, they're talking about Keith, right?
Yeah.
Keith, there's no way Keith graduated in 99.
Why not? You think he's 5 years older than us? You think he's
No.
way older?
I think he's probably right at the same age as us. If not
Ron
younger.
Howard went, what class? I'm going 99.
Yeah, we're
I'm going
04.
2000 and below.
I'm gonna go 06.
No freaking way he's younger than us.
Keith. I've dealt with Keith for years. There's no way he's that much older than us. Unless he's just stayed in great shape. 05. Told you.
As I was saying, 05.
I
Butler.
said 06. I told you he was right there. I mean, he's played at the boat for so many years. I've dealt to him for so long. If he is older, like if he graduated before 2000, he has stayed in fantastic shape.
I mean, 05 is basically the same age as us.
No, it is. Yeah.
You graduated in 05, right? Didn't you get held back?
Well, technically, yeah, I did get held back.
Hello.
But I
Sorry,
didn't.
low blow here.
So technically, no. I didn't actually get held back. I withdrew from high school due to truancy, essentially.
Yeah, you missed a lot of days.
Yeah.
I used to stay the night at Tom's house a lot, and it was essentially a coin flip if we were going to make it to school the next day.
Yeah.
And my mom was like,
Yeah.
no more of that. Not on school nights.
Yeah, essentially, once I got to like my junior year and going into my senior year, my truancy caught up with me, and that's actually what held me out of football. Was I was a half a credit shy. Actually, it was me and Teeter. We showed up to. We had to go to summer school that summer to catch up to being seniors, and I was a half a credit shy, and
He said the breath is kicking.
it's pretty kicking. Yeah, it was awful.
Should have known.
But it was we ended up being a half a credit shy that summer because we showed up to summer school late by 15 seconds. They kicked us out.
Bad beat, fellas. Bad beat.
It was awful. We got caught by that train in J-Town right next to the
You were probably at the Hardee's.
Bigfoot. Oh, no, I never went to that Hardee's. I always thought it was super low quality and dirty. The only thing you could ever get there was biscuits and gravy.
Breakfast on point for
Yep.
sure.
I don't think I've actually ever had anything else there besides their biscuit and gravy. All right, so I've just noticed that the dog, has slobbed all over me,
Go
and
wash
my
your hands.
hands smell like straight dank, and not the good kind. So I'm gonna go ahead and take a quick little break. I will be back here in a moment.
Leave it to me. We got the ace 10, the 10-8, but we do have a spade for Mo, and the 8, and the ace. We're sharing everyone with a pair, everyone with a straight draw, but only one spade for Mo. Mo taking his time, being very deliberate here. Brick City. Check back by Aaron. He'll just gladly take the pot there. Boom, boom, boom. What are we doing on the Friday night chat besides watching this action at Club Jack? Aaron 2 8s, J Money with the Queen 9 of Hearts. King Deuce of Spades. Mo, unknown. Wesley, I'm hoping Zach comes back. Oh, yeah. I'll be honest. I mean, he's had some unavoidable rough scenarios. Folded aces correctly, though, when got a set turned on him. So despite the run bads, not playing awful. Mo's unknown hand here is good enough to bet 80, and Mike has nothing, so Metaverse News, enjoying the stream. Hope to see more in the future. Audio sounds great. Flop camera on point. Other camera angles need some tweaking. Overall, great experience. Thank you, Metaverse. Yeah, I'm very impressed too by our stream. When we first started doing this, I was like, man, this is legit. Jack 10 suited. Jack 8 fold. Mo calls with the ace 3 of hearts. Zach in there with the 8-9 and Aaron in there with the ace 7 of clubs. George, you better hope no clubs come out here. Not a single one, so. But he does flop top pair. A little bit of something for everyone but Aaron here. Aaron had the best hand pre-flop and nothing post. One bet and one call here. Let's get an interesting card here. See if Zach decides to start repping spades. As George is just going to hate this river. Oh, they check. No, so Zach doesn't want it. Might be a little gun shy from the way he's been running today. 100% would have worked. George not calling with the 10. But George could also be checking a flush there to trap, so you got to be careful in those spots. I agree, Metaverse, on the monetize the streams and seek some sponsors.
She's holding too good. I didn't even realize
Much better. Yeah, they just...
Yeah, I know. Exactly where I know where we're at.
Mm-hmm. What we got here? Oh, just the nuts for Mike. Unfortunately for him, no one else has anything. Jack for Mo. He's got a bet. I don't blame him. That should hit a lot of people somewhere along the line. But
I think that's just going to brush everybody off.
Yep. Yep. That's unfortunate. That feels like a waste, doesn't it, Mikey? Alright, let's see where we're at, everybody. So you catch you all up. We got Aaron, Rylan, Mike, Mo, J Money, all in the green. Keith, Joseph, Georgie, and Zach all in Stuckville. To be continued. The night is young.
We saw some of our players in some other streams being, stuck. And, long behold, by the end of the night, they came unstuck. So there's still some game to be done. Hands to be seen.
And that would be a negative metaverse. Big hand. Oh, there's some big hands here. Georgie with the ace-jack suited. Joseph with the 2 kings. So, unfortunately for George, he wakes up with the hand when Joseph... Look, here's the 2 kings. And George is just going to fold this. But... So when he gets he had the real 2 kings, you know how he's been going all in. He just popped at 85 to go first.
85 under to open?
Yeah. So once again, random, but he's still playing. Joe is gonna ship it. That's what we were wondering. That's what we were wondering, Ray. The moment of truth. He had the real hand that time. Hell, George might have called him with the ace-jack suited.
With the frequency that he's been playing with his just ships, it's going to be kind of hard to fold an ace-jack suited there against a player of that nature. When somebody's just basically, when they want to play a hand, they just go all in. It's, I mean, if I have ace-jack suited, I don't think I'm ever folding.
The way if you've watched the stream there, you're definitely not folding.
No. Well, that's kind of what I was getting to. Is he's basically, if he wants to play a hand, he's either making it, 18 big blinds, or he's all in. So it's basically just playing straight up with him. Either you're going to call it all in, or you're not.
Ray said, "Let's have this conversation. Who is the top 3 to 5 all-time players from the Kentucky, Indiana area?"
Well,
it's hard to judge.
Yeah.
I mean, in Omaha, it's Lynn Ashby for sure, number 1.
Yeah.
Richard at one point he's another one who's got 2 bracelets, I think. One bracelet for sure. But he's not. I mean, not anymore. Nick Lampkin's in the conversation for PLO.
Kurt Jewell's another player from the Kentucky area.
Tournaments, though. Yeah, he's really, only a tournament player, though. Yeah. I don't consider him that good a player, though.
I've personally never played against him.
He plays every single tournament. He don't play on his own. Well, he don't play on his own money either. So
it's a lot easier to win when you're playing in all of them.
Every single tournament, yeah, and you just you got a backer.
Yeah, there's going to be.
I mean, not saying he's terrible. I'm just saying I don't respect that as much.
No, not 100%. If you've only got the bankroll to play in like 10 tournaments a year and you win one, that's going to be a little bit more impressive than.
I can tell you, Ray. I've been Gary Sims for sure is on the list. Tournaments and cash games.
Definitely, Gary Sims is an incredibly solid player.
He's on, yeah. George has been around for 15 years.
He's probably on the list to get on the stream if I had to guess. I know Gary wants to get in some of this action.
He was playing PLO earlier.
Was he in the PLO game?
He's checking out Club Jack for the first night, and he loves it. Me and him were talking outside.
Oh, I guarantee it.
His dad's been playing here
as well.
But anyways,
convenience of it.
But yeah, I'm gonna tell you, I've been playing professionally for 16 years around here, and there's only a handful of us, probably 10, that either ventured off to Vegas or still around playing. So it's just pick your poison at that point. They're all, some may win a little more, but there's probably the same group of guys that have won consistently for 15 years.
Yeah, because I would definitely put myself in that conversation, but unfortunately I don't have the accolades to actually prove that I do belong in that conversation.
There's definitely some good players in this area, though. No doubt about that. Can be a tough area to play sometimes.
It really can, especially when we live in a one casino market that the only options are to go across the border to Indiana or to go over to Ohio. So most of the poker players in the Louisville area and the surrounding areas are going to go to the same spot. So the games that were at the local casino that we have here were generally actually pretty tough because that's where all the best players would go. There was nowhere else to play outside of a home game.
Not anymore, baby. Now we got Club JAQK.
Yes, Club JAQK, the convenience of the place, it's just, it can't go, it just can't be stated enough how important a place like this is to offer a new option for poker to players. And again, Club JAQK is win all in to provide a stellar poker experience to all the players. And again, today was our grand opening here at Club JAQK in Louisville. Had an unbelievable turnout. We had our grand opening, ribbon cutting at 3 p.m. We had our $2,000 guarantee free roll. Massive field. Over 120 players showed up to play in that today. Still offer our 7 p.m., 7:30 p.m. bounty tournament every night.
Yep. Yep, and if tournaments are your thing, we've got a circuit coming up in February.
Yeah, the
Card Player
Poker Tour. I can pull up some more information about that. It is going to be the largest poker tournament in the history of the state of Kentucky. Again, it's kind of hard. It's not like it's so hard to be able to do that because generally the only tournament series that we've ever been able to offer here in the state of Kentucky are through charitable gaming organizations. So a lot of Catholic churches, bingo halls were the ones that offered big tournament series. And, they'd have a nice little turnout for the day, but with what Club JAQK actually has lined up with the Card Player Poker Tour is to be able to set up an incredible poker series. Let's see if we can get somebody to deliver some information about that club, that tournament series that's going to be popping up.
Yeah, definitely in February.
Yeah, the dates are kind of beyond me. But,
Richard, I see you watching. Welcome. I believe we're going to be playing horse on Monday night, Richard, 6 o'clock here at Club JAQK. Just poker here. Metaverse, no other table games whatsoever. This is just strictly a poker club.
Yes, gambling in Kentucky is still illegal. So we do not offer table games. We do not offer slots. We strictly offer poker. Poker is a game of skill. They do not take money out of the pots. The way that this place is able to legally operate is to charge a membership fee and a chair fee. So all the money that you see on the table, none of it ever comes off. They choose to make their money other ways, and that's how we are able to legalize poker.
Interesting spot here. Gut shot and a flush draw from Mike, and the button, George with jacks, is not going to like an ace when he got 2 callers after 3 betting.
Yeah, he's not going to be a fan of it. Jacks haven't really
And
put
Mike
many
was the
favorable
original
spots.
raiser, so Aaron decided to gamble with the 9-6.
Yeah, and this is going to be a situation where he's flopped the gutter, and when you play hands like this, it's going to be tough to fold, even though it is $150. It depends on what George here does. I believe George is probably going to think about it for a second. Probably
Wait, he's
begrudgingly
going to
call.
raise it. No, he's going to turn his hand into a little.
Yeah, because he knows Mike is a capable player. This is definitely going to get Aaron out. It's not. It's unfortunately not going to get Mike out. He is making the right bet. It's just unfortunately at the wrong time. He's going to have to continue his story on the turn because it's going to be difficult for Mike to fold here with the gutter and the flush draw. Most likely he's going to be putting George on some kind of ace. You said George raised pre-flop.
He 3-bet.
Yep,
Mike
he
was the
said
original
3-bet.
raiser, and
So Mike is a good enough player. He's going to understand that aces is still going to be in Gastray George's range. So
yeah, but he's in good shape against just one
for
ace.
100%, obviously aces is in his range, but more likely
I think Mike could
is-
re-rip it.
Yes, it is definitely possible because with the ace being out there, aces is a little bit more unlikely, but ace king is
Just a
gonna
call.
be-
Let's see what happens on a brick turn here, or
Well, there's going to be a lot of spare
George
cards,
does not
all
like that
diamonds.
call.
Yeah, all diamonds.
oh no,
And
George.
that is about as worst card as you can get because it's not a diamond.
But it is the other
But
card.
for George, it's not.
He's
gonna matter
lucky because
too
he ain't
much.
got the. Yeah, he's
'Cause Mike's going to fire out here most likely, just in case he thinks that George does have a set, and now he's not worried.
What size does he go with here? Essentially the nuts here. You're not putting George on 7-9.
With a pot at being about 1150, I could see Mike coming out with about 400, 450.
Real little. Really little he goes. But George is going to figure this one out.
So
I mean,
it
he
looks like
can't
we-
beat an ace.
Did we go for about 375?
He went, 350. He went real little.
Yeah, that makes sense because he still wants to keep, of course you can't see George's cards here, but, he's going to most likely be putting George on some kind of ace combo.
king,
Yeah,
yeah.
ace king, ace queen, possibly aces, even though it's less likely. But George, he found out the information he wanted to know. Is Mike over here stealing on the button? I'm going to raise, I'm going to find out. And then when Mike calls, he checks to him and then bets again on the turn. It's just always going to be a fold. He's going to sit here. He's going to play it off like, okay, I've got ace queen, ace king. I've bet, I've continued. What do I do here? And it's just, unfortunately for him with the jacks, it's just not going to be a spot that he can continue. And it's going to unfortunately be another situation where jacks just don't hold up and don't get to spin it. I don't think we're ever going to see jacks win.
We have seen jacks a lot here tonight.
We really have. It's been 5-6 times.
More than that, and not one spin of the wheel. Even when they flopped a set, they couldn't spin the wheel. What are they going to do?
Yeah, that was the
We
brutal.
need quads,
the
I guess.
flush. Yeah.
Yeah, that was disgusting.
But Mike's going to just continue what he does. But we did go ahead and get that information for the Card Player Poker Tour. Well, we got a moment here just to give you all a little quick heads up before this hand starts. It is going to be February 16th through the 25th. It is going to be a $600 buy-in with 6 starting flights. So if you get knocked out the first starting flight, play the second, get knocked out the second, play the third, so on and so forth. It is going to be a $200,000 guarantee, and there is going to be a $2,500 double bag bonus. So that's essentially you play the first flight, you only finish with 2-3 big blinds, you want to improve your status, you can play that second flight, and if you make it through the day, you will get a double bag bonus and you will surrender your smallest chip stack. So you played flight 1, you only finished with 4 big blinds. You played in flight 2, you finished with 30 big blinds. They're going to surrender your day 1 flight and then give you $2,500 cash. So again, $600 buy-in, $200,000 guarantee, $2,500 double bag bonus. It's going to be February 16th through the 25th. Card Player Poker Tour. If you'd like any more information about it, visit us on www.clubjackpoker.net. And again, we are Club Jack, located here on 161 Outer Loop. You can visit us on all the platforms, Facebook, Instagram, Twitch, YouTube, or clubjackpoker.net. We're also on Poker Alice. All right, so we got a couple of little premiums here. King, Queen suited.
Oh, Mike just wakes up with it.
Yep.
And he will be getting actual.
Yeah.
Joseph with the nut low.
Yeah, so I'm interested to see what Joseph's range is going to be here, because what we're going to do is he's going to go check. Mike is going to bet. Aaron's going to get out of there with no issue whatsoever. He's just going to go ahead and lay that down. But this is the wild card, and he just folds. So that's another spot. You know, it's just it's very unorthodox, because when you're calling with the ace-3 and then you flop the gutter, like, that's why you're calling to hit it, right? So I'd like to see him float one there. I don't think he's going to be able to take away the pot from Mike, but Mike's a very solid player, and who knows? So here we are again, a little bit of an unorthodox spot. Looks like we had a straddle from Aaron under the gun, and just a flat call by Joseph with the ace-10 offsuit. So he's definitely mixed up his range as far as what he decides to either go all in with or just call. Looks like outside of that, not got a whole lot of action here. We got Zach with the bottom pair. Also turn the flush draw, but that also gives Mo the flush draw. Mo decides to go ahead and fire out. It's going to be heads up. Looks like Zach's got the best hand with deuces. It's going to be incredibly tough to win here unless it goes check to him. Mo needs to bet in order to win, so that's going to be a good bet from Mo. He knew that the only way that he was going to win that hand is to bet, and that's precisely what he did. Zach gets out of there. Lucky he didn't hit the flush, because he would have lost a little bit of money there. So here we are. Joseph limps for $5 with deuces. Mike immediately behind him bumps it up to 35. J Money, both call.
Ace queen for Zach, and he does rip it.
Yeah, does rip it. I don't blame him.
No, he's short. And
Yeah.
A lot of dead money out there. But Mike is going to call this, I believe.
Well, the wild card is what is going to matter here is what does Joseph do? He just calls $5, gets bumped up to 35. There's a call, and now it's an all-in for $195. It's hard to say what's going to happen here because it's all dependent on Joseph.
And it's past McLovin's bedtime.
Yeah. So McLovin's out. He had a good session. He played 3 hands.
He played very good, though. Ran well, played good. Mike does call. Deuces fold. Mo's going to be out with the queen 9.
So they're just going to probably run it once if I know Mike.
They asked about twice. Mike holds up the one.
Mike's a once guy.
I like it.
Yeah, see, he just said it. I'm going to go once all night long.
I like it.
Well, I like it too because Mike is a guy that's just, hey, you know, if I win, I win, I lose, I lose.
And you win.
And he wins.
Yep, good hand, Mike.
Mike doing what Mike does best. Collecting pots, breaking hearts. And it looks like we got an open seat. I don't know if Zach is done. Can we take a look at the
you sure
profitabilities?
Sure. I guess.
Yeah, we looks like Zach is going to cut it.
He was down 3 something. About 3,000.
It was over 3.
Over 3. If he comes back, it'll update us.
Does look like Mike is right back to where he belongs, right at the top of the list. Massive win for the day so far. Aaron falling right behind him. Rylan, who's already bagged up and got out. Looks like he's
Rylan booked a good win. George, I know, is in Stuckville and miserable. Mike crushing. Yep, Mike is crushing.
Yeah, Mike is up quite a decent amount.
Just about every move's worked for him, and he's hit a lot of hands tonight.
Yeah.
And they're trying to fill the live stream up now. That's what you hear in the background. The room is full, so there very well could be some more players itching to play on this live stream.
Now, there are going to be some players that are probably still left over from the free roll if that's still going on, but also the 7:30 nightly tournament is going on as well. So,
but small bet here by J Money. Probably get called by Mo with the 4 in the back. Yep, in the backdoor clubs. Check, and that's an easy hand here for J Money to
it's going to
confidently bet now.
Bet fold here almost every time. But it's a small enough bet. Maybe Mo gets a little curious, wants to defend with the 4s. I think Mo should just know immediately it's probably no good. Makes a good fold. So again, to all the viewers out there, thanks for watching us. You know, if you're ever interested in coming and playing, come visit us out here at Club JAQK. We've got seats open. Doing all sorts of great giveaways today. Electric scooters, televisions, cash, memberships.
You could be the next poker YouTube superstar sensation.
You could.
All you got to do is beat Mike.
That's all you got to do.
Good luck.
Yeah, good luck beating Mike.
I need a 15X open by Joe again. Liven up this joint. Give him time.
Joe is the action. But he's just got such an unorthodox play style. It's honestly hard to put him in certain spots. The way he's played hands, it's just like he's taken his mediocre.
Well, as I was saying earlier as well, the thing is, right?
Bluff big.
As I was saying earlier, I've been playing around here for a living for 16 years. I've never seen him. So I know no one at this table has seen him or played with him. Therefore, they don't know what to make of these plays whatsoever. Now, if they go back and watch the stream and see that this is how this guy plays, if he always plays this way, then you will rest assured see the next time he plays on stream getting called a lot lighter.
Oh, absolutely.
So maybe he's setting up the old rope-a-dope on these boys.
Possible.
Maybe he's setting them up with the old rope-a-dope. We are in Louisville, Kentucky, and who does the rope-a-dope?
My boy.
Muhammad Ali. And where's he from?
The Bill.
That's right, baby. So maybe Joe's just, channeling his inner Muhammad Ali.
That is a possibility. Highly unlikely.
I'm being optimistic, Thomas.
But it is not 0%. That is a possibility.
Got to give this man credit, The hustle, respect the hustle.
Yeah. So I could definitely see Mike try to take a little stab here, just trying to.
Mike might think ace high is good.
Yeah, Mike might think ace high is good here.
Let's see if he tries to get him. He might try and get him to. I didn't take it down, Jay.
Looks like he's just going to check.
Yeah, he's
Seven's
not
going to
gonna
take it
hide.
down. Mike's like, yes, I am glad I did not bet that.
Wasn't gonna work, most likely.
So I wonder when they're going to give away the TV. I wonder if that's going to be their like grand prize drawing for tonight.
No, so the first dude who won the very first drawing tonight, they gave him the option between a motor, the bikes, and the scooter and the TV. He just turned the TV down, I think.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, it's like a 58-inch TV or something like that.
I'll take a TV all day
I
long.
looked at it. I
I'd
liked
have
it.
more use for a television than electric scooter.
Well, then you're not living life correctly, Thomas.
I do wish I had an electric scooter when I was working out in Vegas this summer, though. It would have saved me a ton of money.
Yeah, I think that's right. Ray, I think it's a high hand every hour, and you get to pick. The TV might be gone. I'm not sure. We're back in a secluded cave.
Yeah, that sounds about right, because they did have it all piled up out there, so it was probably just
Sean entering the game. My buddy Sean.
So we got a seat change from George.
He said that's George's been a little unfortunate, but he's also playing a little out of character. I told you guys going into the stream. He came up to me and said he was losing big from the PLO before the stream, so I knew it was going to...
Yeah, that'll loosen you up a little bit.
Yeah. He ain't played out of line, but he's definitely... He's taken some chances and some spots that he normally doesn't put himself in.
Looks like we got a new player coming to town.
Sean, that's Sean G.
No, Sean's already there.
Another new one.
Yeah, it looked like somebody was getting ready to sit down. I'm trying to remember what her name was.
Oh, female.
I think Kayla is her name.
Female to the group? Well, we could use a female to liven it up with these ugly faces.
Oh, absolutely.
Sean, welcome to the game.
Yeah, always nice when you first sit down and catch those kings. Now the difficult part for Sean is getting action, but it looks like Mike is going to oblige him.
That's all Mikey Poo got.
Yeah,
ace, little suited ace, and Mo's got. Nada. Georgia's got. Now we don't know what Mike's got.
I'm going to put Mike on a 9-10 suited.
All right. So that's what we're hearing. That is Kayla, I believe. She's fun to play with.
Yeah, we're a little behind on our tracking here. The flop is already out. Mike folded.
Looks like a safe lot for kings from this vantage point. Little.
I definitely believe that Mike had the 9-10 suited, but we'll never know.
There it is.
Ace Jack. That was
you
close.
were way off.
That was close. I said suited.
You did say suited, but you didn't get anything else correct about the hand.
I had the jack. I was close to it.
You said the 9-10 suited.
I would say that I like 9-10 suited equally as much as ace-jack suited.
We had a guess of 10-10 in the chat.
10-10?
Yeah, wrong.
Nah, Mike's a solid player. I think Mike raises there with the 10-10. I'm actually quite surprised he didn't raise with the ace-jack suited.
Yeah. It's very...
Because Mike's just a good player, and, that's a spot that we've seen it a lot where raising out of the small blind, out of the big blind after a raise just signals so much strength. But nevertheless, it's always good to mix up your game. Don't necessarily blame him for that play there.
Well, limping is pimping again. Mike wants to raise the button so bad he can't take it with all that limping going on.
Yeah, so nobody really hits anything here. We got a bottom pair of the 6s, a couple people with those, a couple backdoor diamond draws.
Not a lot of.
No. Eight of diamonds on the river, so Keith's going to have the best hand here. It's going to be tough for him because he's probably going to check. Mo has shown an ability to bet when he doesn't have the best hand, but he's going to decide just to check out, give it to Keith. Keith's going to win a little baby pot. But every pot counts, so. Still got an open seat, though. Looks like might have a couple players scared to sit down at this tough table.
Still open seats?
I thought we had one. Maybe a.
No, I don't think so. Full game, baby.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Yeah, I forgot it. Sean had sat down and played the Kings. That's
then,
right.
Yeah, he
That's
got
correct.
the Kings and then he
That's
left.
correct. That's correct.
The battle of nothings.
Yep. Who's got the heart? Most likely going to go check.
Oh, Aaron's out of here.
Does. Aaron's out. That's calling it a night early.
Yeah, they both turn gut shots. 6 gutter for Justin, but he folds, and Mo taking the initiative.
So Aaron won his beard kit. Going to call it an early
He's
night.
got to go find someone that has a beard to give it to.
Yeah.
Or sell it to, you know.
I mean, almost everybody at the table is either clean shaven or has a little goatee mustache.
Mo looks like he could grow him a good beard if he
Yeah.
if he wanted to.
100%.
That's my read on Mo's facial hair.
Yeah, when your mustache is as stout as it is, you're usually going to be able to grow the beard out with it to match it perfectly.
Mo looks like he shaves when he wakes up in the morning and then hits a little touch-up again about 7 p.m. at night.
What was the movie? Was it Evan Almighty, the sequel to Bruce Almighty, when he was becoming... he became Noah, and he went to shave his beard, and he got it all shaven, and then he went to wipe it off, and it was already back. Have you ever seen that movie?
No, I've not seen Evan Almighty, but that's what happens in the Santa Claus, too, with Tim Allen.
With Tim Allen, same thing. It was the same thing that happened. He shaves the beard, and he's like, oh, yes. And he goes to wipe it off, and then he removes it, and his beard puffs back up. Yeah, some people can just grow that facial hair like that. And unfortunately, some people, I'm not going to name any names, but you can tell there's a lot of people that don't have any stubble. And not all people are equally as hairy. But there is a lot of mustaches at the table. The whole left side of the table is mustaches. It's the stashes versus the non-stashes.
Although Justin's got a little bit of, he's got facial hair. He's just not at the table.
Yeah.
Kayla does not have a stash.
No. Kayla's stash free. Recently got it shaved.
J.D. Begley, I'm glad I don't have to shave every day. Yeah, me either. I'm not a shaver at all. I'm clippers.
Man, I'll tell you what. I just shaved my beard today, but most of the time I don't shave. Oh, looks like we got Bruce in the game.
Brucey, yes.
Is in the game.
He told us he was coming. He was not lying.
Good to see you here, Bruce.
I love Bruce. Good guy.
But yeah, but most of the time I just go without even shaving, and I just keep a nasty, nasty beard going most of the time. But after shaving today, I'm probably going to go back to that because it was a lot of work. Well, that hand was wrong because it showed there Keith with the 6-4. I don't know if we just misread that, but he wasn't even in the hand on the flop.
I'm going to blame Bruce for that one, just showing up. Just got the cameras all frazzled.
Oh, yeah.
So real quick, let's just take a little look because we do have new players. Let's see.
That's right here.
Let's see what they bought in for. It's like Kayla's in for about 600. Bruce is in for about 1,000, and Sean he won the King's hand. He's probably in for about 1,000 as well.
Yeah, it looks like Mike's still on top, 47.05.
Yeah, Mike was only in for 2,000, I believe. Pretty hand here for Mo.
Yeah, so what we see here is Mo was offered the gum and then decided to 3-bet after he received the gum. So
did
he's
he 3-bet
fresh.
the person that gave him the gum?
He did.
That is.
Yeah, so he was like, hey, do you mind if I get a piece of gum? And by the way,
I'm
I
gonna
raise.
3-bet you and...
So we're going to go
with much better breath. No, yeah, 3-bet that.
Keith
3-bet
immediately
that.
flops a full house, and I'll tell you now what's going to happen is Mo is going to like his gutter here. He's probably going to. Oh, he checks it. He better hope a king doesn't come.
Yeah, or an
and
ace.
This is a good spot for Keith, I think, just to continue checking.
I agree. He's got
'cause
everything.
look,
He's locked it up.
Mo's staring him down. He's locked in. He's trying to figure out what he's got.
Do you think he got the wrong flavor of gum here?
Yeah, it looks like he has the spearmint.
He was expecting the winter mints.
Yeah, expecting either the winter
or cinnamon.
A
little action here. King or an ace would be brutal.
Drawing dead. He's absolutely lucky that he did not hit that king, because that king, he would have went broke. Well, he might have him covered, but he would have doubled him up.
Mm-hmm. Not put nobody on Queen 10.
Now, here's another spot that I would love to see Keith check.
Yeah,
Keith check.
Does, but
give it a spot. Make it look like you had diamonds. Make it look like you have King Jack. Let Mo take a stab at it. Mo hasn't done it every time, but a majority of the time when Mo knew he couldn't win, he would fire out. Mo's trying to figure out right now what's in his range, and I think that he's putting him on something like open-ended diamonds.
Yeah, it's going to
work. This is exactly what Keith wanted. He's going to get exactly what he wants here.
Beautiful check, Keith.
Yeah, so it looks like we've got 375.
And let me tell you why I don't with what you just said, correct? And so we had the bet and the raise and the 3-bet pre-flop. In this, I probably am check just hoping Mo decides to bet the river as well. But the problem with if you are put him on King Jack or Miss Diamonds, and if Mo has what he's supposed to have 3-betting you ace highs a lot, he's just going to check those back and know the ace high is good. But luckily for Keith, he went for
that's mainly going to be player dependent. Now, obviously, we can see the cards, the players can't, but we've seen Mo multiple times take shots on the river to try to take it down, and it's not that I disagree with that. But
but the other ones he had no showdown value.
Yes,
he was betting those rivers with 9-3 of clubs when he missed, and he has showdown value with ace jack there.
He has a little bit, but I love the play from Keith because again.
Oh, it worked beautifully.
It works out perfectly. Of course, that's hindsight, but at the same time, give your opponent a chance to bluff at it, right? Because if we just fire out, he's got to have something to call. In those situations that he doesn't have anything, he's just never going to call.
And it's really hard for him to have something because you have it all.
Yeah, you have it all. So unless you just think he has the pair that he's not going to let go of, maybe he has a little dangler 10 that he's not going to let go of. I like the check. Give your opponent a chance to bluff off at you. And then what happens is once they do that, you check raise all in. Opponent has no choice but to fold.
Indeed. I mean, what?
I like playing it both ways. I do like playing it both ways, but
yeah.
I'm going
to check it too. But but
I like betting sometimes, and I think I like checking sometimes.
You just got to hope the guy decides to bet his ace jack instead of assuming his showdown value is good enough to check back. I am personally not going to bet the ace jack on the river.
I'm not.
I'm just, unless you're putting him maybe on, 2 6s, 7s, something like that.
Because
that
most
you're
of
trying
the
to get him
hands,
to
like if
fold.
you're not putting him on a pair, you're probably putting him on a straight draw or a flush draw, which you're going to be ahead of both of anyways.
Exactly.
So
And they're not going to call you, so there's
Yeah.
no point in betting it.
So when Keith sees that, it's like, look, Keith is just hoping, hey, I hope he has something, good enough here to bet. And it turned out that he got the bet he wanted, got that extra value.
We got 3 5s here for Sean. And George with King 5, not right behind him. And we got 7s. Okay, we could have some action here.
We could. Keith's got the gutter. Kayla's got the 7s. Mike's got the 7s.
Mike sniffs it out.
But Mike's going to be a good enough player to get rid of that.
Kayla's not
Now, is
folding.
Kayla going to be good enough? Fortunately not. She's going to get stuck in there with those 7s.
So it's a 60 and a call. Man, Sean thinks he is sitting pretty right here.
Yeah, so Keith, it's probably going to be tough for him to call here with a gutter. Makes the good fold. And this is where we're going to start seeing some poker here.
Sean and George.
Interested to
they
see this
both got
turn
about
card
900
here. The
Brick
deuce.
City.
So essentially, Kayla is going to think here that
She
her
just,
7s are
she
good.
just shipped it.
And Kayla,
Oh, my
without
Lord.
thought-
George, Merry Christmas. If you
Yeah,
can. 'cause,
so this is gonna be
Sean
crazy.
can't fold, really?
Sean can't fold.
Oh, my God. George. But when Sean calls behind,
George is
George's
gonna
hands,
insta-call.
his hand shrivels up, but he's not.
It's going to shrivel up, but George is going to insta-call here. It's just unfortunate that Kayla just sees
Look,
the
Sean does
pair.
not like his hand 3-5s with the 6 kicker anymore. But that's just an outrageous.
And this is the
shove.
problem with getting caught up on pairs is pocket 8s beat you. So you're essentially, you have the 7s, but you're just trying to represent a 5 here.
Yeah, but unfortunately, the other 2 players
And
haven't.
that's what Sean is thinking right now.
He's putting on her what she is representing.
Now, do we know if there was a straddle pre-flop? Because that would change everything. Because Kayla was under the gun with 7-3, so I'm assuming that she had straddled for 10 and then called the bet,
I don't
as opposed
remember.
to limping and calling or raising under the gun. Yeah, I think
Sean's going to
here.
call.
Yeah,
And I
he's
think
gonna
George is going to call behind. George will probably, as long as Sean is taking, George is starting to feel a little bit better.
Oh, yeah. Again, we go back to that scale, the longer they take. But, of course, he could just be, trying to stall a little bit, hoping that George will be able to call behind. Little does he know George has him absolutely crushed.
Sean might fold this. He calls.
No, I don't see Sean folding there.
George,
And I think
if you
George-
got me,
yeah,
you got me.
I tried to
Look at
tell
his
you.
face. And
I tried to tell you it was going to be an insta all-in. See, he was
George
see how
standing up
fast
thinking he
called.
might be dead. He's a PLO
Yeah.
player. Sometimes you are dead in this spot in PLO, but
Sean
you got
only,
the best hand, George. You
Sean
sit down.
hesitated right there, mainly just trying to get George in there, and it worked out great. Kayla's realizing that she overplayed her 7-3 incredibly
yeah,
poorly,
Yeah,
but it is what it is.
She just thought she had the best hand.
Yeah, and sometimes that's what you get caught up. You get caught on that. Hey, I got the 7. I need to defend against 6-8s, 6-4s, ace-kings, ace-queens, something of that nature. So you definitely see that play a lot.
Aaron had to go home. Metaverse. King 5. And Mike's still there.
And we're gonna have to
George
see this-
announcing a 7 would be real nasty.
Oh, my
And
goodness.
it sure would, because one of them's been folded by Mike.
So we're looking at 1 out.
1 out for Kayla. There's some chop outs for Sean, but George is in a
it's
amazing
fantastic,
spot for this
yeah.
$2,500 putt here.
Fantastic spot.
Twice, yeah. I don't blame you, George. If they're gonna suck out on you, make them do it twice.
Twice. Hits a
That's
king.
George.
There's George.
I'm gonna say the George again, or a chop with nope, all George.
Oh, Georgie. George
Nice
is going to
hand,
scoop
George.
that massive pot. Massive pot.
See, George said he thought Sean had 7s full. That's what I'm saying. He plays PLO. Me and George played PLO for years together. sometimes your PLO brain takes over in poker hands, and just having trip fives and PLO in that spot is fold.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think you got sevens full, but I am going to insta
call
you.
He didn't. Yeah, he didn't.
Insta call you after an all in and a call.
Yeah, can you get up and leave whenever you want? Yeah, I believe so. I don't think you have to play any certain amount of time.
Yeah, this is just a straight cash game.
Just like any cash game in any poker room. Hit and run if you want. I mean,
it's not recommended.
No, it's not recommended. I mean, someone might chase you to the parking lot.
Yeah, they frown on that. It is allowed.
Joking. It is allowed.
It is allowed.
Do what you want. It's your money. But at least pretend like you're going to play and fold for maybe a couple rounds.
At least do the fake phone call.
Yeah, get a fake for we see you. That's exactly what it was. We just saw the King 5 hand.
I was on Bankroll. I almost called it. I'm like, I don't know how I told you, but I always leave you that.
We just saw you. We just saw the King 5. Was that not too long ago? Real quick. You want anything?
So it looks like this might be another bomb pot time. Again, thanks for joining us. This is our grand opening tonight here at Club JAQK in Louisville, Kentucky. If you are interested in coming out and playing, we're going to have games going all night long as our players are interested in playing. You can find us at 161 Outer Loop. It's going to be in Louisville, Kentucky, 40214. If you have any kind of questions, want to get some information, be sure to find us on clubjackpoker.net. You can find us on all of our platforms, Facebook, Instagram, Twitch, YouTube. And we are also listed on Poker Atlas. So if you have any questions, comments, concerns, find us on any of our platforms. Be sure to ask those questions. We're here to answer anything you may need. And if you enjoyed your time, be sure to leave a like and a review. Only helps to expand our business. Again, this was our grand opening tonight. Very first night open, officially. Now, we did offer a soft launch, but officially had our ribbon cutting ceremony today at 3 p.m. Offered a $2,000 free roll. You can notice a television there in the background. Giveaways. High hands every hour. Get to pick between a electric scooter, television, cash, memberships. And for all you tournament junkies out there, we did mention it earlier, but just a reminder that February 16th through the 25th, the Card Player Poker Tour is going to be coming to town. It's going to be offering Kentucky's largest poker tournament ever. It's a $600 buy-in, $200,000 guarantee with 6 starting flights. They offer a $2,500 double bag bonus.
Is that a lot?
That is a lot, yes. Considering the buy-in $600, $2,500 is a nice little come up.
All right.
But again, if you have any kind of questions about it, want to get a little bit more information, be sure to visit us on clubjackpoker.net. So back to the action here. Looks like we got some pretty nice hands here. And we are going to see a lot of action here. So Kayla is just going to get it all in with the pocket nines. Sean sees the 5-4 suited, short stacked. Looks really good. Joseph, threes. I'm surprised he wasn't all in anyways. Mike, as you can tell, look at him. He knows what's going to happen here. See those little chips in his hand? It's going to be a snap call as soon as Joe folds here. Snap. Boom. And then immediately says one time.
Love it.
Mike's just here for the money. He don't
He's
care.
a savagery.
Yeah, he just wants the money.
Savagery.
And he is going to be a massive favorite to win a huge hand. Just needs to not get unlucky, but that's not what Mike does. Mike doesn't get unlucky. And is he going to hit it? Nope.
Open in it for Sean on the turn.
Yeah, just unfortunately can't hood it. And Mike, just as usual, raking in the chips, playing solid.
Ron Howard said, since we were talking about food, those sweet and spicy wings at Popeyes absolutely smack.
You know, I've never actually had those.
I've never had them either. I like Popeyes, but
my problem with Popeyes is I always get the same thing. It's the same thing that I go through when I go to KFC. I always get I want to say it's like the 4-piece combo, like the 4 or the 5-piece combo, like all wings. Never mix it up. But
Too good to mix up, huh?
As a medically labeled obese person, I'm quite ashamed that I have not actually had those yet. But you know what's funny is I actually did kind of want to go there today, and then I passed KFC and thought about going there, and I ended up settling for McAllister's, but now I'm kind of regretting not going to Popeyes. It's been a couple months since I've had
Metaverse,
Popeyes.
I understand the concern about the parking lot and all that, but we do have armed guards here that will walk you to your car.
Yes, so...
And they do walk you all the way to your car. So.
I can verify that I have seen quite a few sketchy people here. Not here in particular, but the area. There's quite
Homeless
a few sketchy people.
However,
we have 2 armed guards on deck, though, here all night long. Been here all day long.
Yep.
Again, Club JAQK has taken all the measures necessary to provide a safe place to play poker. And they have guards on duty. They have cameras. So nothing's going to go down here. The guards will actually walk you to the car if it makes you feel more comfortable. So you should never have any kind of concern about something bad happening here at Club JAQK. Again, they've this place is world class. Put a lot of money into this place to make sure that they provided players with the absolute best option in the area, and they have not failed. I mean, I can't overstate enough how thoroughly impressed I am with Club JAQK. I've personally been dying, I know myself and others, have been dying for a place like this in our Louisville area. It's very frustrating when you have to drive across state borders just to be able to play a game that you love. And is offered almost everywhere in the world, basically. And it's just, you know, it's unfortunate that our state's a little bit behind on the rules and regulations, but that's what Club JAQK did. They went sure and made sure that they followed every rule and regulation, maintained the legitimacy of this place. And if you haven't checked us out, again, we're off Outer Loop. We're going to be here all night long. If you're interested in playing or even just coming to check the place out, come visit us. Take a look for yourselves. You'll see that the place is packed. Everybody here is with a smile on their face.
Robin, yes, they have walked me out. Yep, walked me out too.
Mm-hmm. I've been walked out also, but for the wrong reasons. So we're going to see some action here. Looks like Mike's going to come out with the standard open after a straddle to 40.
Bruce with the deuce. Deuce, Bruce.
And, you know, anybody that wants to take note on Mike's game here, Mike is not playing out of line at all. Mike has basically been playing the cards that have been given to him, playing solid, and he's playing well.
Oh,
yes.
Nothing else, though.
Yeah, so Bruce does flop the bottom set here, but unfortunately, it's just not going to be any kind of action for him.
But who did know? Bruce, deuce.
The Bruce triple deuce.
The Bruce is loose.
Yeah, so he's going to come out, try to act all sleek with it, and it's just going to go instantly fold. That's why I'd like to see a check there.
Yeah, well,
I know it's tough, but And you're going to most likely think, yes, he's
He's
asking
like, what do
now.
you have that
Yeah.
you can't call there?
You didn't have the ace. What do you mean you didn't have the ace?
Yeah, good flop.
He's
Unfortunately,
lucky-
nobody had nothing to
He's
give him
lucky
action.
Mike didn't have the ace, because if Mike had the ace, that meant that he had the ace with it on the other card as well. So he's just going to take a little small pot there. Not going to complain. Mike's going to easily get away with that. King, queen, into the muck.
Is Mike a pro, Chris? Yeah,
Mike is a
yeah,
pro.
pretty sure that's what you would call him.
Yeah, Mike is a World Series of Poker bracelet winner. He won a bracelet in 2022? Might have been 21. I think it was the year after the pandemic.
Yeah, he won. Yeah, he won him one. Then he went down to Florida and final table and made another big score. He might have won. Actually, he might have won another one in Florida. But he was just a normal 1-2 player for a long time, and
Yeah, you've
he went out and won a $1,000 bracelet. Now he's
Yeah, I've definitely seen the evolution of Mike. I've dealt to Mike for many, many years at the boat. Mike started off as a 1-2 player, and just you can tell when he's at the game, he's just there to make money. He studies the game very well, studies opponents very well, and the way he approaches the game is noteworthy.
Wish PLO was on stream. PLO will be on stream Sunday, Ron. Sundays are PLO's days.
Mm-hmm.
PLO goes almost every day, but stream day.
Yeah,
Sunday.
so streaming is going to be on Sundays.
Yeah, but that's going back to what you were saying. Like, Mike probably had the talent to be playing the way and the style that he was playing back in the day, but you got to have the bankroll too.
Yeah.
And once he's hit that tournament score, now money was no longer an issue for him, to where he can really go with his reads in every situation. He can go out on limbs. He can.
And that's the toughest part about poker, is being able to have that bankroll to play freely, right? To play as if the chips don't actually mean anything.
Yep. Yes, Mike.
A lot of times what you'll see is these players, they play too tight because they don't want to go bust. Or
This is real money.
Yeah.
And this 5-5 game, I mean, you saw some couple $1,000 pots tonight.
Mm-hmm.
When you play PLO, the pots are consistently that big. I mean, the swings are, trust me, I played nothing but PLO for 3 years. The pots get huge. I mean, I'd see a $10,000 to $20,000 winner every single day in the games I was playing in.
Oh, that's easy, yeah.
Yeah, every day. So you're thinking about a guy that loses, 10 grand, 10 sessions in a row.
Okay, so it looks
100
like-
grand is real money.
Let's see what happens here, because we got a raise to
He found
30.
there he is with his kings again. He just 3-bets it up to 135, and he's not getting any action when he raises it.
It's just, unfortunately, his game style here is going to really
He's
be a
better off
negative
shipping
for
it,
him. Yeah.
because he has done that so often. Maybe word has got back to some of these players by now. Maybe they checked their phone or something and said, "Hey, this guy's shipping it all in with some Ace-3 suited, King-9 suited."
Yeah, it's kind of a tell when you're just going all in with random hands and then betting small, betting with the other ones. And it's just, if you go back and watch the stream and you notice that it's all with premium hands, but then he ships with mediocre, it's going to put a target on his back. And you want to be mindful of that.
What's everybody's weekend plans in the chat? We got a big weekend coming up for anybody?
Yeah, I haven't heard from the chat. What's going on with the chat?
Chris Castleman says, "I always spend my bankroll on nice stuff, then I will start all over at 1-3." Hey,
I've done that 100 times.
Me too, buddy. I've been there. I was 1-2, 2-5 player mostly, and then, like I said, I've played all the way up to 25, 50 PLO, back down to 1-2, 1-3 sometimes.
I remember when I first turned 21 and went to the casino. It wasn't right away, but within that first year of being 21, going to the casino, I ended up being at a table that the bad beat got hit on. And I wasn't a winner or a loser of the hand. I was just a spectator, but I got paid $5,600 for just being at the table, and that is more than a sufficient bankroll. But instead of taking that money and doing the right thing with it and having a bankroll for poker, first thing I did was went home and booked a trip to Vegas, and went to Vegas and basically blew all that money on stupid stuff. Like I remember this was when I don't know if you remember that little Sony PlayStation handheld portable PlayStation Portable first came out. I bought that just because this was kind of like right before the time of iPhones and stuff really getting popular, and that was like the only way to really watch media. And I think I used that thing like 3 times and never used it again. So, but that's the cool thing about winning some money playing poker. You know, it's like anything else. You want to go get some stuff you like.
Yeah, you
so
got to. You
nothing
got
wrong
to
with
spoil. You
that.
got to spoil yourself.
Just make sure that you
Keep some.
keep
some
Yeah, be a
buy-ins.
little responsible. At least keep 1 buy-in extra, so you can come back. and
Metaverse
play tomorrow.
news: since you're live and players are allowed to check their phones and Apple Watches at the table, you could have potential future
So,
cheaters.
yeah.
But we're on a delay.
Now, let's also go ahead and take that a step further. The players at the table during the live stream are not allowed to be on their phones.
Yeah.
The players during the live stream are required to surrender their phones or smartwatches into a lockbox before the game starts. So you'll notice that none of these players have their phones out on the table at all. But in the background, you might notice people that do. So they have taken every precaution to make sure that this game maintains its integrity. And as far as the stream is concerned, it's on a 15-minute delay, and it always has been on a 15-minute delay. And Mitch and I are both in a back room nowhere near the action. So we're here locked in a room watching the action 15 minutes after
It's
it
quite
happens.
depressing. No,
It
I'm
really
just
is.
kidding. Oh, Ace is here for George.
But yeah, they've done everything that they could possibly do to maintain the integrity of this game. They have done everything they can to prevent any kind of cheating, collusion, and again, a lot of work.
George limped again. George
George limps with the 10. So yeah, Bruce here is going to raise on the button for
It's gonna
40.
work out.
It's going to allow Keith to get in there for.
Oh, everybody's got pairs.
And what's
Good
going to
for
happen
George.
is George is now going to make it about 250.
Yeah, he's got to
George likes to overbet when he gets those
and you
big
want to get
hands.
this heads up. You don't want 3 pairs going
No.
at you.
George is probably going to make it about. It looks like he might be going on the smaller size, to be honest, and he actually is.
160.
It's a little small in my eyes, but still a great bet, one you have to make. Let's see what happens here. Now, honestly, I can see Bruce calling, and
Bruce
Mo
ain't
and
folding.
Keith folding, but when Bruce calls here, it's just going to give so much better
Domino.
odds to Keith. And then if Keith calls, 0 chance Mo folds. It's just going to be too good of odds to call. See, that's what Keith is right now trying to figure out.
We'll answer that question right after this hand metaverse on the membership fees and seat fees. Sorry, this is shaping up to be a
So
potential.
unfortunately, that's going to get both of them out.
Let's
see,
see.
let's see
He
what
got it
happens on
heads
this
up. That's
flop
what he
here.
wanted. Good flop here
yeah.
for George.
Bruce isn't going to feel too bad about that because he's going to still think to himself that he's ahead of Ace King. So hopefully Bruce doesn't try to put George here on Ace King. I think Bruce is just going to slowly realize that his 10s are no good. He could float one, which looks like he's contemplating doing, but it's a nice portion of a stack. Yeah, so right now, most likely Bruce is putting George on an Ace-King type hand, maybe
Yeah.
Ace-Jack.
Has to call
And
there.
has to float it and hits the 10.
No.
George is going to put them all in. He is going to snap call and get the absolute worst news possible.
George is going to be
George
sick to
is
his stomach.
very upset.
George is like, bet the flop,
can
right?
Can we run it 10 times, please?
Oh, George is disgusting.
Yeah, that's just absolutely brutal, and I mean, you've got to hit the ace now. Queen's not going to do it.
Oh,
And
Quadzilla.
just for the thing. And Bruce should be now eligible for a high hand promotion if
He could win a scooter
Yeah,
and
he
break
could win a
George's
scooter
heart
and
all in the
bust
same.
George in the same
He
hand.
didn't bust him, but he's.
poor George. That's just a hand that's just going to play itself. There's nothing that anybody could have done there.
Gross God in heaven. Win a scooter and break George's heart.
What a good float by.
Oh, that is
Bruce, though,
disgusting.
great
That is a
float.
disgusting feeling. Oh, I think George has had enough. He might be going to the PLO. Yeah, they just asked about the high hand again. High hand promotions all day today. You can get your TV, scooters, all kinds of cool gifts. Back to your question, Metaverse, the membership fee.
Oh, so the membership fee, I want to say, is $10 per month with a $10 hourly chair fee.
They upped that.
Did they up that today? Okay.
12 or 13 an hour now.
12 or 13
It has been 10 for the first month. But still, sweet deal, 13.
Yeah, I'm going to have to see if I can find the
That's-
actual information about that because I wasn't made aware of that.
Keith has a lot more than 590. Let's take a look here. I don't know if that's... yeah, that is what is that what his stack says? Yeah, it does. You're right. Oh, he does have a lot more than 590. I don't know why that's got it wrong, but... Yeah, George, I think, taps out here. It says Keith's down 862. I also don't know if that's accurate, but... Onward march. Pretty hand here for Joseph, and he decides to limp with it. Mike, the exact same hand, says, let me show you how to play this Queen Jack suited. Rayzy Daisy, and
I wouldn't
Jay
doubt
Money
it if
with
it
the
came back
center
around to
flush.
Joseph and he just went all in.
Wrong.
Yeah,
He
so
is taking
play
the
it.
alternate route.
Yeah.
And decides
Play it a
to
little
call.
tight here.
And they both flop a jack. Now let's see. Look, here it is. Look, here comes Joseph. 50. Standard. Mike, he's got the backdoor clubs on Mike now, so he's got the free roll here. Mike can't win this hand. He can just chop. J Money with the gutter.
Yeah, I like the call from Mike here, but it's going to allow Jay Money to get in there with the gutter.
Oh. Clubbies for Joseph.
Yeah, so
but
Joseph's best opportunity here is just go ahead and continue.
yeah.
It's going to put Mike in a difficult
he goes
spot,
real
but the
little.
$50 bet is just...
I think you
Yeah,
might get-
Mike is confused by it as I am. I just don't think that... To me, it kind of looks like he's just got the jack still, so... You can notice here that Mike is actually more concerned with Jay Money and what he's going to do than he is with Joseph. Jay Money is just going to go ahead and tap out, knowing that he's only got really 3 outs with the 5, and he would have hit it.
Oh, Jay Money,
Yeah,
take
he would
the
have
money.
hit it. It looks like here Joseph is contemplating betting, and he goes less than what he has on the flop and turn. It looks like about 45, 50 again. Yeah, so 50, 50, 50. This kind of just looks like a weak jack here. Mike's probably just going to call,
Yeah.
and they're just going to chop it up. Meanwhile, Jay Money is unbelievably upset that he didn't call to try to hit that miracle 5. But again, with the board putting
Mo's
clubs
back.
out
Mo's
there.
back. He had to go shave.
Mo's back. Okay, he's in seat 3 now.
He had to go shave.
Jay Money is mad that he folded there.
I mean,
Ah, here we go. Okay, so we got some information here as far as memberships are concerned. As far as the seat rental fee, which I was told went up, but based here on our actual website, clubjackpoker.net, we offer daily, monthly, and yearly memberships. The daily is going to be $10, so you can pay $10 and come out per day. You can pay $30 for the month, and you can pay $200 for the year. So, of course, you're going to get a nice little discount every time that you move up one level. Highly recommend you just go ahead and pay the yearly membership. It's just going to save you more money.
play more than 20 times, you're good to go.
Absolutely. And, because, again, when you're looking at a daily fee, we know that simple math here. There's 30 days in a month. That's going to cost you $300 per month to pay that daily fee, whereas the monthly membership is only $30. So then you move that up to the yearly membership for only $200. It's best to save your money. Just go ahead and get that yearly membership. Now, as far as the seat rental fees, Mitch did say that they did increase. However, based on our information here on the website, it's still listed at $10. But I can neither verify or deny that information. But as of right now, what I can see here is $10 daily, $30 monthly, $200 yearly, still a $10 seat rental fee per hour, which is not included in those memberships. So if you buy the daily membership for $10, you just say you're in town, you want to come play one day, you can just pay $10. You play 5 hours, you would just be charged $50 for the hourly seat fee. And again, as a former dealer, somebody who's worked in the casino industry for many, many years, I know it might sound like a lot, but that's actually really not a bad deal at all, considering how much money the casinos take off the tables from rake and from promos. It's not a bad deal at all. Again, if you have any information that you're requesting or want to look into, visit us on clubjackpoker.net. There is a contact us option. So if you have any kind of questions, comments, concerns, fill that out. Let us know. Again, thanks everybody for joining us tonight on this lovely Friday night. Weather was actually quite nice here in Louisville, Kentucky.
Bipolar is what it is. King high flush for Joseph and straight flush draw. Let's see what he goes with, because this is what we're talking about, where he flopped a monster.
Yeah.
Bad turn card there. But
and only bets 20.
Yeah,
it's probably going to be a big enough bet where nobody calls, but
except
no, Mo.
Except for Mo.
Mo just doesn't believe him.
Yeah, he's got the 6 of clubs. Real. I mean, he win it?
Huh?
He won?
Oh, I have no idea. No.
Oh, he's just a good
I'm not sure who won the free roll tonight. Just some characters that showed up. So I don't know if you heard us, Robin. Who was asking for that information?
Metaverse.
Metaverse. Okay. Rags, you think won the free roll? That's impressive. That's all Riggedy Rags. For those unfamiliar, that's a local legend here in the Louisville, Kentucky poker scene. Not necessarily for skill, but mainly just being a character. And Mo turns the Miracle 4.
Oh, it's the second time we've seen that tonight.
Yeah. Turns the Miracle 4. It's not got a lot of action out there. Joseph's got the gutter. Who knows what he's going to do. Bruce has also got a gutter. And the 2 blockers. I like Bruce's bet here, but Mo is probably going to come out and raise him. Who knows what Joseph's going to do with the gutter. I'm going to say he's going to fold it. Yeah, he does. And now back to Bruce. What's Bruce going to do here with the two blockers? He's just going to go ahead and lay that down, and Mo's going to take it. Oh, you just saw the little dog in the background. I don't know if you got to see him real quick, but he's like a little Pomeranian. It's the most adorable dog ever, but his breath was on 10.
Not adorable breath.
No. He physically is much cuter than his breath. So it looks like we got a little bit of table dancing going here. We saw you Mo move over.
Yeah, yep. J Money, Justin
J
switches
Money, yeah. He's on a new seat now.
Justin about even. Small winner looks like.
Yeah, we'll check some numbers after this hand. I'm definitely interested to see what some of these player stats are.
New player.
Got a new one?
Looks like Troy to me from the silhouette of the bottom, but not 2K behind though.
I believe I saw some Under Armour gear. Looks like some Charger gear. Yeah, it looks like we got a new player. Looks like Troy.
That's what I said, Troy. I know Troy when I see Troy. 2K behind. Oh, sweet turn card for Keith.
Yeah, Keith loves that turn card. Joseph, again, the wild card, has open-ended. Very unlikely he folds here. And we're going to see what happens here on the river. Jack.
Full house. Counterfeit for
yeah.
Joseph gets counterfeited anyways.
Joseph is now officially playing the board. He actually doesn't even have a hand. Keith is going to try to bet as small as possible. 105, a little too much.
It didn't matter what he went.
Yeah, it's going to be almost impossible for him to get called there by nothing. So we got a new player, Troy, another local legend here in the local
Troy.
area. I've known Troy for almost 20 years almost. I'd say about 18 years. Again, he was the one, we were talking about it earlier, Troy in seat 9. The Chargers fan, looks like is where he was going to sit at. Used to run a poker league here locally on PokerStars before it was banned. Stand-up guy. Loves his poker.
Loves his bingo. Loves his
bingo,
Chargers.
yes. Organizes and runs a bingo hall. He's dealt with that for many, many years now. And an overall solid player. Still got a seat here that we're looking to fill. Maybe 2 seats. Joseph here with the ace-king. Just calls. So
Bruce with his deuces again. Bruce, deuce, deuce.
yeah, I see deuce here. I see Bruce here raising with the deuces on the big blind here. But what is Joseph going to do when he gets back around him? Joseph limped in on the button with ace-king. If I could guess on his erratic play style, this is just going to be an all-in.
Mm-hmm. No, he's changed it up.
And it's not.
He has switched gears.
I mean, I must say that this kid is an enigma. I just don't understand some of the concepts that he's going through, but he has absolutely mixed up his game. He's pulled out some random plays here. Now he's betting 75, which, again, think about it. As far as the hand plays out, you limp in on the button, you just call the raise, it checks around, and now you're betting out 75. Like, what's that range? Well, he's going to take it down. Double checks his hand to make sure he made the right play. So it looks like Bingo Troy. He's going to go by Bingo again. His name's Troy. Goes by Bingo. Operates and runs the Bingo Hall here locally. City of Louisville. Very first hand is going to wake up with ace-king offsuit and get no action. But winning your first hand is always going to feel good. Looks like we're still waiting to fill a couple seats here. Again, if you're in the Louisville area, you're interested in playing, we're currently offering a 5-5 no limit hold'em stream game. That's what we're watching now. There's also 1-3 no limit hold'ems available. We had a PLO game, but I do not believe that game is running anymore. Yeah, it looks like they might have closed that game down. But if you're in town, want to play some poker, visit us out here. Club Jack, Louisville, Kentucky. We are at 161 Outer Loop. So just right down the road from anybody here in Louisville. Gonna give us a shout. Let us know what you think of the place. Again, tonight was our grand opening. Past week we've had a soft opening, but we are now back to being official.
Oh, open-ended versus flush draw.
Some action here, yes. So Joseph's going to go ahead and lead out with the 2 overs. Flush draw. Mike just going to lay in wait and probably outplay Joseph here. At least he wants to.
They just got Frosties from the room.
We got Frosty? Oh,
well, that was 15 minutes ago. So
yeah, well, can we get some Frosties?
I don't know if there's any Frosties left.
Die for a Frosty. I got a funny Frosty story I'll tell you here in a minute. So it looks like it goes bet fold. I'm assuming it probably had to be a club on the river for Joe to bet, and then
now you bet the turn. Mike folded the turn.
Oh, I guess they just dumped out the river then, because there was a river card out there. It was like an 8. I don't know if they showed it. Yeah, I actually went to go get a Frosty the other day from Wendy's. I won't name which location. But, so I go to get some Frosties, right? I'm with a couple of friends, and we're like, yeah, we need to get 3 large Frosties. And he's like, well, I can give you 2 mediums. And I said, what? I was like, do you already have them sitting out? Like, you already pre-made them? And he was like, yeah. And I was like, I don't want that. And he said, dude said, why not? I said, because I don't want your pre-made Frosty in a cup, bro. I want you to give me a fresh one. Ended up leaving. I guess dude got salty about it. I just thought it was super weird that he told me exactly how much he had. Like, I can't do that, but I can give you 2 mediums. That just lets me know that, because it was late, they were getting ready to close pretty soon.
Zach in the chat. Well, Mitch, I told that, so I did in fact torch it. Zach, you actually did not torch it. You ran really bad.
Yeah.
You made some really.
Is that Zach from the live stream?
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, bro, you just ran into some. You did make a couple of aggressive plays, but none of them were out of line. I don't think Mitch does either. I think, unfortunately, you just kind of ran into a situation where you just had the second best all night, and people had it. I don't think you played poorly at all. I've seen much worse play at the table.
If you would have torched it, you wouldn't have folded those aces.
Yeah, aces wouldn't have folded. You made several good folds. It's just unfortunately. And now we see Joe going here with the massive fry stuff. Stuffed his mouth with at least 7 fries. It's always going to be a tell that he's hungry. So here we don't have a whole lot of action. We're going to need to see a 10 most likely to catch any kind of action. Yeah, see, I'm seeing Frosties here. If we could get someone in the chat to let our superiors know that we also enjoy Frosties, mainly because of our obesity. The Frosties are very tasty, and they're very frosty. I saw they had vanilla Frosties. I would never try that. Chocolate, all day.
Nice bet.
Yeah, we're going to have a great bet here by Keith. It's going to apply the pressure to Bruce, and Bruce just can't withstand the pressure with King Jack offsuit there.
Yeah, that was another. Yep, exactly. That's right, Zach. That was another. You raised correctly on the turn as a semi bluff, but you actually had the best hand, and then the flush gets there.
Yeah,
and
that
you
was
could
a
tell,
brutal
and
one.
you could, but you knew exactly.
And we actually said it at the time. It was a great bet. It was just, unfortunately, got unlucky. But you know the game enough to know that stuff happens. So I wouldn't change anything about it. I would just continue playing the same way, and majority of the time you're going to win. The rare occasion like today, you're going to lose. Here, we're going to see another situation of the rich get richer. Mike's going to wake up with the kings. Fortunately, it doesn't look like he's going to wake up with anything. And he's just going to go ahead and take that down. Again, thanks for joining us here. Club Jack live stream. Mentioned it a couple of times tonight already. We'll just go ahead and give you another shout out for the $200,000 guarantee that Club Jack is going to be offering on February 16th through the 25th. It's a $600 buy-in.
Got you guys right here, man.
It's going to be...
I'm going to get you guys some frosties. Want some frosties?
Yeah.
Get you the big frosties, the one that lasts the whole stream.
I would appreciate that. Yeah, again, sorry about that. We finally was made aware that we do, in fact, exist.
We might actually get a Frosty.
We might actually get a Frosty. I was going to actually leave here.
I was going to quit. This is going to be my last stream if I don't get a Frosty.
I told him that last week. I said, I don't care that you pay me. Just give me some food or something. You know what I mean? Like,
traded seats with Mike before the stream. Hindsight, yep. Yeah. Means nothing.
Yeah.
So everything changes.
We can try to justify why we lost, but unfortunately, I mean, it just is what it is. It's just running bad. I don't think seats are doing that. Nothing's going to change too much when you change the seats other than just your perception of the loss.
What we got going on here? We got the open-ended here for Keith and 2 overs. Mike continues with the 3, and he had the backdoor spades. And this is an interesting situation because now sort of a...
Yeah, Mike's trying to figure out if he can bluff it, take it down right now. It's
he's
got the best hand, but when, you're looking at the situation here, you're trying to think of, what combos are out there and what's actually going to be in the hand, and a lot of them are going to be consisting of flush draws, 2 overs, 5 sixes, 5 deuces. So he's going to take that little bit of information that he has, and he's going to try to protect the equity of his hand right now, even though it's very small.
This is going to be interesting here.
Yeah, Keith is going to go ahead and try to get lucky here.
And he does make the better pair, but
gets
that's
the better
not
pair,
what he was hunting for.
But it's the worst card for him because not only is the board paired, but it also completes a straight. It completes a flush draw that was out there. So he's going to find himself in a very difficult spot here because what's going to happen is Keith is going to be forced to check unless he fires out just to steal it. Because Mike is going to be a guy that is probably going to fire out here to represent. He might take his value. See, it looks like he's going to check. I think he's just going to realize that he has some showdown value with a pair. And unfortunately, he's going to get the bad news that he got beat on the river.
Now, wait a minute now, Mike.
Yeah, now he's starting to, but I just feel that once you start doing that little card shuffle, just from dealing for so many years, it's just always a check.
He knew it.
Yeah.
He knew it.
Yeah, that little the little card dance that they do, where they like swapping them in and out. I've just from my personal experience, that's always going to be a rather weak hand range. But a good no bet from Mike. Again, I don't blame him for maybe trying to get some value there from like an ace high, maybe even a sticky king high.
I don't know though. I don't think Keith calls a bet.
Well, most likely not. It's unlikely, but some players do tend to get sticky there, just thinking, check, whatever it gets to you. And, I mean, the only way you can win is bet. So calling in that spot a little bit light, I don't think is a terrible play. But Mike thinks better of it, saves himself some money, because he was going to get called. Keith was going to call.
Do you think he was going to call with a 6?
Depends on what the bet was. Yeah,
No way.
I think he would have called.
No way. The pot was 690. If Mike fires 400, he's not calling him with a 6.
It's unlikely, but
I mean, Mike.
Mike has to be representing an exact range on the button. You know what I mean? Like, it's...
Mike has all the 9s. Mike has the flushes.
Yeah, I'm not saying he doesn't.
He's not. I don't think he's calling with
It's
a
just
6
any
right
time
there.
that I check to somebody that's in position, I'm just not always going to give them credit for just having it, right? Like, it's just most of the time that it goes check and then it gets to the river, like that person in position is going to bet a majority of the time just to win the pot. We've already seen it multiple times tonight. Now, again, it's not completely taking certain cards and ranges out of his range, but a good, solid player like Mike is very capable of betting there with nothing. And sometimes you just have to hero call that. It sucks. I don't like doing it. It's scary, but
That's why. That's what makes heroes.
yeah.
I'm a big fan of the hero callers. I have fun with those guys.
The thing with the hero callers is a majority of the time they're wrong. Because when you're hero calling, you're just, oh, there goes the dog. So anybody that wants to know, that's the dog. I think his name was Mushi or Mushu, Mafusu, Mafesh. I don't know what his name was. He is adorable. Look at him. Look how adorable he is. However, don't look him face to face because he will breathe on you. And that breath
Fragile.
will light you up. And this is going to be an interesting hand here because J Money is over here sitting with the nuts, and Mo with the second pair in the gutter is not going to feel very uncomfortable with this hand. He's going to like it. He's going to hate this spade on the turn. But with J Money playing so passively, he's just waiting to bet, and J Money is just missing on massive, massive value. So what's going to happen now is J Money looks like he's just going to overbet it. Yeah. I'm sorry, J Money, but you've missed out on the value of the hand. I think it's unlikely here that Mo can call.
Yeah, bad river.
Yeah. It's just, you check the flop. You check call the flop. You check the turn, and now you're trying to bet out on the river. You missed out on the value. You got to try to get it when you can. You don't want to wait too long, or it's just gonna go right past you. Still wins the pot. Still a nice little hand, but unfortunately, I think he lost out on a little bit of value there. So it looks like here we got a straddle from Mike. It's like Troy. Just going to limp in there with the Jack 10 offsuit. Mo. Could possibly see raising here. Yeah.
Tournament still rolling.
Yeah, they had a nice turnout for it. Again, massive day here at Club Jack. Grand opening. Over 120 players for the free roll. I'm not sure how many players for the 7:30 p.m. nightly, but I would assume that it was pretty stout.
Troy, let's go.
Yeah. I mean, he just has the gutter there. It's a little tough.
So again, people would always talk about the ebbs and flows of cash games. As you can see, Mike's got a nice win, Mo's decent win, Bruce decent win now, James, but all the big losers are gone. So it's almost like a new game with some of these new players. Changes the dynamics completely.
Yeah, totally different lineup now than where it was. I'm surprised some of these players actually stayed as short of time as they did, but sometimes when you're just not winning and you're flopping good hands and still losing.
Yeah, getting aces beat.
Yeah, you getting aces beat.
It's time to go home.
So, it is what it is. Here we got a raise from Keith with ace king suited. Lovely hand. J Money's just going to call him. He's going to keep his position on him. Try to play a post-flop hand with him.
Ace king.
Yeah, goes ahead.
Yahtzee ball.
Top pair, top kicker. It's going to be tough for J Money to call here. I don't mind a float just for the fact that you got you can still hit a 7. You got the backdoor hearts. You got the backdoor straight. Even though you don't love them, you still have them as options. So what we're going to see here is Keith probably going to continue again. Now that 9 is probably going to look a little bit safe to J Money. I don't know. I see a bet fold here. It's going to be very difficult for him to continue with 7s. Yeah. He's thinking about it, but just a lot of hands that are going to now beat his range. J Money makes a good fold there.
Oh my God! They actually brought us Frosties.
I went there and grabbed it.
Big boy.
Only a
You are, man, I ain't had a Frosty in I don't know how long it was, guys. If you hear some munching going on here now,
sorry guys, we're gonna
we got
take
Frosties.
Quick commercial break. Was delivered chocolate Frosties to the VIP commentating
I
section.
had a Frosty forever. My daughter loves these things. Too bad she's in
tell
bed
you
asleep, or I'd take it home to her.
No, it wouldn't have even made it there because I would have just taken it.
I don't eat this crap usually, but I feel like I've earned it. When you talk a lot on a stream, we are 5 hours deep almost.
Yeah.
your throat needs a little
Yeah, I've
cold
only taken one
soothing.
break so far, and this was much, much needed. We'll get back to the poker in a moment after I harm this Frosty. And that is what you call soft serve. That is very soft.
I ain't mad about it.
Wait, you got them little Frosties?
Yeah, you sure did.
I'll take
Fucking $20.
I'll take any size.
All right, split the third one. I was gonna eat. You guys could split the third one.
I don't want. This is plenty for me.
No, we're good.
I'll go get you another one. I gave him $20 for big ass Frosties.
Now we know how he gets
You
his.
know that big boy came back with junior varsity Frosties.
Yeah.
For 2 grown ass men.
Yeah, this is the kids' Frosty.
Yeah, we were definitely provided children's Frosties, but I think what it was they knew that we had an obesity problem.
Oh, yeah.
They didn't
Fair
want us,
enough.
Yeah, they didn't want us to build up our diabetes any further, so they got us the small Frosties, but I'm sorry. I mean, they could have just given me a spoonful of Frosty and I'd been fine. Something about it. I've always wanted to install a little soft serve ice cream in my home, but again, with my obesity issues, I realized that was just not a very smart venture. Whatever happened to our doctor friend in the chat? We haven't heard from you in a while.
He had to go to medical school.
Oh, was it? Oh, he must do night classes.
Yeah.
They must have night classes
Or,
there.
he's on call at the hospital.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, for those unaware earlier, anybody that's just now joining us on the stream, and again, thanks for joining us. We had some good time bantering back and forth with a doctor earlier that is convinced that both Mitch and I are beyond obese. Now, I will say, mine is a little bit more realistic. If you want to say that Mitchell is obese, you clearly have no idea what you're talking about.
Listen, obese is obese. That's what the chart says.
I don't care what the chart says. I guess I just have a different view of obese. Like, when I think of obese, I think of precious. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, I know some
you know
obese
what I'm
people.
saying? No offense to
No, I know what
precious
you mean.
people.
Like some
or
absolute-
precious looking people, but
No, to be fair, like I said, what he was saying is accurate. Like,
No,
usually
yeah,
if you're
100%.
6'1" and 200 some pounds, you are considered obese, but that's not.
It's just that he was being a total dick about it. And it is what it is. Because I don't care. I'm over here eating Frosties right now. Like, you're not going to say that I'm obese. You know what I mean? Like, it is what it is. I'm totally cool with it. I mean, did I grow up like the little kid on Up? The little scout? Yeah, that's what I look like. But again, in the early days, people that were fat were looked at as, rich and had all the money. Nowadays, it just means that I eat too many cheeseburgers. So now you say you don't eat these very often. What you think? I basically just drank mine.
It tasted like that chocolate milk we used to steal in middle school.
Yeah,
It was all frozen up.
Yeah, it's like a frozen chocolate milk. It's like a little bit thicker. Still good though. That's why I like these sizes, because I don't like to eat much more than that. These little small sizes are perfect. So is this another bomb pot?
A little rundown pot here. No, it says bomb, $50 bomb pot. Yeah, it's still. So again, they're labeling these bomb pots, but they just run them down.
Yeah.
Zachary Welsh says the gorilla build is not obese, Mitch. Hey, Zach, I'm with you. I'm just saying there was a guy in the chat earlier that I described my build to him, and he told me I was 100% obese.
Yep.
Basically.
Now again, if we're talking about me, I can understand it a little bit more. But this guy is on the internet just looking up stats. I think he was wanting us to be impressed that he knew that. Like, it was super random. Like, why would you know that if you're not a doctor? You know what I mean?
He is a doctor.
Yeah, basically insulting myself when I was in high school. So just so we're clear, was insulting a child at the time. That's what character he does. He insults children who have weight problems. But also, we're talking about a guy that couldn't afford to be here at Club JAQK on 161 Outer Loop on grand opening night. Couldn't afford the stream. Couldn't afford the 1-3 cash game. Couldn't afford the free roll. And decided to sit in the chat and call children obese. And said he didn't want to hurt anybody's feelings, but he just wanted to make sure that he knew that we were obese. He has since left the chat.
We assume to go into the hospital on call.
Assuming, of course, that he went back on call for his hospital job where he deals with obese children. Most likely not. The Taco Bell midnight shift is getting ready to quickly approach.
Yeah, they gotta get in there for when Cody Hazelwood comes in. And
You know what's funny is even when I was in middle school and high school, I was never offended by fat jokes. Like, yeah, such
fours
a
and fives here.
terrible thing that I enjoy
on that.
cheeseburgers and pizza. Yeah, and this is definitely going to be a spot where Bruce is definitely going to call here. When you have the backdoor diamond nut flush draw, the backdoor straight, you're going to float one.
Did he min-raise it?
Yeah, it basically was a min raise here. So what we're going to see here is we're going to see that min raise, and we're going to get the call. We're going to go to the turn.
We'll get ready.
So I see J Money here. He's going to continue the story. I think he's going to want to upsize his little bet a little bit more than what he did previously. About a 215 pot, maybe about 160. Overbet it. No, 135 is what he's going to go with. Now, at this point, he's trying to protect his two pair.
Bye-bye, Bruce.
Yeah, and Bruce is going to get out of there. Bruce was, again, only looking for a
Diamond.
straight or a diamond card.
King 10.
Yeah.
Ace. He thought he wanted an ace. He really didn't.
No, did not want the ace. Ace would have been the worst card that he could have possibly got. So he lucked out there. J Money scoops a nice little pot. So now, Joseph with Ace Jack
Joseph is grinding.
has totally changed his game
No
up.
more limping.
Yeah, a lot more limping instead of just going all in.
No,
So
he's
he's
raised this
definitely
one
changed
normal.
his-
I'm saying he's been
Is that a
limping.
raise?
Yeah. He's been limping these hands.
Oh, there's no straddle. Okay, yeah. So he's going to 3 exit. Bump it up a tad bit. Sounds like the club is still trying to pitch open seating.
Both got nothing. Gut shot here from Mo.
It's going to go check, 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 check.
Ace
So
Jack Golden. Mo. Ace Jack probably call this. Yeah.
yep,
Good
Snap
call.
calls him.
Nice call, Joseph. Take your pot. We've been picking on you a little bit here, but
we
you
have been
are.
picking on you, but you made a good call there, Joseph.
And you are. Oh, you're losing. It says, but.
Yes, let's take a look at those numbers.
It says you're,
So it looks like we got Keith down on the bottom with 490, Mike up top with 3150.
Troy about even.
Yeah, Troy's basically right about even. J Money up just a little bit. Need to get some new blood in this team, in this game. Got a couple open seats.
Tell you what, if I keep seeing some of these hands, I'm gonna go jump in this game. I can't take it.
Yeah. So it looks like we got Keith in the cutoff here with pocket 4s. Definitely expect a raise. Looks like he's going to bump that up to 30. J Money with the 7-5 suited. I really like it. I definitely see a call here. And he does exactly that. Mo, we know, tend to get a little bit sticky, but not with the 8-9 offsuit. Joseph sees a king that he doesn't like. And Mike, knowing that he can outplay everybody in the world, just calls.
Uh-oh.
And we immediately...
Set alert. And
immediately,
open-ended.
Yes, open-ended with a set of 4s.
What a sweet disguised hands.
Yes, yeah. So what we're going to see here is we're going to see J Money go ahead and fire out. It's going to get Mike out there. Now this is going to be the tricky spot for Keith. I can definitely see a raise, but I can also see a call. I don't know which one I'd prefer more. I think just the call.
Oh, no.
And he hits it, and he
And
has
it is-
the gut shot straight flush draw to go with
pairs
it.
the board.
Oh, man,
That
this
would
is a
be
totally
insane.
disguised
Six
hand.
of
But
clubs would be insane.
the problem is that now it puts a 4-liner out there for the straight. So I can easily see J Money betting and Keith just calling.
Small. I'm betting huge if I'm J Money here. I hope my opponent has a 5,
Yeah.
and I've got the free roll to
That's
the 8
basically
plus
what you're
the
hoping
clubs. And then I'm going to charge all the sets and 2 pairs to fill up on me.
Absolutely.
65 is really cheap.
Because you want to make it look like a bluff almost.
And
see what
Justin
this
J
river
Money
is.
thinks he is just. Oh my
The
God!
6.
The straight
Oh
flush
my
versus the
goodness.
full.
Oh
what?
my
And
gosh.
Look at Justin. He just
Wow.
completely giving
Justin,
it away if you look at his face. But
He is.
You're-
And what a play by Keith. Checking
he's
it.
double checking.
Oh my goodness! What a great play.
He smiled. Justin knows he's.
Yeah, this is unbelievable here. We're going to see a pretty big bet. If I could guess, I'm going to say about at least 150, 200, and he is going to get instantly raised.
Insane river. We were just talking about how important that 3 of clubs was on turn. 225 goes Justin, and Keith is going to be putting it all in right here.
So what did we get, 225?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
He is 100% going to be putting
Keith,
it all in.
I don't know if he goes all in here.
At some point in this hand, he's getting it
at
all
some point,
in.
yes, but I'm just talking about outright. I see here probably
Look
a
at
raise to
Justin.
about
Jay
675.
Money's like, let me double check this straight flush and make sure I'm not seeing things.
And he
Yes.
basically just min clicks it.
And J Money doesn't know. He is trying to hide
Oh
us.
my goodness.
He goes 225 to 600.
Now, I will say, Keith is a solid player. So what's going to happen here is J Money is most likely just going to ship it. And Keith is going to think about it for a second because he still loses to quite a few hands there with, the
6-4, 6 deuces, but win.
Yeah, it's just going to be
all
so
in there. It
hard
is,
for him
and
to
Keith's
fold.
face says it all.
This is going to be
disgusting.
brutal. Yeah,
I don't think he's going to fold.
It's going to be so hard for Keith to get away from this. I just don't know if he has the ability to do it. Nothing against him personally. I'm never folding probably.
No, too many flush.
Yeah.
Just flush, backdoor flushes do this
because
sometimes.
that's what he could be putting him on, right? He could be putting
Ace 5 of clubs
on clubs or something, right? Like, okay, I've got the 5. I've got.
Well, you got to remember. Justin bet the flop and the turn.
Yeah.
So a 5 is very possible. 6-5.
And not only did he bet the flop, the turn. Yeah.
He just calls. That's sick. Keith.
Look at his face.
Sick,
yeah,
Keith.
look at his face. Ouch.
Yeah, Justin's. I mean, if you're watching that, when we talk about live tells, I wouldn't have picked up on it either that Justin made the straight flush at the table, but he was giggling like a schoolgirl.
Yeah.
The moment the 60 clubs
100%.
came out, he checked it multiple times, but I don't know if I could find that
It's
fold
going to
either.
be almost impossible when you have
What
that.
a cooler.
you're only
Hell
losing
yes,
to
Robin.
A few combinations of cards.
Yeah,
It's just unfortunate for Keith that he just ran into it. He played it perfectly as well with the check on the river. It's just unfortunate that J Money caught that miracle 6 of clubs. It's part of the game.
What in the cold deck hell is going on around
Oh my
here?
goodness, dude! It's just crazy.
There's been some coolers tonight.
Yes. Well, I'm gonna
High
say
hand.
that's
Maybe
gonna
he
be
gets a scooter too.
You know what's actually I'm great
scoot
to
his
see
ass
it.
to the store and buy a Kentucky hoodie is what he needs to
Justin,
do.
J Money actually offered to buy us some spaghetti. So
Offered to buy who some spaghetti?
actually he asked if we wanted some of the Italian restaurant. I told him I'd holler at him just because I knew he was in the game. I didn't want him to leave to go get food.
Yeah,
But I'm glad I said no because that allowed. He literally, it was when I walked out a second ago. So he would have left and that would have never happened. So because of that, I at least get half of that action.
Hand. I doubt that's going to be the case, but wishful thinking.
Man, that is just an unbelievable hand. That's definitely going to be the hand of the night. We're going to have to post that one on Facebook. Let me go ahead and make a note of that. We're at the 5-minute mark or the 5-hour mark. Yeah, so
Absolute brutality. The poker god show. No mercy on poor Keith.
it's just that was awesome. Unfortunately, one player is really happy, the other player is really sad. But that's why I love poker so much. That's actually one of the reasons why I became a dealer and why I love dealing so much is because I get to watch this action happen from time to time. And there's nothing that beats it. I've only had a few straight flushes in my life, and it's very, very hard to get paid off with them. Your opponent's hand has to be almost very specific to even be able to withstand any kind of raises, re-raises.
Disgusting. Nice hand, Justin.
Yeah, very nice hand, Justin.
Is that why they call you J Money?
Yeah.
Look at that. J Money in the 2400.
Yeah, so J Money skyrockets up the leaderboard.
Big pot.
Now only behind world-class Mike.
See the old VPIPs. Not that it's super important, but some people enjoy that stat.
So what's our VPIPs? Looks like Mo right there at 53, Keith 41, Bingo 17, Bruce 31. These are all about accurate.
Yeah, some of these
guys are newer though, so they're not going to have full-on stats compared to the other guys.
Yeah, only Mike and Justin and Joseph have been playing this whole time.
Yeah. I'm actually quite surprised that we haven't filled up these extra seats, to be honest.
Kathy, a right way to go, Justin. Yeah, that was
Yeah.
sexy. 6 of clubs.
Yeah, that was an unbelievable hand. Definitely the hand of the night. It's just when you run into those hands, I mean, it's just there's so many other hands that he has potential for Keith to be concerned about, right? So, like, he's most likely, he thinks he's against a flush. He knows that there's some boats. He knows there's a straight flush. But when you're talking about precisely pocket sixes, precisely 5-7 of clubs, or precisely 6 with one of the remaining deuces, you're talking about very, 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 very few combinations in the many amount of combinations that are available. And it's near impossible to ever make that fold. That's a fold that's made during the World Series of Poker main event, and I don't think
These
it's
two
made
turn
anywhere else.
straight flush draws. Royal flush draw here for J Money. Can he go back to back now? Straight flush and
These
top it off with a
odds
royal?
would be so astronomical
Against the
for
same
the King
player?
of Clubs. I would have lost. I'm not going to lie. I would have lost my mind if the King of Clubs would have hit.
He said, I didn't get there this time. But
Yeah, see, he sees the news now. He's like, where is the King of Clubs? I know I'm going to get paid if it hits. But little did he know, he took all of his money the last hand. So Keith is like, is that not enough? Do you need more? J Money says yes.
oh, poor Justin, you run so bad you didn't make your royal.
Yeah. Oh, you're just going to win a electric scooter and a massive pot.
A pot where you could buy like 6 scooters.
Yeah. Oh, those are pretty nice scooters. I wouldn't mind getting one. Like I said, it would have been ideal for me this past summer in Vegas, going to and from the Rio. Would have saved a ton of money. So we've got some decent hands here.
Yep, 9s versus 7s versus A6 suited.
Just got to see if we get that magical flop, and we don't.
Yeah, that's a magically nothing.
Yeah. So it looks like Keith most likely just going to realize where he's at, know that there's a good chance that 7s are good if nobody has one of those pairs out there. Joseph is going to flat here. A lot of the times Joseph can be able to steal this pot away from Keith, but it's very potential that it's just going to go check, and they're going to hope their hands are good, and it does look like that to be the case. Joseph's going to sneak away with a win. It looks like Mike might have changed his bet up here to 50. Normally he's always went for 4x. This time he's went for 5x. I wonder if that's a tell.
We got the $15 straddle or $10 straddle?
Yeah, I believe it was a $10 straddle to 50. But when Mike raised any other time, whether there was a straddle or not, it was always 4x. Now he's bumped it up to 5x and 7-9 suited.
And bad
Makes
shape
sense.
versus 9s. Good flops
Flops
together.
together. So this is definitely going to be a spot where Mike's going to go ahead and continue his story to tell. Keith is going to get sticky with his nines, hoping that his second pair is good.
Good card for
And
the
it's going to be
nines.
it's going to be a great card for Keith because if he's not putting them on a queen or aces or kings, jacks, tens, whatnot, he's going to think his nines are good. It's going to be very difficult for Mike to continue here and not get called. Because essentially what Keith is saying is when you call the flop, I don't believe that you have a queen. And now when the queen hits the turn and there's only 2 queens left in the deck, he's going to believe it even more that you don't have a queen.
Brick. See if
River's going to come out of
Mike
brick.
can empty the clip.
Yeah. So Mike has told a good story so far.
Yeah,
He
you just
3-bet, or well, technically raised, fired the flop, fired the turn. Depending on what Keith does here.
Oh, interesting. Keith's kind of better.
Keith is going to take an interesting line here. Yeah, he's going to go ahead and lead out 175. 275 it looks like. Mike hates that because he knows that he can't bluff at it.
I mean, he
And
could.
He's going to go ahead.
But
He's going to go ahead and get
a
rid
raise
of it.
would look super strong.
A
but
raise would
it's
look incredibly
very hard
strong,
to do.
but it would be very, very hard to do. So I don't blame it. And the most likely result of that hand was a check anyway, so I don't think that much short of check.
Excuse me.
So it looks like we still got a lot of people out here that aren't very talkative. It's
midnight.
You need to get the chat up and live. It's y'all are acting like it's midnight. It's not late.
And you've been here for hours.
Yeah, it's not late.
Not when you just had a Frosty, it's not. Hey, Stephanie Meredith says hi.
Hello.
Hello, Stephanie. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, we do appreciate you watching. Here our grand opening, Club Jack, here in Louisville, Kentucky. Thank you again for joining our 5-5 live stream.
Justin just on the sun run right now. Queen 5 offsuit, Queen 3. Well, I think Wendy's
Yeah.
are closed. Maybe you can catch one that's open till 1 a.m.
Yeah.
Better hope it's close.
I do actually regret not taking that extra one that they offered to
Oh,
us.
dear heavens.
My diabetes really requires some extra sugar in me right now. Diabetes. But yeah, if you're unfamiliar with our stream, maybe you're just now joining us. We are Club Jack Poker. Find us on clubjackpoker.net. Find us on all the social media platforms, Facebook, Twitch, Instagram, YouTube. Also find us on pokeratlas.com or the Poker Atlas app.
What a silly spot for Keith. This guy, it's not really raised hardly any hands now.
About Texas Road? Yeah, they did have Texas Road. Actually, we were here when we were doing some streaming, and they opened the door and was like, "Hey, do y'all want Texas Roadhouse?" And I was like, "Do we not look like we're obese? Of course we want Texas Roadhouse." So they brought us all the fixins. They had some steak, was that mashed potatoes, and some corn. The corn, so good. And then they have the rolls with was that cinnamon butter? Oh my goodness.
They have had Texas Roadhouse many, many days here.
Yeah, they've got it quite a few actually.
They've done it about 5 or 6 times. So
And I'll tell you what, very impressive by Club Jack because that is not a cheap bill. Again, I can't say it enough. Club Jack really does everything they can to accommodate to the players and make this a full-on great experience for anybody that comes in, whether you're winning, losing. Doesn't matter what level you're on. If you're a limit player, if you're a no limit player, PLO, Hold'em, Club Jack's definitely got something for you. Be sure to come down and visit us sometime. Check it out for yourselves, and let us know how we're doing. Poker Atlas has a review section. You can leave us comments, concerns on our Facebook. If you're not a member of the Facebook page, they post daily updates with information, promotions. Be sure to check us out. So we got a couple of nice little hands going here. Looks like Bruce is going to raise it up with the ace deuce of clubs, get called by Bingo and J Money. And then Mo is going to wake up with a real hand with the pocket jacks, who has not done very well tonight. Jacks have run pretty bad, but he's going to try to turn it around. There goes the dog with the bad breath. He's making his appearance. That breath is kicking. He's lucky he's so adorable. I would still cuddle the dog. I just wouldn't feel good about it, you know? Because he might lick me. I don't know if J Money's going to gamble here, but we'll see. It's a pretty stout bet to call. He's got 30 out. It's 110 to call. He's thinking about it. He's running his odds. I think he's just going to settle with a fold. And unfortunately, he does. If that was a suited King 10, I can see a call. King 10 offsuit, you're just setting yourself up for failure there, because when you flop the 10, you don't know. You flop the king, you don't know. Really, the only flops that you like are Jack, Queen, Deuce, King 10, Deuce, King, King 10, 10, 10, King, Ace, Jack, Queen. Other than that, you're never comfortable. Now this is an interesting play. Mo gets it folded around to him on the button and then limps in with Jack 10 offsuit. No offense, Mo, but that's a terrible play. Min raise that. It's nice we flopped the Jack, but the limp is always so weak. Just min raise. That way you can start telling any kind of story you want. So it looks like our floor is desperately trying to get some extra seats. Again, if you're in town here in Louisville, Kentucky, and you're interested in playing, just come down and visit us.
Bruce was in the chat. He asked, he said, you know what? I'm coming down. You guys talked me into it, and now a couple hours later, he's up $800.
Yeah, isn't that him and Troy? Yeah, so here's another one. Bruce was watching us. He was, hey, sitting at home watching the game, was like, this game looks pretty juicy. He came down, got here in no time, and now he's up money. Just that easy. All you got to do is show up. Players make it rain on you. So we're going to see what happens here. It's going to get checked around to Keith with third pair. He's just going to take a little stab at it, hope nobody has the Jack or the 8. Unfortunately, Bruce has the 8. Bingo has the flush draw. So we're going to go to the turn. We're going to see the...
Bricky Ricky.
Yeah. It does complete 6-7.
But you got 2 7s.
But Keith has 2 7s here, so that's going to be a good blocker. And really, I would love to see the bet there from Keith to continue telling your story. But he's just going to check out and just assume that one of them has a 7 or an 8 or a Jack.
We've lost the feed.
Feed is out. I can't hear nothing. I don't know if I'm live or not. And we're back.
Looks like Troy bet the 8 and took it down.
Yeah, it looks like
Bruce, excuse me.
8's just going to hold up. That's why I like what I was saying about telling that story is Keith can continue telling that story, and especially with the 2 blockers there, I mean, you have a valid story to tell. And it's very hard for people to, to call, and with just second pair, even top pair bad kicker. It's very hard to continue multiple streets of action there. And with the 2 blockers, I feel like that was a great spot for him to go ahead and pick that up, but unfortunately just couldn't follow through with it and gave the pot away. Again, this is much easier said than done. It's a lot easier for me to sit in the booth and say what would be good, what wouldn't be good.
Mike's quitting. Stream might be,
Who's quitting?
Mike.
Mike's getting out of there. He just knows the actions.
Yeah, the game has slowed up tremendously.
Yeah.
It's gotten short, and said the big losers left.
Mm-hmm. And the big losers of the game, they lost quickly. We lost a couple people basically within the first hour and a half, 2 hours of the stream. But sometimes that's what happens in poker. You just you get your ass handed to you in just a short amount of time, and it affects your gameplay. And at that point, you just, even when you catch aces and you lose, you catch ace king suited, you lose. It's very tough to continue at that point. It's just sometimes best just to come back another day and then pick up from there. Anytime you guys want to show the flop and see what we're doing here, that'd be great. And I guess we're just not going to see that.
Tyler Ross, Mitch, well done with the commentary tonight. I've enjoyed watching golf. Thank you very much, brother.
For those unaware, my name's Tom. I am also part of the commentary team. It seems that nobody...
Fishing for a compliment.
Well, it seems like, I can only be called obese. Nobody's complimented me. I've been insulted more than I've been complimented. This is insane.
Everyone give Tom a golf clap.
Yeah, somebody just, something. Just acknowledge that I exist. And that you can even say I'm obese. Just somebody call me obese. Let me get back to what I'm used to. And then I'll be good to go.
Stephanie Meredith says, yay, Tom.
Thank you. Appreciate it. It's literally all I needed. Now I'm back to normal.
Yeah, but do you really mean it, Stephanie? You rock, too. It seems like a participation trophy at this point.
It is what it is, but, it's all good. I either just wanted to be acknowledged that I exist or told how much that I love cheeseburgers.
Nice job to you both, says Jessica Garrett Skaggs.
Thank you, Jessica. Yeah, we do appreciate that. That's we're here because we love the game. We love talking about the game. We've obviously talked about a bunch of other BS tonight, too. But when you're in a booth together for, 6 hours now?
6 hours.
5, 6 hours. Our minds just kind of wander from time to time. So we'll have some basketball conversations. We'll have football conversations, cheeseburger, pizzas.
Great point by Stephanie. You got a Frosty, Tom. What else do you need? He wanted more of a Frosty, believe it or not.
Yeah.
The guy's
first of all,
unpleasable.
when we mentioned the Frosty we got, all right, first of all,
it was a baby.
We got the miniature one, right? It almost looks like a keychain, like one of those little, keychain ornaments that are just little miniatures. For me, again, it was reminiscent of the little milk cartons we got in high school. It's just not enough for a large growing boy like myself. But at least it wasn't vanilla. If it was vanilla, I'd be quite upset. Yeah, my friends, I think I might have told you, Mitch, but my friends went to, actually it was to McDonald's. It was about a month or two ago. And they're like, hey, you want anything? We're going to go get some ice cream. I was like, yeah, actually, you know what? I'll take a McFlurry, an Oreo McFlurry. And this guy brings back a McFlurry with nothing in it. It was just vanilla ice cream. And I don't know. I mean, concrete mixers are like a little bit more thick than normal ice cream. You talk about the worst experience ever. I took 2 bites out of it.
At
I was
least
like,
the
I
ice
could not
cream
do
machine
this.
worked at McDonald's.
Yeah. Yeah, I was pretty upset about that. But again, my obesity tried to take as much of it down as it could, but it's just my obesity was not very strong that day and wasn't able to do it.
What we got going on here? The 4s, an 8, 9 of spades, so
Yeah.
2
it's
overs
just,
and a flush draw. Take it down.
yeah, it's just going to
Bingo,
bet it out.
Troy.
Go ahead and take it down.
I'm willing to bet that every time we see Troy on the stream from here on out that he will be in some team gear of some sort.
I have never seen Troy outside of team gear.
Exactly right.
And don't get me wrong,
Different teams.
I wear
Kentucky.
a lot. I wear a lot of team gear. I usually wear something Kentucky oriented every single day. Troy outdoes me. He always looks like he's a coach on a sideline.
He does. He does.
And Troy's got an unbelievable hat collection, unbelievable jersey collection,
Well, you got
unbelievable
to. Have you
hoodie
seen his
collection.
head?
Oh yeah,
You got to put a hat on that head.
yeah. Well, I'll say mine's getting.
But
close
I will
to
say,
that. Mine's getting close.
He does look like a coach right now.
No, he does. He looks like
He
he's.
looks like he's
Yeah.
making some play calls, or he is getting in the face of the offensive lineman for missing a block.
Yeah, chewing somebody out.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like Mike's up here racking up now. That's going to be all the money that goes off the table. And honestly, I just don't see the game lasting much longer, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's slow down when Mikey gets up, unless they can fill these seats.
Yeah, if they could fill the seats, that'd be great. But with Mikey getting up, most of the money's gone. And honestly, just from experience, anytime all the money goes, I'm just going to leave too.
Well, it's not like Mike was giving money away, but that's not an easy get. But we shall see. You never know. I've been in games before where it looks like it was going to break up, and then it fills up out of nowhere.
100%.
Someone walks
All
in
it
the
takes
door.
is that right
and then,
person to sit down.
Yep. So Almer Mart, aces up, flopped here for Momo. 3's no good, and aces and deuces
Yeah,
for
turns,
Keith. Yeah,
turns
yikes.
2 pairs. So
Aces up
it's going to be a
everywhere.
decent hand. We're gonna
Bruce,
see what
you're
happens
just in
here.
there meddling, buddy. This could get, and poor
Yeah.
Keith, he's just been on the bad side. No, ace on the river would just be absolutely atrocious. What just happened? All in?
I'm not sure. I
Keith,
saw
I
the
think, went in.
275s. It looked like it was a call.
I hear all in somewhere.
Was that not the background?
Could be the no.
Well, they would
Keith's
have. I mean, it
thinking
would have been.
about
I guess it
I
could.
think the river's out.
Is the river out? We
I
just
think-
don't see
yeah, I
it.
think
That would
that's
make
what's
sense.
going on.
That would make sense.
Because I agree. I think he called the 75
That's what
on
it
the
looked like,
turn,
yeah.
and Bruce is out. I think the river's out there, and Mo has gone all in, and Keith is in the tank with aces up. So that river must not be a diamond. Maybe it's a 7 or a queen that's got
That's-
Keith thinking.
Yeah.
Because it's almost an easy call with aces up, even though you're beat.
Yeah.
Again, sadly, it's just an
Three,
inconsequential 3. Yeah, well, so he's just in the tank. To his credit, he's been on the bad side
Yeah.
of it tonight too. And
That's the downside of when you call with the weak ace there on that flop, and then you hit the deuce. Is it still might
oh
not
my
be.
God, and
be
Bruce
good.
would have rivered 3 threes. And
Yeah.
scooped both of them.
Yeah.
Bruce, don't give up so quick. Gotta have faith. Graham W says Tom is the best announcer. What's up, my guy? Graham, no one asked your opinion.
Well, thanks, Graham. I appreciate that. I am also the most obese announcer here today. And unfortunately,
God,
Keith calls. He's going to get
poor
the bad
guy.
news.
I don't blame you for calling though.
Yeah, he's just run so bad tonight.
Yeah, and that looks like a spot where you can get some back.
It does. It's just unfortunately he's.
Sick.
It's crazy because he's played so well. Yeah, he's played incredibly well tonight. It's just he has been straight coolered.
Yes.
Left and right,
Yes.
and it's just
That straight flush hand
It
was one for
sucks.
the ages.
yeah.
That was the. That is YouTube worthy.
Yeah, that's going to be placed on YouTube. I'm actually probably going to go home and edit a version of that and post it online. It's just such a tough hand. Poor Keith.
Yeah, he's had a rough
rough.
go.
Through no fault of his own, played incredibly solid.
Yeah, I mean, to his credit, he thought about it for a second with the fours full. He thought about it with aces up right there. He's got the gut. His gut's telling him he could be beat. And he's right. And I understand, Keith. He said, I've had enough. So let's take a little gander here before everybody leaves. Keith now down over 3,000. Joseph and Troy basically small losers.
Yeah, but also, Troy hasn't played too long.
No.
So,
I mean, that might as well be even.
Yeah, that's going to basically just be what it is. But unfortunately for Keith, it's hard to find somebody that's ever run worse than that in a
Stephanie
session.
Meredith says, get more people to play. Don't break yet. Hey, seats open.
Yeah, it's just getting to be that night. Most people have been here since 3 p.m. today. It's been a long day of festivities with the grand opening here at Club JAQK. Don't blame a lot of these people for getting tired. Most people are still here just trying to win that television in there in the background. But again, with the 5-5. Now again, 5-5 is pretty expensive, right? 5-5 is a pretty expensive game. It's a lot different than the 1-3. So not as many people have the bankroll sufficient enough to play at this kind of level. So unfortunately, we're just going to be a little limited tonight with who our entrants are.
And you got to remember, this is grand opening. We have had some soft. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Nice.
Thanks, brother. But this is still new around here. So this stream will grow and grow and grow. There'll be a list and list.
Absolutely.
There was a list today that was quite long to play on the stream. Just like we said, we lost some players quickly.
Yeah, and this is just the beginning stages of
Queens for
Club
Bruce
JAQK.
here, Ace Jack for Mr. Straight Flush, J Money.
Yeah, poor Bruce is just going to find out very quickly here that his queens are no longer good. He's going to know that once J Money calls him, it's not going to be a draw. It's going to be an ace. It's either going to be an ace or going to be a set.
Yeah, there's no draws there.
No. 6-7, 8-6, something in that range. But he knows he's most likely not against that. He knows he's probably right where he's at, sitting against an ace. So he still has the heart, though.
He's going to try and make him fold a weak ace.
Yeah, he's going to try to represent that he's got the ace-king, the ace-queen, and try to put J-Money in a spot. No, I like Bruce's style here. I don't ever expect Bruce to be the type of player that sits there and fingers out some chips.
This might work.
Yeah. I don't think.
Yeah, J Money hates it.
Yeah. Because he knows Bruce is a very solid player. Bruce is not a loosey-goosey, splashy, mess around kind of guy. He knows Bruce is very solid. And what J Money's thinking is ace-9, ace-5, 5s, 9s, ace-king, ace-queen.
And once again, dynamics of the game. They probably feel the game's breaking. Do you want to lose 500 before the game breaks in a mediocre spot?
Yeah.
Do you think Bruce is risking that much with the game about to break?
Great play by Bruce there just to continue the aggression.
Yep.
Because he knows exactly where he's at. It's just Bruce knows exactly what he has to do.
He probably thought he had a weaker ace than that, but still.
Yeah, ace-jack probably didn't think it was that strong, but probably a weak ace. Like, look, if I just continue the aggression, tell my story, I can make him fold. It's a believable story when he does that. So I like the play. I like the play of the aggression, especially late at night.
I know I wouldn't have been falling in love with ace-jack in that spot.
No. Anybody that's played poker has been in that spot before, and ace-jack looks good, but then all of a sudden...
What am I losing to? And another cash game hack for you people that are out there listening. It's not necessarily about that bet on the turn. When you call that bet on the turn, what's that river bet going to look like?
That's what his main concern is if I'm calling 300 here on the turn, what am I going to be calling on the river? Because the pot now is going to be incredibly stout. And, I mean, you're going to be looking generally at a minimum of, $600, $700.
So, yeah, you're looking at $1,000 swing.
Yeah, and with Ace-Jack, it's not very good. It looks like they might have announced the final 5 minutes of the stream, so we've got about a solid 5 minutes left. We'll probably play a few more hands.
Yep, see here.
See if anybody wants to get a last-minute gamble on. Again, on behalf of Mitchell and myself, my name's Tom. I'd like to thank everybody here that's been with us from the beginning with the stream.
Or if you tuned in at any point.
Yeah, if you tuned in late at any point, we certainly do appreciate you watching the stream with us. Again, we're here in Louisville, Kentucky at Club JAQK. Grand opening night, 5-5 live stream.
Troy.
We do streaming Fridays, Saturdays, and Sunday is generally going to be our PLO days. If you're interested in playing or watching the No Limit Hold'em streams, be sure to visit us on clubjackpoker.net. Visit us on any of our platforms, Facebook, Instagram, Twitch, YouTube. Get all the information you need again.
And Momo turns his hand into a bluff. I love it.
When you see that 6-8 start racking up his chips, that's what it is. Right.
All right, let's take a little gander here. This is about where we're standing for the night with the remaining players.
Yep, have some big winners, even
Sorry,
bigger
I'll get
losers.
it there in a minute.
Still been a great night of poker. Unbelievable action. The
Yeah, a lot
straight
of big
flush
hands
versus
tonight.
the full house hand
All those hands.
was
It's all the hands that were really good ones.
unbelievable hands tonight.
Well, we do it too, just in case. We missed. Oh. Yeah, this hand is just absolutely red. Dumb. Yeah.
It wouldn't be very loud.
I know.
So it looks like Mo's going to whiff here with the fives. Joseph's,
Non-whiff.
Joseph is going to really love his pair with the flush draw. But I just unfortunately don't see getting any kind of action here. Again, they're making mentions of the game breaking. Just unfortunately we couldn't get that game filled up. Looks like they were trying to work on getting a PLO game going. So it looks like here this might be our last hand. Let's double check this. Yeah, you couldn't hear it, but I think she just said it. So if this is indeed the last hand, we'll take a look here. Hopefully, sometimes we get the occasional everybody go crazy on the last hand and try to get even.
Well, these plays are all about even.
Yeah.
We're
Bruce
winning.
with the legitimate ace-10 offsuit here. He's going to raise it in position. Unfortunately, it's going to come back down.
Mo said, I ain't done fighting.
Yeah, so he's going to get some action here from J
He
Money and Mo.
raises it. That's actually, again, it's
Yeah.
almost like the money bubble in a tournament.
Yep.
The last hand of the night, how
Always.
involved do you want to get? Bruce
gonna
said,
see.
not exactly right. Good
Bruce,
hand.
no. J Money, you going to splash around one time last hand?
He said,
yeah.
I made a straight flush
He's
earlier.
had a good night. Hit the straight flush earlier. He's going to gamble. 2 ways.
This is the last hand? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, buckle up for the Queen 9 and the Ace 6, and never mind.
Yeah.
And take your seatbelt
gonna
off
be
as
all
this
she
one's
wrote.
over. They just check it down. And you're drawn dead now, J Money. But well played. Great game tonight.
Absolutely.
Very good game. I think they're all racking up.
Yep. This looks like that's going to do it for our live stream. Looks like the players have had enough. We've had enough. Y'all have had enough. Everybody's had enough.
Yes, very good time. Very great game tonight.
Yeah, looking forward to do it again. Again, like to thank everybody so much for coming out, watching the live stream with us here on Club Jack.
Yep.
We'll
and
be here tomorrow,
next-
be here Sunday. And if you're interested, again, come down and visit us. You can sign up. You can visit us at 161 Outer Loop. And you can visit us on Club Jack.